players, they've gone the new modern way. Do the fielders? They don't, the teams don't practice too much before a game, a day's play. There's a few catches. There's not much sort of energy. They're conserving energy all the way through. But Anderson's bowled about 10 balls to Chetan Patel, leading into his first ball. So this is Jimmy's probably.
Here he is, Jimmy Anderson up to the crease now, bowls. Ashwin plays defensively, no run.
He's bowled 8-10 balls off a full run up to Chetan Patel in warm-up. 5 minutes before they've come out. So now he's loose. And Goffey mentioned, straight on the money. He's straight on the money. That's the old school way that will never change with Broad and with Anderson. That they need the preparation to go into the day's play. Where the new modern way is, I don't even think England do much before. The batters will go out the back and hit some balls, the odd high catch, but they try and conserve their energy for what is a long day of Test match cricket.
Jimmy Anderson in once again, and this one is tucked away off his pads by Ashwin down to long leg. They go through for a single. Who takes the new ball? Is it obvious, or would it be Hartley, Root, or maybe even Bashier?
I think after what I've just witnessed with the young Bashier, I'd give him a go. He's 29 overs in, but I think if he can comfortably hold the new ball and it's not slippy, it's not going to knock his confidence. If he doesn't quite get it right, then why not? He's answered every other question with a positive tick, so I would give Bashier the new ball.
Here is Anderson there, just loses his run up slightly. He seems to be looking at Ben Ducket.
No, watch this space. Anderson and Ashwin are at each other. Last night, Anderson must have said something to Ashwin. Ashwin had a go at the umpires going off the field, and he wasn't happy with Jimmy. And Jimmy's second ball there to Ashwin. Ashwin runs down the wicket, and they are giving it to each other. Ashwin's just made a gesture.
Here's Anderson to Jaiswal, pushes it up to Ben Stokes at mid-off.
Jimmy's still
going. Sharing pleasantries then.
No, they're not. Jimmy's still going. The non-striker's end, Jimmy's about to start bowling, and just as Jimmy comes towards the umpire, Ashwin sort of puts his arm out, and it was just to, I think his shirt sleeve was getting tucked under his armpit, just to give him, but Jimmy's seen that in his eye line and stopped and give Ashwin a bit of a volley. So they're ticking, the two of them, two old campaigners, been there many times before, the two of them, feeling each other out, not an inch given between the two.
Anderson in once again, bowls to Jaiswal, leaves alone outside the off stump. Something oddly appealing about a 41-year-old and a 38-year-old behaving like 16-year-olds.
Great, isn't it?
But I tell you what, I bet Ashwin don't pop out of that crease, I bet he
exactly.
stays there behind that line with Jimmy Anderson bowling. It wouldn't surprise me. He's not happy. He's chuntering about, isn't he, Jimmy? He's not happy with some things, so well, he never is happy unless he's playing golf. But good start from Jimmy, right on the button. And it'll be interesting who takes that new ball. I know you said Bashier. Again, it could be a first for him, wouldn't it? You see, so he's not really bowled with a new ball before, but we've seen what Ben Stokes was like as a captain.
So, Bash, have you ever bowled with a new ball before? No, Ben. Well, you're about to. Here he is. Shoaib Bashier, 6'5", 20 years old. No fear. The innocence of youth. And here he is. He's got the leg slip in. That's how he dismissed Rohit Sharma, the first wicket in this innings to fall. Got an orthodox slip as well. Backward point, cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg for the sweep. Here is Bashier, and whipped away by Ashwin behind square, and it's gone straight to backward square leg where the sun-hatted Zach Crawley does the fielding.
Good start, good start. We just wonder if this new ball just might bounce a little bit from Bashier. We've seen yesterday, we talked about it, the release point, 2.3 metres.
Here he is again. Ashwin comes forward and pushes that to Stokes at mid-on. There is also a man at cow corner, deep mid-wicket. So that completes the field for you. And Ashwin does play a good slog sweep. Enjoys the shot. So Rian Ahmed's out there right on the boundary's edge. Give him something to think about. Although The boundaries are not long in any direction. Here is Bashier once again. Ashwin drives with the spin. Ducket dives at short mid-wicket to field. 3:43 for 6. Much written overnight, much discussed about Yashasvi Jaiswal and this remarkable innings. Career best, but he has scored 171 already in Test cricket. Slower one from Bashier and pushed away by Ashwin just for a single out to square leg as Zach Crawley runs around to do the fielding. You were doing your own reading about Jaiswal last night. It's an extraordinary story.
Well, as it is, an extraordinary story. Left the travelled 1,000 miles, left the family village to go to Mumbai when he was 10 years old. Lived in a tent on the Maidan from, I think, 11 to 14. Street food and everything, selling street food to sort of get by, to pay for, where he was living.
Bashier around the wicket to Jaiswal, pushes it to Crawley at cover, no run.
He's dreamed to be a professional, the dream to be a cricketer. Was a 10-year-old. His family asked him, begged him to come home, and there was a coach who took him under his wing.
Mentor coach.
He took him into the family home, became his guardian.
Here's Bashier again round the wicket, very wide of the crease as well, driven straight to Ducket at cover, and there's no run. India 344 for 6.
And from the age of 14 to 17, his mentors looked after him. He became his legal guardian, and he went on to forge a way through the Mumbai school system, got into the Mumbai under-19s, India under-19s when he was 17, and he's now playing in the IPL. He's now 3 test match hundreds, and he looks a wonderful player, and you see the hunger, the drive that he's shown over this series when he's been batting, and the determination in the first innings, and even more determination in this innings. You can see what it means to him, not only to play for India, but to follow the dream, which the dream of many, many young cricketers in this country is to play cricket at the highest level. So fair play to the lad. And when you read stories like that, I just think it makes the game that we love and the cricket that we play also all more special.
Jimmy Anderson begins his second over with a new ball. Ashwin punches it off the back foot to cover. Rian Ahmed fields. 344 for 6. And a very good morning, and a special good morning to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us here on talkSPORT 2, where we reside full-time while England are playing this Test series. Every ball live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2, and we have the pleasure of the company of talkSPORT listeners as well for the first session from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. UK time. India resuming this morning at 336 for 6. They've added 8 runs on 344 for 6. Jaiswal on 181, but Ashwin on strike now, and once more he punches out towards extra cover, and Rian Ahmed dives to his right to do the fielding. You know who Ravi Ashwin reminds me? There's a kind of archetypal number 8 who has a very simple method. He's a good boundary hitter, tends not to move his feet very much. I mean, I was only a lad when John Embury was playing, but I remember him just standing quite still at the crease and whacking it. And then fast forward a couple of generations, Ashley Giles was very effective as well. Very simple technique at number 8. Here's Anderson again. That one strikes Ashwin on the pad, doesn't swing away. It hits him heading towards leg stump, and there's an aggressive piece of fielding from Ben Ducket. He picks up and throws the stumps down at the non-striker's end. I think the whole team are getting quite prickly with Ashwin.
Yeah, Jarrod didn't move his feet. Great hands, like Ashwin. Somebody else that didn't move his feet that well. Goffey, you weren't shy at coming forward, were you?
Well, I think in my first 10 tests, Jarrod will probably correct me, but I think I were averaging in the late 30s after 10 tests. I don't know what happened after that. Fell off a cliff.
Yeah, you stopped moving your feet.
No, I didn't. I got Graham Gooch telling me to back, cross and leave instead of trying to smack every ball for 4. But yeah, it's interesting. I've got a little bit of thing on Jaiswal in a minute.
Oh, that one goes past him. Jaiswal tries to whip it through the leg side, and bit of movement from Jimmy Anderson, flies past the edge into the gloves of Folks.
Unbelievable delivery, by the way, from Jimmy Anderson. Like I say, look as though he's trying to set that ball across the left-hander. Bring slips into play. Beautiful, beautiful delivery from Jimmy Anderson. Wobble seam as well. No upright seam on that one. But I think they're always searching for that era, aren't they? Indian cricket, and you've got a great opportunity here. A young man, left-hander. You've got through Gavaskar, you go Azharuddin, you go Tendulkar, Dhoni, Crawley, and they're looking for that next one, aren't they? In Test cricket, they've got plenty for the white ball.
Here is Jimmy Anderson again, bowls. Jaiswal drives out towards cover. Fabulous diving stop from Ben Ducket. There's such a live wire in the field. Sets a real tone for England.
Yeah, England have fielded brilliantly throughout this game. They really have. They've made sure that they've thrown their bodies on everything. Nice outfield to dive on. Lush outfield. But I'm just going to go back to that ball before. Jimmy Henderson. Jaiswal's 181 not out. Yes, fair enough, he's just started again. But that pitched, that was just, it wasn't quite a half volley. It's pitched and it's decked, gone away miles.
Here's Anderson in once again, and this time pushed towards point, where Maria Rasmus is standing rather than at square leg, and they have gone through for another single. Jaiswal moves to 182. As close as possible you can get to an unplayable delivery.
The thing is, though, Manners as well, but it is brilliant from Jimmy Anderson. And like I said, no matter how old you are, 41, and still got the terrific skills. A new ball in any country is going to do a little bit, right? Some countries more than others. But the one thing we've got to be wary of, if Anderson can do it, India have got someone in their side who proved in the first test that he can do it. And he's got a great wrist position as well, Bumrah. So he's got to come, and with a new ball, he will be dangerous as well on this pitch.
Shoaib Bashier is going to bowl the 5th over of the morning. Just one little statistical quirk, scoreboard quirk from yesterday. Here's Shoaib Bashier, and that one is driven by Jaiswal. Ben Stokes quite deep at mid-off, concedes the single. But Goffey, yesterday there was a really unusual occurrence, in that we got more than 90 overs. And there was, for the last hour or so, the Indian batters were actually trying to slow down play, and they were calling on unscheduled drinks and changing their gloves because they didn't want to face more than 90 overs. And England were just motoring on with the spinners. And as it turned out, the 6th wicket fell in the 91st over of the day. So they say hard work pays off, but extra work clearly pays off as well. And I just think that was really interesting. England were pushing to bowl more than 90. India tried to stop them. Driven by Ashwin, glorious shot for 4 through wide long off. Just full enough for him to lean into it again. Silky drive.
Yeah, great shot. Really was. This time he went a bit harder at it, didn't he? The first one he just pushed at it and timed beautifully there. There was a little bit more of a sort of flourish of the bat from Ashwin. A beautiful shot. Ben Stokes is going berserk down right in front of us at Ben Foakes and Joe Root, making sure Tom Hartley's in the right place. Needs him on that, in that drive area to stop that big shot going for 4.
More loop from Bashier. I mean, not really loopy, but not his quicker one. You would have thought, I suppose, that when bowling with the new ball, that driving into the pitch, hard length at pace, maybe, I don't know, get the extra bounce from the new ball. Here is Bashier once again, turns sharply, and I think off the pad. There was some excitement for Ollie Pope at leg slip, but I think it just came off the pad.
Yeah, I think it's just pad. I don't think it's got, I think if anything it might touch the glove, but I don't think it was the bat. I think the bat was side of the pad. I think it was the glove that was the closest to it, but I don't think it's got anything on it. But yeah, the slippery part of the new ball might be finding it hard for Bashier to drive it into the surface.
That one back of a length, turns, and Ashwin plays it off the pitch with the turn to Ducket at mid-wicket.
I think that's what Tom Hartley found difficult in Hyderabad. So remember, they took a new ball and Mark Wood took it for 1 over, and Tom Hartley came on, and that was largely down to the lacquer on the ball, seeing if they could just get the initial first bit just to come off the ball so the spinner can grip it a little bit better.
Bashier in again. Forward comes Ashwin. Again, the lunging forward defensive push And there's no run. India then have reached their 350, 351 for 6, 98 overs gone. More from Goffey, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Just on that last one there, where we're talking about the position and Ben Stokes not happy when that ball got driven through the covers again off Bashier. But he said he got Tom Hartley there to like extra cover. You got to remember he's left-handed, so he can afford to go a bit straighter because everything at the minute is being beaten on his right side. So I get why Ben Stokes were frustrated by driving the ball, not much turn. It's going to go straighter. So he's got to get his fielders right there, pretty close together, his extra cover and his mid-off.
I think that's what Ben was saying to Joe Root and Ben Folkes, who were behind the stumps. So it was whether Root and Folkes didn't quite get him his angle right in the position, or Tom Hartley did what I did quite regular, was go on the wander and stand in the wrong position.
Yeah, get the flagpoles in.
Anderson to start a new over, takes Jaiswal on the pad, and there is a long-range discussion about whether England are going to review this one.
Yeah, I think they're going to go here.
And they have indeed. So it is up to Paul Rifle, and this could be a highly significant point in this day. 351 for 6. First ball of the 99th over.
Player review for LBW. Regional decision is not out. I've checked both feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Just wonder if it's bounced a bit too much. Jaiswal's coming forward. Has it gone over the top? I think it's pitched in line at deck back.
Oh, it's nipped back. That's a beauty. There's no bat in that.
And keep going through.
I think it's too high.
Out.
It's flush on the knee roll, so height is going to be...
We'll go to ultra edge just to see if there's any bat there. Looks like a clear gap. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
He's got a good stride in, as Harmy's already said. So,
okay, pitching in line. Regional decision's not out. It's missing the wickets. Go back on field for Chris. Stick with the original decision. Not out. Signal now.
So it goes straight over the top of middle and leg, but it jagged off the seam.
It's an absolute beauty. And Jaiswal now is, he's standing there in the crease and he's thinking, even at 183 not out, which way is it going to seem? Because halfway through that last over, Jimmy's ball one middle and leg gets missed off stump, going away from him. That one is probably pitched on middle stump and nipped back, and it would have gone. It's gone over the top of middle and leg, straight over the top of the bill. So excellent from Anderson.
He's on his way once again. Right arm over the wicket. He takes Jaiswal on the pad once again. England again very strong behind the stumps. Not as much from Anderson in terms of the appeal. There will be a conversation, and the power brokers get together once again. But they will break up without the review this time, Goffey.
You'd fancy it again, though. That one was close. That one, just from first glimpse. But the last one, I thought it was a great shout. The nip back, and like I say, it just went over. Good call actually from the umpire, because I thought it looked pretty adjacent when you see it in slow-mo.
I thought it might have been umpire's call, so they saved the review, but unfortunately it was missing.
Anderson comes in once again from the far end. Ashwin is solidly in behind this, pushing to mid-on run. We've just seen the replay of the last one. England absolutely right not to go up. It pitched miles outside of leg stump, so that was never going to be out.
And he's starting a good 6 inches outside the crease as well as Jaiswal, and lunging forward, trying to get forward. Knowing the short ball from Anderson's not really going to trouble him too much if he does get one. So he's trying to smother any movement, whether it's off the seam or laterally through the air. Skill sets of Anderson's been brilliant this morning.
Anderson in once again. Ashwin, weight on the back foot, punches. Rayan Ahmed at extra cover will do the fielding. 2 slips. A point, backward point. Rayan at extra cover. Ben Stokes at mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. And a long leg, who is Hartley, almost out of vision round the corner down beneath us. That's what England have got in this situation, Goffey.
Yeah, and like I say, with a new ball in hand, it just shows the importance. Wherever they are in the world, a new ball and a good fast bowler using it, it's hard to face, right? And just got to remember that when England bat, but they've got Bumrah in their side.
Absolutely. Anderson in, and Ashwin plays to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, and Darren, yesterday, the thing for me with Jimmy is what England captains have had with Broad and Anderson for so many years. You know, we went to the Caribbean and they tried to move on from Broad and Anderson, didn't take them. They were going at 6 and over from right at the start of the session. Jimmy Anderson yesterday, on average, bowled four and a half overs at the start of every session, and he went for no runs, which gives the captain total control as the session starts.
Final ball of his 20th over is driven by Ashwin to Rayan Ahmed at cover, and there's no run. It means Anderson has now bowled 20 overs and taken 1 for 34 at the end of the 99th over. India 352 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2. Coffee.
Well, you're right, and one of the middle spells he bowled yesterday was 6 overs, and he got none for 6, didn't he, in one of the spells? And like I say, total control. When you can stop the scoring, and we've talked about it in the first test, didn't we? But we like a seamer that can just take control of the game, keep it tight, put pressure on at both ends. It's almost like old school test cricket. You have to bowl from both ends, create pressure that brings wickets. That will always be a factor in test cricket. You create pressure, wickets will fall.
And it's quite simple. Jimmy Anderson bowls a ball which challenges the top of the off stump. And if it nips back, it misses, the inside edge, and LBW's in play. If it nips away like Shubman Gill's did, hits the outside edge, and wicketkeeper and slips are in play. Jimmy Anderson's played 184 test matches, and it's not rocket science what he does. He just makes sure that he challenges the technique of the batter every single time. That's why he gives the captain control, because he's so consistent with line and hold and length that it's very, very difficult for the batter to take a risk. The minute the batter feels, I can take a risk here, it brings Anderson even more into play and more dangerous in his ability to constantly, keep challenging, the batter's technique.
It is going to be Bashier to bowl to Jaiswal. Right arm around the wicket, between the umpire and the stumps, brings Jaiswal forward, pushing back to the bowler in his follow-through. No run. Jaiswal 184 not out. His highest test match score. 16 away from a double 100. He played magnificently yesterday, and the celebration for his 100 was just magnificent. Bashier in once again. Jaiswal is pushing back to the bowler, and again he fields. Ben Stokes down beneath us, 15 metres in from the long off boundary, is clapping his hands enthusiastically. That's what I want from a bowler, and that's what he's getting. Slip in place. Short extra cover on the drive. Bashier, there's a loop on that one, and it's driven on the bounce straight to Zach Crawley, the man at short extra cover. There's no run.
Goffey, I've really enjoyed young Bashier over the course of his last day and a little bit. You would have thought he had played 25 test matches, and he's 25, 26 years old. You wouldn't believe he's played 6 first-class matches and he's only 20. He looks way older than he's in his years when it comes to his ability to bowl. He's held length very, very well. He's thrown above the eye line when he felt as though it was the right time to do it.
He's going in and bowling. Jaiswal comes down to meet him and launches him back over his head for a 6. Jaiswal goes to 190 in the same way that he brought up 3 figures. India 358 for 6. 3 respectful dot balls, and then the maximum.
Good shot, wasn't it, from Jaiswal? 6 off Bashier, the young Bashier. But you're right, I mean, we've got Don Bess. He wasn't playing for us last year at Yorkshire. Somerset took him on loan, and Somerset left him out and kept in the young lad, and that showed the faith they have in him. Left an England international out, who they'd brought in a loan to play the young lad, and he's gone from strength to strength.
Right, he's got the ball back. He's at the end of his mark. Comes in once again between umpire and stumps, and Jaiswal will flick this to square leg. They will take 1, they will come back. They won't come back for 2. Jaiswal slipped a little bit on turning there, so it's a single. Takes him to 191, 359 for 6. If you haven't seen it yet, by the way, the close of play interview that we did with Jarrod Bashier is on our YouTube channel, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's also on the social media platforms. Just have a look at it. You don't really need to listen to what he says, although what he says is good. Just look at the smile on his face. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. He is so excited, so happy to be an England international test match cricketer. The smile on his face, says almost 1,000 words. It really was a fun interview to do with him, because just the excitement. He's about to bowl the final ball of his 32nd over to the right-handed Ashwin. Ashwin turns to Rayan Ahmed, who's coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a single will be taken. 360 for 6 at the end of 100 overs here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
I'll tell you what would be a concern, and it'll be interesting to watch, Harmy, you know, going forward now for these young spinners who have gone to India, which is a great experience and part of their learning going forward. But you're going to have Tom Hartley, who's going to go back to Lancashire and probably be the second spinner behind Nathan Lyon, right? And he might not play the first 6 games of the season, but we'll have to wait and see, depending on the weather. And then you've got young Bashier, who's going to go back to Somerset, and Jack Leach is going to be the first spinner. So he might not play either. So there's a very, very interesting story coming out of this. But we've got 2 spinners who are playing Test cricket. We've been very impressed with, especially Hartley in the second innings, who might not play at the start of the season for their counties when they get back.
It's a good point, and it's a one that I'm sure the counties have thought about. You can't. It doesn't matter. You know, first 6 games is going to be played in the temperatures and the amount of moisture that's around. You can't prepare pitches which are going to spin. But I think the guys that they're playing with.
As Anderson starts a new over, Ashwin defends back to the bowler, no run.
If you're playing with Nathan Lyon, even in nets, and if you're in the practice and you're in his ear all the time, it's going to make you a better bowler. So I think there's a fine balance. Do you chuck them in the deep end and say, right, you're the only spinner, sink or swim in April and May when there's no real assistance for you? Or do you have Nathan Lyon, Jack Leach with their respectable their spinners to bounce ideas off, to work with it in nets? I think the experience that's alongside them will help them far much more.
Anderson in once again. Ashwin just clips that one a little bit uppishly. Oh my goodness, he's timed the cover off of it. It goes wide of mid-on and away for 4. England for a second thought that could be a catch at close-ish mid-wicket, maybe through mid-on, but it disappears for a boundary. 364 for 6, Goffey.
Well, wonderful shot, wasn't it? Just leant into it, Ashwin, middled it through the onside. Always hated that as a bowler when I used to get driven straight back past me or past mid-on. It's always the sign of a batter who's in decent form when he can play a shot like that. But I tell you what, one thing at the start of next season, I think the first 2 games are with Kookaburra. We're using Kookaburra as the first 2 games of the season.
Anderson, it's edged by Ashwin, and it's taken by folks low down. Now Ashwin's reviewed it, which I think he thinks it didn't carry. It was a low catch. And we're going to be bringing in Paul Rifle once again.
To the umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
So now we get the shot from behind.
Yeah. Check with Aldridge, please.
I think that's off his back hip, not the bat. Kevin Pietersen's replaced Steve Harmison.
Absolutely right, yes. That is off the back leg, unless there's the faintest nick onto his leg. It looked convincing. I mean, I couldn't believe that.
Oh, he has edged it first.
It was spike on the bat. We go back to Chris. Chris, we have a spike on when the ball's on the bat. You can stick your original decision of out, signal now.
So, Ashwin was right. It did brush his thigh, but it had just taken a little feather off the outside edge first. So he goes for 20. 364 for 7, Goffey.
Wow, it did. When you watch it and you watch it, and you think that's straight off his hip, but that's such a fine nick to Ashwin. But a great bit of bowling from Jimmy Anderson. Huge credit. He's been spot on this morning. He needed to be, and he's been an handful with a new ball, making the ball go both ways. Both batters not quite sure. Ashwin fine. He finds the outside edge of Ashwin. It's a huge wicket for England. India sitting at 364 for 7. Can they dismiss him for under that 400 mark? I still think it's a decent score to be have. 364. It's better than 264, KP.
Yeah, it is. It's way better than 264. And I was just very interested to watch this morning and just see how much dedication and application India were going to show towards this test match. We're being 1-0 down in the series, and having those couple of soft wickets last night made me feel like it was England's day. The application that they did show this morning, there has been some urgency for scoring, but Jimmy Anderson, as you just said, Goffey, has been nothing short of remarkable. I mean, that wobble seam that he got to go one way with Jaiswal try to clip through mid-wicket, and then the next one that was an LBW shout, that was the referral that came back into him. He's just a master, an absolute master at his trade. Kuldeep Yadav has walked out to bat. 10 matches he's played, and he averages 10. England will want to wrap this up, and wrap this up very, very quickly.
Yeah, a bloke whose best score is 40, but a average of 10.4. Yeah, you would feel 9-10 Jack could go pretty quickly here for England if they can get it in the right position. So here comes Anderson to the left-handed Kuldeep. He's got 3 slips in place, and he's beaten on the outside edge straight away through to folks. No run. James Anderson is just doing James Anderson things for England once again.
He just manages to find something in the wicket. He always finds something. If it's not swinging, it's not seaming, he'll bowl that wobble seam, and it's what Broad and Anderson have done just for such a long time. Missing his buddy Broad, and who's in South Africa at the moment, working and travelling up and down, and left and right, all over the country. Really enjoying the SA20. Stuart Broad, I'm led to believe, as well.
Anderson is in. Oh, Kuldeep, that's brave. Leaves it outside of off stump. Anderson getting a little bit of shape through to the keeper. No run.
Told me last night he's on a run of 7 from 7. 7 different cities, 7 different days. Broad, he's catching flights early in the morning. Welcome to broadcasting in the shortest format of the game.
I'm sure he's loving it.
Absolutely loving it.
He'd be enjoying watching his old partner at work this morning as well. It's talkSPORT, it's talkSPORT 2. It is live test match cricket. Every match of this 5-match series coming your way. Here is Anderson to Kuldeep, who's beaten on the outside edge again. It's through to Folks. Folks stands one hand on hip, as if to say, how on earth has he not got a nick on that? It's the end of the over. It's 364 for 7. Our analyst is Jarrod Kimber.
Macca, there's been 11 runs of 56 balls for Jaiswal versus Anderson so far, and according to CricViz, 23% of his deliveries when he's faced them, he's played a false shot so far. Against all the other bowlers combined, he's played false shots of 7.5% of his balls. So completely different. He's basically playing 2 games out there. He missed that. Kuldeep missed that by about 3 foot, I think, Macca.
Yeah, I've just seen the replay of it. It was the wobble
4
again.
foot?
It pitched outside of leg stump, and it's beaten the outside edge by miles. You know, the reason Folks had hands on hips was if to say, that's kind of wasted on you, mate.
I tell you, that's wasted on anybody. I mean, who's one of the greatest left-handers? You've got a
Brian Charles.
A Brian Charles Lara. Lara's not even getting close to that. No one. Hayden, when Hayden was in his imperious best form of walking at fast bowlers and just smoking them, he's not getting anywhere near that. It's moved that much on a docile wicket. Let's just enjoy Jimmy Anderson, hey?
Absolutely. Bashier then, once again, around the wickets to the left-handed Jaiswal. Swings it away towards deep backward square. Swings it away over deep backward square. He goes to 197 out of India's 370 for 7.
Well, there has been a tale of 2 different games, and you're quite right. Against the seamers, Jaiswal has been a pedestrian. Against the spinners, he has been Usain Bolt. And I got a funny feeling that Bolt's going to come into action here now. He's on 197. He's going to score as many as he can, as quick as he can now.
Bashier is in once again. There's a little bit of air on that one. It turns into a full toss. It's hit through deep backward square. It's away for a boundary, and it's away for 4 runs. That takes Jaiswal to a first test double 100. 201 not out. He runs down to the non-striker's end. The gloves are off, the helmet's off, both arms up in the air, celebrating in the middle, taking the ovation from the supporters. Even the England players, in fairness, are clapping him. And now, from the other end, Kuldeep comes down and gives his mate a hug. What an innings, Kevin Pietersen.
If you just want to hop on, tweeted or retweeted a thread on Yashasvi Jaiswal that I read this morning. Hop onto social media, and if you hop onto social media and go and read that thread, you will be as happy as anybody that knows his story, with the success from where he's come from and the dedication and the application that he has showed to get to this very moment. It is a huge moment for him. What he has done in his life and the sacrifices that he has made in his young life so far, to have scored 201 here from 277 deliveries, is nothing short of remarkable and nothing more than he deserves. It is quite amazing, and it's an even better story.
He's facing, as Shoaib is in, it's wide of off stump. It's a late sort of square drive. Rayan Ahmed will feel at deep backward point, and they will take a single. And the most remarkable thing about him, he's 22. Realistically, he's only going to get better. This is a kid, Jarrod, who could break all sorts of records.
Yeah, and we're seeing another proper all-format batter as well. You know, KP would have seen him in the IPL. That's where most people got to see him the first time. You know, he can play in, you know, in different modes, in different speeds, and we're now seeing in different wickets. He's an incredible player.
Yeah, penny for Jos Buttler's thoughts right now. Did a lot of work with him, of course, at Rajasthan. And he's watching as Bashier goes into bowl to Kuldeep, pushes out on the offside, no run.
12 years ago, Jaiswal moved 1,000 miles from his home in rural Uttar Pradesh to Mumbai to try and become a cricketer. He moved by himself. He was 10. At first, he lived with his uncle, but that didn't last long. His uncle lived in Dadar, a northern suburb.
Bashier around the wicket to Kuldeep, defends no run.
The Mumbai commute being what it was, Jaiswal was losing hours each day in travel. So he started working in a dairy shop in the city in exchange for living space. He couldn't work enough, but he couldn't work enough because he was playing so much that the shop owner threw him out. He was 11. He ended up living on the Azad Maidan in the...
Carry on, mate.
I thought Bashier was just running into bowl.
Yeah, they just brought a fielded that. It's that James Anderson at leg slip now. Bashier goes into Kuldeep, squeezed, but just out on the offside to slip.
So he ended up living on the Azad Maidan in the Muslim United club ground staff's tent. His parents asked him to come home, but he wanted to stick it out. So he did for 3 years, aged 11 to 14. Now I have a 13-year-old child at home, and he's not leaving home. He was living in a tent. Jaiswal eventually made an impression on his coach. His coach Jwala had himself come to Mumbai from Uttar Pradesh, recognized Jaiswal's struggle. He also saw a talent. Jwala had Jaiswal move in with him. He eventually became Jaiswal's legal guardian and guided him in his career through the very, very competitive Mumbai scene. Widely reported that Jaiswal sold pani puri, a street food snack, to survive. Apparently that's overblown. Jaiswal would sometimes help out with street food vendors, but his focus was cricket. He did it, though, occasionally ending up serving his own teammates, and with a little bit of stability and support, Jaiswal thrived. He blitzed Mumbai's school club scene, making his way into the Mumbai under-19 side and eventually India under-19s, and made his senior domestic debut aged 17. He's now an IPL superstar, one of the most dominant players in Indian domestic cricket, and has 2 test hundreds in his 6 tests. Add a double 100. If you've listened to that and you're not happy for this lad, well, I am. I think it's remarkable. The desire, the hunger, and the sacrifice. We all talk in team meetings about sacrifice, playing for your country. This is one of the most greatest stories in world sport.
It's been a remarkable day for Indian cricket, a great day for Indian cricket, as James Anderson bowls to Jaiswal, who gets a thickish edge past the slip cordon and gets a boundary there, 206. He moves on to 379 for 7. As I was saying, it's been a remarkable day for Indian cricket. This youngster coming from humble backgrounds, and when I say humble, very, very humble backgrounds, as Kevin Pietersen just explained to you. And now he is a superstar of Indian cricket. 171, his maiden test innings against the West Indies in Dominica. And now a double 100, a first test 100 on home soil, and he's converted it into a double. Anderson once again from the far end. Fuller delivery this time on the middle leg, and he's driven it down the ground. Bit reticent to take the single, but he will take it. 380 for 7 now.
Yeah, just reticent because he is batting with Kuldeep, and Jimmy Anderson is getting the ball to move a long way. He's caused Jaiswal issues. He got rid of Ashwin. So he's just going to hope now that Kuldeep can survive this over. Maybe get an inside nick on something or drop it into the offside and get back down on strike. But I think the runs from Jaiswal's perspective are going to come from the spinners, and they're going to come quick.
Anderson to Kuldeep Yadav. There's a third slip in position for him now. Bowls on the middle leg, and it's turned towards Ben Ducket at mid-wicket. Jaiswal in 2020 was playing the Under-19 World Cup for India, and he finished the highest run getter there, 400 runs in that World Cup. India didn't win that, lost in the final to Bangladesh. And then at 17 years and 292 days in 2021, as Anderson comes into bowl to Kuldeep Yadav. Once again, a huge appeal this time. Kuldeep Yadav squared up, beaten. But I thought there was just a little extra height as it was angling across the stumps there. Ben Stokes doesn't look interested. And Anderson has started his walk back to the run-up. So no, England not taking the review there. They have 2 remaining. KP, I thought a bit of a little bit extra height there.
Yeah, they don't want to waste a review. Probably pitched outside leg, as we're seeing now on review. Absolutely pitched outside leg, so it wouldn't even have got to
the
seeing
height.
whether or not it was 3 reds or a green and a red and an amber. It didn't matter. You can throw any colour. It was red straight away.
Anderson once again from the far end, as this time angling across the stumps, and Kuldeep Yadav shoulders arms. We're sitting at an angle where it's just impossible to tell when the bowler is coming from the far end.
He's getting a lot of movement to the left-hander, is Anderson. A lot of movement away from the left-hander. He got just enough to nick Ashwin a couple of overs ago, but to the left-hander he's getting a lot of movement. It's hitting that wobble seam, and it's moving away a lot, a heck of a lot.
Yeah, that one had hit him on his knee roll. So again, height would have been of some interest, but again, it wasn't pitching in line. As again, straying on the leg side, and Yadav just plays it towards square leg. Fielder's out in the deep, so he will get off the mark now. Gets on to 1, and it's 381 for 7. So Jaiswal then, at 17 years, 292 days in 21, scored a List A double 100. And the youngest batter in Indian cricket history to do that in List A. And then, of course, the IPL came for him. Plays for Rajasthan Royals. In 2023, scored his maiden 100 in the IPL against the Mumbai Indians at the Wankhede, 124 of 62 balls, which is the second highest IPL score at that ground. And of course, he has the joint fastest half century in IPL against Kolkata of 13 balls.
I was there for that 100. It was
Tell us
quite
about it.
magnificent. You could just see a star was born. And when a star is born, you go and do your research and you go and find out about this kid. And it's one of the world's greatest sports stories. It really, really is.
Shoaib Bashier to continue then, as Kuldeep Yadav is on strike. A slip, a backward short leg, forward short leg in position, as also a shortish cover. He's coming forward now and defending the ball.
I would have preferred to have had Jaiswal on strike. He probably should have said no to that last ball. I think we'd see a lot more acceleration in the run rate if Jaiswal was there.
Bashier again to Kuldeep, who's tried to turn it towards the leg side. Not much bat on that. Kuldeep can bat. He has decent scores in first-class cricket, but it's been such a long time that he's played this format, Test cricket. Bashier once again to Kuldeep. I think 2022 was the last time he played.
Yeah, it's just boring though, isn't it? Block, block, block. With Yashasvi Jaiswal now on 207. We might have seen 6, 6, 6.
You just want more of Jaiswal, that's all. That's all.
I think we all do. Who doesn't?
Well, that's true. That's true. But India do need some sort of a partnership here, as Kuldeep Yadav is forward and defending it.
Yeah, and I think what they want to do is they want to try and get spin from both ends. How long can Anderson go? Anderson's bowled now for 50 minutes. There's 10 minutes till an hour's been bowled in the day's play. England probably know it's one spell that Jimmy are gonna bowl today, or they want Jimmy to only bowl that one spell.
Well, this one a little more bounce, a little flatter from Bashier. Kuldeep is forward, but it hit him a little higher. And you're right. I mean, yesterday he was bowling 4-5 overs in each spell, start of every session. Just in the morning session, he bowled a little spell before lunch where he got Shubman Gill, but otherwise, just at the start of every session. Bashier once again, just the last ball remaining in this over. A little more flight to that one, but Kuldeep is forward and no run. KP doesn't like that over. Too many dot balls.
Too many defensive strokes. But you can see why. They just want to get through Anderson. They're not going to get through him yet because Jimmy Anderson's cap's come off. Ollie Robinson with his peroxided hair has run on. I don't know what's more bright. He's wearing a Lumo yellow bib. And he's got some very, very peroxided hair. But Jimmy, more importantly, is taking his cap off, giving his cap and his glasses to the umpire. And he's going to run in and bowl again now this morning.
So his highest of 40 here in Test cricket for Kuldeep Yadav. An average of just 10. He's not played too many games. This is his 10th Test match. And he's been around for a while. In 2018, he was proclaimed to be one of India's better spinners in this format, but hasn't played a lot of Test cricket since. Anderson once again to Jaiswal, and this time straying on the leg side. Didn't get enough bat on that one, so Ben Foakes will be shielding it. His last Test was against Bangladesh in December 22. I mean, it seems like it hasn't been too long, but he doesn't get too many chances, just far and few in between. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look at Anderson this morning on replay. He has been just so brilliant, really has. He's been outstanding with the ball.
Anderson once again, this time fuller as Jaiswal is forward. Ball goes to the deep, towards point region. But he's not running.
No, and all the fielders are back. So Jaiswal obviously wants all of Anderson here, and they want to get rid of Anderson. Getting rid of Anderson will open up a spin from both ends, and I think Jaiswal fancies that. This ground is very small, 57 metres to one side, 60 to the other. It's a chip shot for 6. We just saw one where he did hit 6 of Bashier a little bit early. It came off the inside half of the bat. He didn't get anywhere near it, and it still went over the boarding, not just over the ropes, but over the boarding. So there's a tactic here now. Get through Anderson somehow.
Anderson once again back of length. Jaiswal again forward, again big space open, but he is not going to go for that single.
I think this will finish Jimmy Anderson as well for this spell. He's at 129 kilometres per hour now, so his speeds have dropped, and they're going to drop against Jaiswal. Probably pick up against Kuldeep.
Do you fancy another over from Anderson, or that's it?
Not so sure. I don't think he will. His speeds are down now, but you never know. He might just say, well, if I'm going to bowl today, this will be my bowl.
Anderson once again, 3 deliveries remaining in this over. Again, back of length, and Jaiswal has gone to his back foot and punched it towards extra cover, and he's taken a single now. So 2 deliveries for Kuldeep to fend off.
Yeah, a couple of deliveries here. Let's monitor the speeds. So 129, 131, 130 has been Jimmy Anderson's operating to Jaiswal. He's in his 23rd over. Kuldeep has now faced 16 deliveries, so he's going to get a couple here from Anderson. Stokes has brought the field right up. Deep square leg is staying back, so he's okay with giving Kuldeep a single to square leg if he chips one out there.
3 slips in position for Kuldeep, and well, a bit of edge was there. He was trying to shoulder arms, was late.
Speed. Look at the speed.
136.
136. So he's gone from 129, where he's just bowling within himself, to Jaiswal, who's in, he's set, and he's seeing the ball big. And yeah, that's why you can just see where the effort is now. Get rid of Kuldeep.
And Kuldeep was late on that. He was trying to shoulder that one.
Yeah, he was.
Right. So 1 delivery left in this over. 3 slips. There's also point in position. As well, this is angling across the stumps, outside the off stump, and Kuldeep lets it go. We'll Wonder if we'll see Anderson again in this spell, but it's 382 for 7 now at the end of that over. 12 overs this morning, 1 for 46.
Long conversation now with Stokes and Anderson, and there was a tap on the back there, and I don't know whether that was Ben Stokes saying thank you so much for putting in such a shift this morning, because it's very humid. I did the pre-show out in the middle and I was sweating profusely. It was just crazy, the amount of sweat that was knocking around there. We stood out there for 45 minutes on TV, and it was warm. It was actually so warm that the jacket had to come off. Couldn't wear the jacket this morning.
Yesterday there was a bit of breeze around lunchtime, but not this morning.
Yeah, lunch was different. Lunch was a lot different. It was very, very pleasant.
You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and you can also join us on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. You can leave your comments and your question marks on X, as well as on YouTube. As Shoaib Bashier comes in round the wicket to Jaiswal, who's driven it straight down the ground towards Ben Ducket, who is at deep extra cover, and he takes a single first ball, so he's happy to take that single because it's a spinner bowling. But you'll expect more action from Jaiswal whenever the spinner is bowling. He'll be looking for runs and scoring opportunities.
Oh, you saw that. You just saw the way he played and how hard he hit it out into the sweeper on the offside.
And the field has come in for Kuldeep Yadav, of course. There'll be a slip, there'll be a backward short leg, forward short leg. There's also cover and catching position. Mid-off has also come in closer. Bashier once again to Yadav, but his line is down the leg side. Kuldeep tries to pluck it, but straight to the fielder at forward short leg, so no run there. Bashier once again, he's cutting across in front of the umpire, so he's coming diagonally across the umpire, and this one turning away. He watched it, flatter through the air, but then Kuldeep decided to leave it, trusting the bounce and the turn away from his off stump. Session run rate so far for India, 3.86. Shoaib Bashier once again flatter, and Kuldeep is forward and defending it. There are also fielders at backward point and point. There's nobody in the deep on the offside, so they're inviting Kuldeep, but at the same time a very, very good cordon on the offside for him. Bashier once again, a bit more loop, but Kuldeep is happy to just fend it off defensively. He's batting on 1, has faced 22 balls now. At the other end, of course, the double centurion on his first 100-plus score on home soil. Yashasvi Jaiswal, 209 not out at the non-strikers end, and a loud appeal there from Bashier. But Ben Foakes at he stopped midway. It was back of length, a little bit bounce on that. Kuldeep was forward. Now they're taking the review. Ben Stokes has just joined Foakes and Bashier in the middle, and they say no. So no review on that one. That's the end of the over. 106 now in the Indian innings. 383 for 7, and a very good morning to Jarrod Kimber.
Chetan, I think that was pretty close. I'm surprised that they didn't go for a review there, considering where the game is and everything else. Be interesting to see what Ben Foakes said. He seemed to think it was outside off stump, but I thought that was very, very close to the line of off stump.
Yeah, there was a loud appeal from Bashier, but Ben Foakes started appealing and then stopped, and his hands went on his head, which shows that, obviously the keeper's not very confident. And we are getting another over of James Anderson here, and he's going to be bowling to Yashasvi Jaiswal with 2 slips. Jaiswal is forward and defending it towards extra cover. There's nobody there. Ben Stokes has to run it from almost long off to stop that one. And Jaiswal is not going to take the single. And on replay, well, umpire's call that would have been.
Oh, just on height, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought the line was fine, because that seemed to be what Ben Foakes was worried about. Oh, no, Ben Stokes is saying height, so fair enough. I think I would have reviewed it.
there was some bounce, extra bounce on that from Bashier. As again, this is Fuller from Anderson. Jaiswal is forward and plays it down towards third man. But again, not interested in the single.
It's one thing I noticed about Bashier yesterday. I thought he bowled quite well, probably between that 10 and 30 over period. After that, I thought he struggled a little bit, and it's because when the ball wasn't as hard, he wasn't getting that extra bounce. He really needs that extra bounce. I know he puts good revs on the ball, but especially on this pitch, he needs that little bit of extra bounce. And once that went away, he did look a little bit more pedestrian at times. But you can see, again, he's with that new ball.
Anderson to Jaiswal, who's forward and defending once again.
He's certainly a quality bowler with that. It brings in a different element to his game as well. You don't get that many spinners of his height. Have you stood next to him, Chetan? I know that you're about 6'2", 6'3". Have you sized him up?
Yeah, I mean he is tall and he delivers from that tall angle. The height obviously comes into play, so he can use various lines, various angles in terms of whether he's darting the ball in. Anderson running in once again to Jaiswal, this time left alone outside the off stump. Obviously, he's been bowling just the one over with the old ball today and then straight away onto the new ball. And that has helped with the revs, with the bounce. Do you reckon?
I think it suits the way he bowls at the moment.
Yes.
You have a look at his first class record, and he hasn't played a lot of cricket, but he's been a lot better with the ball in the first 30 overs than he has afterwards. And I think he's just one of those bowlers.
Do you think that was a factor when England brought him into the squad for this this series? I'll come to you as Anderson is running in to Jaiswal once again, who's taken the charge down, played it up in the air, and has he cleared the ropes? No, he'll be caught. He'll be caught at extra cover. The end of the innings for Yashasvi Jaiswal. He gave the charge. He gave the charge to James Anderson. It was in the air for a long, long time and caught at extra cover. The English players now running over to Jaiswal to congratulate him. Pats on the back. And he's gone for 209.
Yeah, he came down the wicket. Obviously, it's that point in the innings, isn't it? He probably just got too far away from it, Chetan. If anything, when he took a step towards Anderson and slightly to the leg side, and then unfortunately for him was just on the wrong side of the ball. Tried the big swing and just sort of sliced it up in the air, and Bairstow came around and took a fairly easy catch, although made it look slightly harder than he needed to in the end. The deep cover, but fantastic innings. I love the way he thinks his way through innings. He doesn't play like just a T20 player. He doesn't play like just a first-class player. He's got that combination of both those things. Incredible head on him. The way he played Anderson, knowing that was his main threat, and then went after the spinners time and time again. Just, we already knew that with Jaiswal, probably from the first innings we saw in Test cricket, that this wasn't going to be an issue for him. But he just looks an absolute different level than most other players his age ever have. It's going to be a fascinating journey to see just what happens with him in the next 5 to 10 years.
Just his third innings on home soil in Test cricket, and he has absolutely rocked it. 209 of 290 balls. Gave the charge to Anderson this time around, but Anderson, who was actually bowling across the stumps to him, well, it didn't really come onto his bat. Got away from him, up in the air, and Bairstow taking the catch. Got Bairstow, bowled Anderson, 209 of 290. India is now 383 for 8. A word from Darren Gough.
Yeah, beautiful from Jimmy Anderson, but obviously just as good from Jaiswal. 209 he got from that, 290 deliveries. Yeah, decent pitch, but he's played some wonderful shots all around the wicket against seam and spin. But Jimmy Anderson just keeps going, keeps putting that ball in the same areas, creating pressure, and the pressure built, and he tried to go for the boundary, and he got caught in the deep by Bairstow. Big wicket for England, still in it, trying to dismiss India for under 400.
Yeah, that's the big question now, Goughy. And Anderson, 3 for 45 into his 24th over now. What do you think about him as Neil Manthorp comes in?
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson, we've just been saying, I mean, the way he's bowled this morning, I know he bowled well yesterday, but today, this morning, he's bowled absolutely superbly. He's tested the outside edge of the left-handers, he's created pressure to the right-handers, and he's looked dangerous. He's looked like taking wickets. He's looked comfortable.
and fit and strong and durable. And I think he'll want to carry on, I would imagine. I mean, I know that it's been a long spell and he's bowled unchanged from the Dr. Vizzy end, the far end from our commentary box, but there are 2 wickets left and he's got 3 for 45. Here he is with his next delivery after the drinks break, and Jasprit Bumrah, the new batsman, plays this defensively up towards mid-off. There's no run as Ben Stokes comes in to do the fielding at the end of the over. India 383 for 8.
There's no way he's coming off. He's got 3 wickets for 45, 24 overs. He is sniffing a 5-4. He's got the 2 tail enders to come in, and he's thinking, I ain't coming off. There's no way I'm coming off. He's doing enough to keep him interested. He's fit, he's fresh. He had a week off. He's not played in the first test. He's and 24 overs he's got under his belt, but he's got plenty left in him, Jimmy. Don't worry about that.
And presumably he'll be banking on at least the rest of today, well, certainly the rest of today and a substantial part of tomorrow to put his feet up if England go well. But they mustn't take anything for granted with the bat when their turn eventually comes. Here's Shoaib Bashier to continue around the wicket to the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav, who plays a lovely cover drive, just beats that Crawley. It won't reach the boundary. Ben Stokes is in pursuit, and they will go through for 2 though. I think India just need to keep batting here, and there aren't undue problems for any of the batsmen. Yesterday there was no more than gentle turn available to encourage the spinners, apart from Jimmy Anderson with the new ball. Here is Bashier once again. Forward comes Kuldeep, playing defensively. He's got a couple of half centuries in first-class cricket, Kuldeep Yadav, but number 9 is perhaps one place a little higher than he's accustomed to in Test cricket. Anyway, he's got 3 off 25 balls. Here is Bashier, much shorter, dragged down, pushed into the pitch, and plays it off the pitch out towards Ollie Pope under the helmet at short leg. Ben Stokes still. Oh, I see Rian Ahmed's warming up now. So does that mean that Jimmy Anderson is going to come off? I don't think he'll want to, as you said, Goffey. Bashier in again, right up in the block hole, driven. Zach Crawley dives over the ball. Stokes fields at mid-off. They scamper through for another single. What batting?
I'm usually surprised.
Well,
usually surprised if he comes off. Usually, I think he'll replace the off spinner Bashier. I really do. I think Jimmy will carry on bowling.
What batting world record does Jasprit Bumrah hold, Harmy? I mean, Goffey. Harmy, sorry.
13 and over. What did he get or something?
Yeah, 35 off Stuart Broad. Most expensive over in Test cricket. He wasn't responsible for all of them. You remember there was a 4 wides over the keeper's head, but it was 35 off the over. Jasprit Bumrah heaving and slashing and at Edgbaston in the 5th and deciding Test match between these two in the last series. Here is Bashier once again. Around the wicket he stays to Jasprit Bumrah, who comes forward and pushes that defensively out. I'm keeping my eyes on Jimmy Anderson, and he's currently fielding at backward point, and he doesn't look like a man who's cooling down. I think, as you say, Goffey, there'll be uproar if he's taken out the attack now. Forward comes Bumrah once again, pushing here out towards cover. Tom Hartley does the fielding. Oh, Jimmy, you won't mind that. He's taken a single off the last ball of the over, and that means that Jasprit Bumrah will still be on strike when Jimmy. Yeah, that's right. He's just marched up to the umpire and given him his cap and glasses.
Absolutely, there's no way. Just from experience, I mean, you get into this situation. The last 2 batters are in. You know you've got the skills to put the ball in the right areas, create pressure. He's making the ball move both ways. He's not going for any runs. He's going for less runs than the spinners are. You keep going. You keep going. He's got an opportunity in India to get a 5-4. There's no way he's coming off. No way at all.
The new ball is 12 overs old now. 3 slips in place and a gully as well, as Jimmy Anderson is in bowls to Bumrah, and that's straight and it's turned off his pads out behind square on the leg side, and they will take a single off the first ball of the over. Jimmy Anderson has 3 for 46. India are 388 for 8. Welcome to our listeners once again on talkSPORT, joining us for every ball, live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2 throughout the 5 test matches. Right, Kuldeep Yadav. What's the plan here, Goffey? Is he looking to swing or nip? Wobble seam?
I think to the right-hander it would be to bowl it full and get him out LBW bowl, but I think to the left-hander, with his skill and his natural, the way he does it, Jimmy Anderson, he's taken away towards the slip cordon, away from the left-hander, and the odd one coming back in.
Here he is, leaves alone,
ball.
outside the off-stump, Kuldeep Yadav, no shot offered. Credit to these two.
Go.
Yeah, is it that swung, did it?
Yeah, just a little bit of movement away from the left-hander. And that's what his skill is. That's a huge skill of Jimmy Anderson. Got so many wickets doing that over the years, especially in his later years.
The 3 slips: Joe Root, Zach Crawley, Johnny Bairstow. Tom Hartley's actually just dropped down to the 3rd man boundary. It's interesting. Cover as well. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Anderson in bowl, beats Kuldeep outside the off-stump. Kept it a little bit low, but it was a tentative push at that one from Kuldeep. I think he looks like a man with a number of thoughts going through his head. He knows what Jimmy Anderson's trying to do.
Well, you know what's coming, don't you? He's setting him up nicely here. This is what bowlers are good, especially experienced bowlers like Jimmy. He's setting him up, wanting everybody to go across towards that slip cordon, and then they'll get the one that's a bit straighter and hopefully just nips back into the stumps and traps him on the crease.
Anderson once again into his familiar stride up to the crease now, bowls to Kuldeep outside the off stumps. A very good leave. That's very well played. Jimmy's banking on a tentative forward push at that one, but it didn't. Why is Tom Hartley at 3rd man? I'm trying to work out why he's feeling down on the 3rd boundary. Is he there for the catch? Thinks Kuldeep might have a little slash. Don't think Ben Stokes will be.
Well, he could do.
Yeah, it seems slightly incongruous. There's a long leg as well. Shoaib Bashier, square leg mid-on, mid-off cover, 3rd man, 3 slips. Here is Anderson again, bowls. Kuldeep beaten, all ends up here outside the off stump, and Jimmy turns away, wheels away, as he has done many thousands of times during his career. That was too good.
Absolutely wonderful, wonderful delivery. It is a pleasure to watch, and as an ex-bowler myself, and I want a bad bowler, but when you watch Jimmy Anderson, he makes you look pretty average, really. His natural skills, for him to keep going 41 and still keep delivering and still wanting to improve, is a credit to him. But that delivery as to the left-hander, going across the left-hander, is just quality.
Anderson into Kuldeep, straightens up and it hits the middle of the bat defensively. Anderson picks up off his own bowling, swivels, has a shy at the stumps, but Jasprit Bumrah had scuttled through and was safely into his ground. A couple of observations there, Goffey. You're never an ex-bowler. Once a bowler, always a bowler. You were a little above average yourself.
Yeah, but like I say, I've got a decent record. But like I say, when you just watch Jimmy, you do nothing but admire him. Manners. His record is remarkable, and for him to be doing this now, like I said, I mean, there was calls for him to be playing in the 1st test, but England went for the Mark Wood. But he just shows what he brings to the team. He brings accuracy. He doesn't go for any runs. He creates pressure. He's unbelievable against left-handers. Slips are always in the game, and he has that art to bring the odd one back into the left-hander as well. He tried it that last ball of the last over, didn't quite work, and they tucked it away for a single. But it's quality all around the world. He's got a good record.
I've learnt very quickly that there's no point trying to second guess Ben Stokes as captain, but he did tell Rian Ahmed to warm up an over ago, but Shoaib Bashier it is, because it's the left-hander on strike presumably, and Kuldeep comes forward and nudges that one out to Zach Crawley at extra cover. Rian Ahmed is still loosening up, he's still throwing his arms around, and I'm sure that's not of his own volition. He's not trying to tell the captain, can I have a bowl please? But because the left-hander is on strike, Bashier is turning it away from him. That's short, wide and cut, not timed. Trickles out to Ducket at cover. Very good crowd in today. And they've managed to get into the stadium a little bit more efficiently than they did yesterday on the first day when the scanners weren't working. Some number of them weren't. Bashier in again. Kuldeep comes forward. He looks very organised, Goffey, Kuldeep Yadav.
He does. He can bat defensive, like I say, in these conditions. The pitch, they're not rapid pitches, are there? And as a lower order batter, if the pitch is not going to be rapid and you can't get it on the head, it makes you a lot more comfortable at the crease.
Ooh, lots of air this time from Shoaib Bashier. He's tossed that right up above the batsman's eye line, but it's turned out to be a low full toss. And it's clipped out to Tom Hartley, who's sweeping on the leg side boundary. But it's credit to him and Jasprit Bumrah, who was absolutely gold-minted number 11 when he made it into the Indian Test team. But he was encouraged. Just find a method. Just don't worry about the textbook. Just learn to bat. Don't be a rabbit. Outside the off stump, kept very low, left alone, nicely taken by Ben Folkes. And the same applies to Kuldeep Yadav, who was also also a genuine number 11 when he made his international debut. Concentrated on his left arm wrist spin, but he too has found a method and has worked on his game as a batter. As Bashier in once again, pushed out behind square on the offside. What's Jimmy Anderson doing? Oh, he's strolling off down towards the boundary. I think Dan Lawrence is coming on to relieve him. Anderson is off. Literally, he's strolling off the field. That's a surprise.
I'd be gutted if I were Jimmy Anderson. I think he got one more in. And you look at his average, Jimmy Anderson. A stat came up, man. There's a few, like the last over, and it talked about his averages in different countries against different countries. And he's really not struggled against, because he's got plenty of wickets against Australia and South Africa. It's interesting because they probably are being, for me, when I played, the hardest tour to get wickets on for me was South Africa. I thought I played some absolute belters in those conditions. And I think Jimmy's found it the same against Australia, averages 34, I think, and against South Africa, 33 or 34 as well. So those are the two teams he's struggled against, if you want to call it a struggle.
For various reasons, which I won't go into because I don't really understand them. Well, the ball doesn't swing so much in South Africa, does it?
I found it difficult, Manners. I must admit, anywhere I went to Sri Lanka, Pakistan, I took wickets and felt in the game. But South Africa was one place that, if you didn't get wickets with a new ball...
Oh, full toss. That's a very, very friendly and gentle first delivery from Rian Ahmed, and it's punched away by Jasprit Bumrah for 4 through mid-wicket. Oh, dear.
Good shot, though. I say, you like them, don't you? They're called freebies, them, Manners. Loosener.
Knee-high full toss.
Yeah, Loosener from Rayan. Tried the googly. Oh, you can hit that anywhere.
And he picked the gap at mid-wicket. It's gone for 4. 395 for 8. Rian Ahmed in. Good delivery this time. Bumrah is reaching for the leg spinner and is well beaten outside the off stump. And he has a chuckle at himself at his own expense there, Bumrah. He's got a big grin on his face, and that's all you can do. He's missed that by a long way. Slipping a short leg for Rian Ahmed. Mid-on and mid-off, halfway back. Sweeper on the cover boundary and square leg boundary. And this time Bumrah again grasping for this one. And now rehearses the leave alone. Well, yeah, I mean, don't push defensively. Don't be beaten. Don't provide a soft edge to slip. If you're going to hit it. And if it's, I don't know whether he's picking the leg spinner or not, but rather leave that one. Here's Rian Ahmed in, quicker one, top spinner, pushed away. Bumrah, bat and pad together. Ducket comes in to do the fielding. As I said, man at backward point. 2 Indian batsmen yesterday out cutting late in the day, cutting the spinners to backward point. Ball turning away from them. Here is Rian Ahmed in again. Edge gone! Joe Root takes a simple catch at slip. Beautiful bowling. Rian Ahmed's got it bang on target this time. Bumrah pushed forward. Simple as you like. Leg spinner outside edge. Joe Root slip catch. Thank you very much. 395 for 9.
Well, that's why they bring the mystery on, isn't it? When they're creating pressure from Jimmy Anderson, who's been fantastic, but the leg spinner comes into the attack. not quite sure as a lower order batter which way the ball's going to go. It creates anxiety for the batsman. He tries to play it through the leg side, gets an edge, and a comfortable catch for Joe Root at slip. It's a big wicket again. Ren Ahmed picked up his 3rd wicket now. 9 down India, 395 on the board. Can they get that magic 400? As Mukesh comes to the crease, but Bumrah has to go for 6 of 9 deliveries.
Cheers, Goffey. Well, great morning's work for England so far. 1 more to go. 395 for 9. We are what, 1 hour and 20 minutes into day 2. And Mukesh walks out to join Kuldeep. If you are just joining us early on a Saturday morning, Jaiswal completed his double 100. 209 from 290 balls before he was very well caught by Johnny Bairstow. Deep out on the mid-wicket side off the bowling of James Anderson. Ashwin caught behind off the bowling of Anderson for 20. He was the 7th man out, and Bumrah there becoming the 9th. So England are on the verge of wrapping this up and getting themselves out into the middle and starting the reply. 1-0 up in the series, of course. Second match of this 5-match series. Ren Ahmed then. 3 for 65. Comes in from the far end. It's the googly. Takes Mukesh on the pad. A strangled appeal. Let's just keep it at that. And it takes him on the pad. End of the over here on talkSPORT. talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 395 for 9 after 111 overs, Goffey.
Yeah, McKenna, and this is why it's good if you have that luxury of fitting in a mystery spinner, a bit of mystery into your side. India have brought in Kuldeep for this test match, so it'll be interesting to see him bowl on here as well if the England batters don't pick his deliveries. And same for England here with Rehan. He comes into the side. He played the last test match, but he's got a little bit of a pitch here. If you can get the chance to bowl at the lower order batters, the ones who are going to struggle to pick, you can be as good as any fast bowler with that mystery. And he's picked up the wicket of Bumrah, and that's why Stokesy's brought him into the attack.
Bashier to start a new over to the left-handed Kuldeep, aims an expansive cover drive, well fielded by Zach Crawley at short extra cover, straight into the floor. Manages to knock it down as it is coming towards him. So there's just a slip in place as a direct close catcher. Crawley's actually taken 3 or 4 strides further in at short extra. It's hit straight to him, the next one, as Bashier is around the wicket to Kuldeep. And now actually Zach Crawley is going to go back to his original position. Constantly changing the field, Ben Stokes. Bashier around the wicket, running away from us. Kuldeep aims a big shot off the back foot, but with no timing whatsoever. And Zach Crawley will do the fielding, and Ben Stokes is now signalling to Johnny Bairstow at long elm. Come in to a normal mid-on, please, as they try and tighten the ring around Kuldeep. Bashier around the wicket. Kuldeep plays forward, opens the blade, beats Rehan Ahmed at point. They take one, they're going to try and come back for a second, but they won't get there. Ball well fielded by Dan Lawrence, who is out doing the cover sweeping duties, and it will be a single, so Mukesh will be on strike. 396 for 9. Mukesh, he just might have picked up on the some of those, taken a leg stump guard. And the right-handed batter, he's got a high test score of 0 not out, so he doesn't often trouble the scorer too much. Bashier over the wicket to him, comes forward, just plays quietly out in front of himself. And there is no run. 1 ball left of the over. What a spell for England this morning. 1 ball short of 19 overs sent down, 3 for 60. And they managed to get Jaiswal out without too much damage. Yes, he completed the double 100, but they managed to get him shifted. And now England are attacking. There's a slip, leg slip, and short leg around him. Bashier is going to bowl around the wicket, coming between the umpire and the stumps to the right-hander, and it's edged and caught. Bashier ends up with a 3 for India, 396 all out. Mukesh comes forward, takes the outside edge. Jarrod has another catch to his name, but 396. India resumed today 336 for 6 after yesterday's efforts, but they are cleaned up. It bounced, it took the shoulder of the bat, and Jarrod takes a very, very good catch at slip, but the England players are walking off as India bowled out in 112 overs for 396. Darren Gough, your thoughts?
Yeah, interesting one at 396. You would say normally you get 396 in the first innings of any game, you're well and truly in it. And I think India will be a little bit disappointed they didn't get to that 420 mark. England seemed the happier of the two teams coming off. Stokes is charging off, clapping his bowlers. And he did a similar thing with Bashier, didn't he, today? He kept him on, gave him overs, thinking he can benefit from it when it comes to the second innings. It's his first ball on tour and first ball in an England shirt, this test match, and he's kept him going and he's picked up 3 wickets. So well done again, Ben Stokes. And it'll be interesting how England go about this, chasing down that first innings total by India, 396. Again, it's a decent total, a good total, but I think realistically you'd have been looking around that 420 mark, so probably 30 odd 30 short of where they wanted to be. Anderson was magnificent this morning. In fact, the whole match so far, he bowled beautifully to pick up 3 wickets. Ahmed 3 wickets and Bashier 3 wickets. So good performance really from England's bowlers. Seam and spin.
Absolutely. Let's rattle through the scorecard for you of that Indian innings then. Jaiswal 209, Rohit 14, Shubman Gill 34, Shreyas Iyer 27, Patidar was 32, Akshar 27, Barrett 17, Ashwin 20, Kuldeep 8 not out, Bumrah 6, Mukesh 0, the last man out. Anderson 3 for 47 from 25 overs. He's gone at less than 2 and over, picking up 3 wickets. Jarrod 0 for 71 from 14. Hartley 18 overs, 1 for 74 from him. Bashier on debut 3 for 138 from 38 overs, and Rayan Ahmed 3 for 65 from 17. Right, deep breath territory, because England will have less than half an hour to bat to take us through to lunch on day 2. This is the sort of spell, Goffey, that actually as an opening bowler you're quite looking forward to, because in a way the batters can't really win here, can they? Half an hour you can't really do anything positive, but you can of course get out.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a good chance. And actually, watching Jimmy Anderson bowl this morning, I think Bumrah will be going out there and thinking, you know, he's bowled well there. There's a bit of movement both ways. He's created doubt, especially for someone who got 200. Jaiswal was very watchful of Jimmy Anderson, realised that he was bowling well, showed respect to it, and Bumrah's going to come out, and we know how England play. Look, Crawley and Ducket, I thought, got starts, didn't they, both of them in that first test match, and they got England off to flyers, and they'll be looking to come out and play that same brand of cricket they've played now for about 18 months. Crawley really looks to hit down the ground, Ducket more square of the wicket, so it's going to be interesting how they play. And India's spinners, during today's play, they've got a good little ball now at these England players, and after watching that first test match there would have been plenty of talk and how they're going to set fields for the likes of Ducket and Pope, who play a lot of reverse sweeps, and Crawley, and it'll be interesting to see how India attack England. Really, really excited about the day's play.
And 2 seamers, of course, for India in Bumrah and Mukesh. So they've got, because you know, Harmy said before this one, there was probably a case for England actually going with Mark Wood and Anderson having 2 seamers in. So it'll be interesting to see how 2 seamers actually go in tandem.
Well, interesting they've gone for 2 seamers. That's their chosen attack. They did that in the last test. They're doing it again here. And it'll be interesting to see how they do perform. But we all know Bumrah's the danger man. He's the one who, the last test match, got 6 wickets on that pitch. It was a featherbed. This one, it's going to get slower. It's going to get more uneven. There's a little bit of movement. So it'll be interesting how they come out. As I said, he comes out, he bowls it well to the left-handers. He can go across it with the odd one coming back. With that action he's got, that open action, Bumrah, awkward action. And I'm really, really excited about the next half hour's play. In fact, I'm really excited about the old days play because there's so many factors that are going to come into it. England 1-0 up, played beautifully that last 2 days of the last test match. And there's question marks against the Indian spinners and how they're going to attack England's batters. And everybody around the world will be watching this with interest. Can England be as positive as they were in that first test and play well against these spinners of India?
Absolutely. I mean, Jaiswal kind of played a England-style innings, didn't he, with that incredible knock earlier on. So, well, the crowd is filling up. They've been here a while, and it fills up during the day. It's another bright Saturday morning, decent temperature, not really hot just yet. 11 o'clock in the morning here in Visakhapatnam. Looking around, the school children are in today. There's plenty of school uniforms on site as we look around, and they're watching at the moment as the Indian players come out and do their warm-up fielding drills and bowling. Every time someone comes vaguely near one of the stands, the cheers and the screams go up. That's a cheer for Bumrah just coming in and bowling a practice delivery. So they know as much as everyone else, Goffey, of how important Bumrah is. But this place it's only had 2 test matches before. The last one of them was against South Africa back in October of 2019. They really are making the very most of having a test match here.
Well, I said to Jarrod, earlier, I said it looks a decent place for a pre-season tour, actually, because you get probably the old middle practice there. It's by the, like I say, it's by the water, beautiful place, and it'll be on the list. Well, absolutely, there's no problems with that.
I can tell you, talking to Zach Crawley 2 days before the game, we were talking about, and we said, first of all, about the ground itself. It feels very Caribbean, sort of Grenada, Trinidad, that kind of feel. And I said, how many people sort of know a great deal about the ground? He said, well, actually, I came here with Kent's under-17s a few years ago. We didn't play any matches, but we did some practice. So by the sound of it, you're going to have to join the queue if you want to bring Yorkshire out here, because there's a few already.
Well, the Diamonds side, Northern Diamonds, they're going to be going, one of the regional teams, they're going to be going over to Mumbai, and there's another couple of teams over there as well. I think Lancashire are going to Bangalore pre-season, the men's and the women's team. So it's proving popular for English county sides to go over to India, get practice, gives them experience on turning wickets. We're not going to get many of them in the UK, but it's a great place to tour. So much interest in cricket. You get so many net bowlers who want to come as well and have that experience of bowling at first-class cricketers. And it's a wonderful place, full stop. So I get why there's a huge interest from cricketers around the world to go to India.
Goffey, I can just see the Yorkshire players going into training this morning after listening to that, rolling their eyes going, we go to Dubai or Visakhapatnam. I can't see too many of the Yorkshire lads being happy coming to Visakhapatnam off the back of Dubai.
There's a golf course there, though, isn't there, Army? I think I saw the lads out on the golf course.
There is a good one, but joking aside, I think you're right. The facilities here is excellent. I've really been impressed by Visakhapatnam as a place. It's less chaotic. Getting to the ground of a morning, there's no issues traffic-wise. Down the beach where the England team hotel, it's a lovely area for, you could have a training facility. And I'm not been to the net area. Which is not a surprise, because obviously during my cricketing career I didn't really go to the net area when I was playing, but the surface itself here on the pitch, there's quite a few pitches. There's about 12 strips on the square. So you're right, I think there will be counties over in England or places around the world go, well, if you want a good all-round cricketing surface, which I think this is in the middle when England are playing India on now, is definitely somewhere where we could explore and possibly that bit cheaper option for a pre-season trip.
Yeah, just talking about exploring in golf courses, by the way. We did both of those yesterday, as our driver taking us home last night decided to take us the scenic route to show us some of the sights of Visakhapatnam, and took us via the golf course, the lake that was next door to it, and then the prison. So quite what he thought, maybe the sort of talkSPORT's reputation precedes us, that he felt we needed to see the prison. So thank you very much, sir.
Well, we army with you. Better look after him, because we don't want to end up bailing him out. He'll feel at home in there.
No, again, no. The problem is, Goffy, when we do get one of these tuk-tuk drivers or taxi drivers who decide that he's got 3 or 4 English people touring in the back of his car, he wants to be a tour guide. On a 3-lane highway, he stops the car in the middle of the middle lane to tell us that the golf course is on the left, the prison is on the right. And there's big buses and juggernauts coming right up behind us, and we were just bracing for impact, thinking we are now having a tour guide staying in the middle of the highway and waiting for the crash to happen. But it is a lovely place, Visakhapatnam. I've really enjoyed the stay that we've had so far.
Well, I've got to say, there is a drive available at Mercedes, with Lewis Hamilton moving on to Ferrari. Some of these tuk-tuk drivers, honestly, if Toto Wolff is listening at this time of the morning, their spatial awareness is remarkable. There should be a crash about every 3.5 seconds, but there isn't. It's absolutely remarkable. Right, the rolling has finished, and the players make their way out, and Zach Crawley, on his birthday, is about to take the first ball of the England innings. 26 today, Zach Crawley, and he will be facing the first delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah will bowl from the Dr. Vizzy end, the far end. Found out a bit more, actually, about our old mate, Dr. Vizzy, from yesterday. We told you about how he'd basically bought his way into the Indian cricket team and how he'd bought the captaincy. Turns out he wasn't even a proper doctor either. It was an honorary doctorate, and he merrily whacked it on. So the story gets even better, as far as I'm concerned, for him. But anyway, it'll be Bumrah from the Dr. Vizzy end, 2 slips, gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A mid-wicket, a square leg just in front of square towards mid-wicket, and then a long leg. So here we go then, England replying to India's 3-9-6, and here comes Bumrah outside of Crawley's off stump. It's through to K.S. Barrett, the wicket-keeper. There's no run. Steve Harmison, first and foremost, decent carry on that delivery. Yeah,
good carry. There's been good carry in this surface, and that's why I think having 2 seamers will help Rohit Sharma. There's a fine balance about the England side trying to get 2 seamers into their side. I would like to see Mark Wood bowl on this surface, because probably one of the fewer surfaces in India where the ball actually does carry and keeps a level of consistency of bounce and pace going past the batter.
Bumrah in once again. That's wider of off stump, and Crawley doesn't need to do anything with that, and allows it through to K.S. Barrett. Barrett passes it to Shubman Gill, who's at first slip. It is Shreyas Iyer at gully, so it's Jaiswal at second slip. Now, of course, KL Rahul did first slip in the first test, because, of course, Virat's normally there, but he's not available, so Rahul did the first, but he's now injured, so it's now Shubman Gill. Just as a bowler, you like consistency in your slip cordon, don't you? You want to know that everyone knows their position, who's going for what, so that might just be a little one to keep an eye on, as this one is leg side-ish from Bumrah. It hits Crawley on the pad, and K.S. Barrett will field down the leg side, no run.
I know Goffy's gone, but I think you'll back me up on this one. Forget consistency, you just want to catch it. Got no interest in whether he does field there or he doesn't field there. As long as he catches it, I really don't care who fields where. And I think if the ball gets nicked and it goes there, you want to be assured, especially on wickets like this, on these surfaces where chances are few and far between, concentration levels for the slip fielders, and make sure they catch it.
Bumrah in on that short run up again. It's a leave from Zach Crawley outside of off stump, just threatening to run back in towards off stump, but Crawley is happy enough to just allow that to go past. 20 minutes to go to lunch. An awkward session for these England batters.
Bumrah's looking to drag Zach Crawley across. He's bowled 3 balls now well outside off stump. And that's a plan, trying to get the ball, get Zach Crawley's head and his big toe onto off stump or just outside off stump for the one that comes back through the air or nips back off the surface.
Bumrah in, and it's Zach Crawley leaving alone once again. Carries through to Barrett, no run.
So this is not Bumrah wasting the new ball. This is their plan. This is how I would bowl to Zach Crawley early in the innings. You want to try and get his big toe from pointing at sort of cover point, as opposed to pointing more or less straight back down the wicket or to wideish extra cover. If it's pointing towards cover point, then his head goes over, and when you see Zach Crawley's head go over, that's when he gets off balance.
In comes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, is edged, and no. There was definitely a noise of a swish of a bat, but thankfully Crawley doesn't edge it. It goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. So the first over is completed. England have nothing on the board. Some more thoughts from Harmy, and I'm going to get out of the way. Chetan Narula will take over the ball by ball. And
also, when you do bowl it wide to Zach Crawley, he can throw his hands at things with no feet, and exactly what he did there. That was a carbon copy. First ball of the Ashes, Pat Cummins outside off stump, a little bit fuller, a little bit wider, and Zach Crawley at the middle of the bat for 4 and got the Ashes off and running. There, no real foot movement, hands played away from his body. But like I said before, it's not going to be about Jasprit Bumrah wasting the new ball bowling wide of off stump to Zach Crawley. There's a plan to get the body weight and the transfer leaning over towards off stump. And when you do that, when Zach Crawley does that, he's always vulnerable to the one that hits anywhere near the front pad, or when he tries to hit it through mid-wicket or straight back down the ground, when his right shoulder comes in and then he nicks off. So that is a plan that Bumrah is trying to get the England batter out.
2 slips and a gully in position for Mukesh Kumar, who's running in from the D.V. Subbarao end as he bowls to Ben Ducket. That's an inside edge. Inside edge from Ben Ducket, goes past his stumps and runs away for 4. So England, as expected, have started dangerously the way only they can. First runs on the board, 4 for no loss.
Yeah, 4 for no loss. Just jagged back a touch, cramped Ben Ducket for a little bit of room. Inside edge goes past the wicketkeeper. No fielders down there, raced away for 4. Little foot movement, very little foot movement. Not a big foot movement for Ben Ducket anywhere, but that there, he just got caught on the crease.
Over the wicket is Mukesh Kumar, as again an inside edge of Ben Ducket. If Hyderabad it was all about reverse sweeps, it's been inside edges here so far. It was again on the middle stump, right about the middle stump there, and inside edge which goes towards square leg region.
It's a good line and a good length for Ben Ducket, in and tight, in off stump. Don't want to get outside from a line point of view, you don't want to get outside off stump, because if you do, he can punish you through. He gives himself natural width. Talked about him not moving his feet that much, and that's a plus thing for Ben Ducket, because he keeps himself leg side and he naturally gives himself width.
Bowling first time to Zach Crawley, then gets a good shape outside the off stump going, bowls with 2 slips and a gully in position, and that's left alone by Zach Crawley there. So just like Yashasvi Jaiswal, Mukesh Kumar is also playing his first test on home soil. Made his debut in the West Indies, played 2 test matches there, then played a 3rd test match in South Africa, and he gave a very, very good account of himself in South Africa in that 2nd test at Cape Town. Kept it tight, bowled within himself, good movement away from the off stump. He's not your hit the deck hard kind of a bowler. He's just going to run in nicely, just chugging along as Zach Crawley is waiting for someone to move away from the side screen. He's just going to chug along nicely. Bowls at 100, 133, 135. And just a hint of movement, not exaggerated, just a little hint.
As Jimmy Anderson's just shown, that's what you need on this surface.
Kumar once again, as the side screen is in order, this time strays on the middle and leg, and Crawley has just flicked it off his pads, and that'll be a first boundary to him towards mid-wicket. It's the second 4 in this over now for England. They've moved up to 9 for no loss.
We talked about Zach Crawley's balance at the crease, and When he plays shots like that, you know he's in total control of his movements. There's no falling over there. He times it absolutely perfect. Middle of the bat. It wasn't a half volley, it was just a ball coming on to middling leg with the angle. And he just helped it through mid-wicket, eased it through mid-wicket. That was a glorious shot from Zach Crawley.
2 slips and a gully in position, and Jasprit Bumrah is at a slightly deeper backward point as Crawley comes forward and plays it defensively towards cover.
And that there's where you want to be bowling to Zach Crawley. More on off stump. Just stopped his right shoulder coming in too much. Just squared him up a little bit. A thicker outside corner of the bat. Rolled off to extra cover, but he's... the way the shape of the shot was and the way the bat angle came down, that was trying to hit it on leg side again, trying to force himself to play straight, to force himself early in his innings to get his movements down the ground as opposed to across the stumps.
Kumar once again to Crawley as this was back of length on the off stump, and he stood tall and punched it towards the cover region, and the fielder will cut it off. They'll get a single to end the over then. It's 2 overs done in the English first innings. It's 10 without loss. And if you're just joining us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 this morning, India have been bowled out for 396. Yashasvi Jaiswal 209, and the second best score there for India, Shubman Gill's 34. That disparity on a first day track where India opted to bat first, that's staggering. James Anderson finishing with 3 for 47. Rehan Ahmed picking 3 for 65. Shoaib Bashier in his maiden test innings picking up 3 for 138. England in reply, 10 for no loss. And Harmy, that disparity, 209 and 34.
Yeah, when you see a scorecard like that, Chetan, it's either the pitch is doing a bit and there's something there for the bowlers and one player's played unbelievably well, or...
We'll come back to that as Bumrah continues from the far end. 2 slips and a gully in position. Played with soft hands towards mid-on, but no run.
Like what I think has happened in this first innings is that the pitch is good. There's one player decided that, by hook or by crook, I'm going to make sure I don't give my wicket away. And 10 others did.
Let's get Jarrod's thoughts on that as well. Jarrod, what do you make of the disparity? Obviously, Yashasvi Jaiswal a double 100, but then Shubman Gill the next best at 34.
It's not ideal. Isn't it the first time an Indian player has made a double 100 without anyone else making a 50, I think, as well?
Bumrah to Crawley, and there's a thickish outside edge. It was outside the off stump, bit of width there, and he's guided it into the gap between gully and second slip. Shreyas Iyer at gully couldn't do anything about it. Another boundary to Zach Crawley. He's moved on to 9.
India bowling well here, but a couple of boundaries off the edges probably makes it look not as good. So far, the inside edge, obviously from Ducket back near his stumps. This one here, just want to say soft hands from Crawley, which we don't always see from him. But
yeah.
to go back to your point, Chetan, I think that if you really go through, there were 2 short balls that they probably should have put away that they hit straight to a fielder. They had another one that was punched onto their stumps, and somehow someone got caught behind of a ball running along the ground, which I still don't understand, Harmy.
As Bumrah bowls and Crawley comes forward this time. Firm defensive prod towards the mid-on region. No run there.
See it run along the ground. It was a great catch. It was
no, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But how often do you think anyone's going to get caught behind of that ball?
Absolutely,
right? If you drag that back onto your stumps, you go, well, that's fair. But getting caught behind off that's ridiculous to even get an edge and for it to carry to the keeper.
He got a good piece of it as well. He got a good edge on it. It was a fine catch by Ben Ducket. But again, like in Hyderabad, India found a way of getting out, sometimes to bad balls.
Bumrah to Crawley, this time fuller, and he's again punched it towards mid-on. Ravichandran Ashwin, the fielder there. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. You can also join us on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel, and please do subscribe when you join us.
Just on the cut shots, Harmy, it's worth remembering as well that this is a weakened batting lineup, and the 2 guys that went out playing the cut shots are not specialist batters. Right, so it was Bharat and it was Akshar. They made a decision to have more bowlers in this side, and sometimes that means that you don't hit the cut shot for 4, you hit it straight to point and you walk off.
But it's also about the timing of when you're playing those shots. We'll come back to that as Bumrah bowls to Crawley. 2 slips and a gully in position. This time again straying on the middle and leg, and he's just Played us off his hips. Big chase there from Kuldeep Yadav towards the square leg fence. And the batters will come back for 2 runs. Crawley moves into double digits. 11 not out for him. England 16 without loss. I was on a show here back in the evening yesterday. And the anger, or the comments really, about India's batting failure yesterday, and I'm calling it a batting failure, because the kind of shots and the kind of strokes that Akshar and KS Bharat played at that time of the day, you know.
So you're saying that if you get a short ball outside off stump at that time of the day, you don't play a cut shot?
Well,
I just don't think that's true. I don't think that's how Test cricket's ever been played. I certainly don't think it's how it's played now.
Come back to that in just a bit as Bumrah bowls to Crawley once again, who's forward and defends it. Look, I agree with what you're saying, that if you get that width, you are going to play the shot and go for runs. But it's the kind of, what should I say? You know, they were trying to go positive. They were trying to attack a tad too much and then saying to England, okay, you know what? Bowl to us like that. And England are going to do that. They're going to give them those opportunities to score runs.
I just don't think, like, put it this way, if you compare it to the last test when there was Shreyas Iyer's shot, which was a good wrong-un, outside off stump on a length. He tries to hit over deep mid-wicket for 6. It's like, why are you doing that? He'll bowl a half-tracker in a minute. In this test, they got the half-trackers and they played the correct shots against them and they hit it straight to a fielder. I just don't think those are specialist batters. The ball spinning back off the stumps, you know, there was a few things that happened. The first innings in Hyderabad, I'm much more on everyone's side there, because I was saying at the time I thought they were giving their wickets away. Here I don't think they did.
Mukesh Kumar to start this over, 4th one of English innings, as Ben Ducket comes forward and plays it defensively.
I think the shots were on. They were the right shots to play. And forget the time. I think the world's changing. The way, even in Test match cricket, I think the world's evolving so much that if the shot's on, you play it. Second last ball, the day's play yesterday, Ashwin slog sweeps it into it was on, it was there. Just the execution was poor. It really was poor. It was poor execution from Axar and poor execution from Barrett. It was a cut shot that was on, which was it wasn't a freebie of a ball.
Mukesh Kumar once again to Ducket, who's driven it through the gap between cover and mid-off, and the fielders don't even bother to give it a chase. A boundary there for Ben Ducket, his second boundary as he moves on to 9. Brilliant shot there from Ducket.
It's a little bit, Jarrod, it's a bit like that ball there. It's a half volley outside off stump. We've got 8 minutes before lunch. I'm not going to drive that. I'm going to pat it back because I might nick it to slip. These guys don't think that anymore. The one thing I will say is if Ben Ducket nicks that to slip, I'm not saying, oh, he shouldn't have played that shot because there's 8 minutes to go to lunch. You go, oh, come on, Ben. And that was a poor execution of a half volley.
Now, to that, I agree with you. Now, to that, what I'll say is, you listen to what Yashasvi Jaiswal said after stumps yesterday, as Mukesh Kumar bowls to Ben Ducket once again. Fuller delivery on the off stump. This time he drives and finds Rohit Sharma straight at mid-off. So Yashasvi Jaiswal says that I was getting messages in the last hour to stay and play out the day. So you're sending messages to one batter who's 170 odd that you have to see off the day and finish the day. What is the message being sent to somebody like an Akshar Patel or a Shrikar Bharat when they're coming out to bat? Go and attack, play your shots?
Yeah, the difference in that is you're one batter who you want to make sure he's there at stumps, and your more forceful batters are the ones that you bat around him. It would never happen in the England dressing room, by the way.
Mukesh Kumar, again, this time a lot of width outside the off stump. It was a back of length delivery, and it's cut away gloriously by Ben Ducket. As we are discussing, you may be 8 minutes away from lunch, but that was a gimme ball once again.
Gimme ball outside off stump and a cut shot that was played. But Jarrod, if you go back to when Bazball first started, there was a certain player for New Zealand who batted what Ben Stokes thought batted for himself. I think Ben Stokes has gone into the dressing room after and said, anybody bats like that will never play for me. So yeah, that is the mentality difference between this England dressing room and possibly dressing rooms around the world. I understand why Jaiswal was told you bat for the day, but the other people that come in have got to be aggressive and got to play shots. They just didn't play it very well.
Let's just agree here, in in Hyderabad, India's shot selection was wrong. This time the execution was wrong.
I think that's fair.
Kumar comes around the wicket this time to Ben Ducket, back of length delivery, and he is forward to play it defensively. Score is 24 without loss.
But Chetan, what I would say is we are talking about Akshar Patel, who had batted number 6 like 10 times in his life before, and we're talking about Barrett, who we know is a specialist wicketkeeper, right? There's a big difference between that and Shreyas Iyer playing the shots that he played, and some of the shots in the other set, and and Rohit and Shubman Gill. I don't want to keep going on Shreyas Iyer because a lot of them played those sorts of shots. So it is worth remembering that is the case. But I thought it was interesting if that's what happened and they told one to go and one not to go. It's an interesting thing to tell your really set player not to play shots.
And again, a fuller delivery, half tracker on the off stump. Again, width there to Ben Ducket. And Mukesh Kumar has been smashed to the cover boundary for yet another boundary. It's 4 overs gone. England motoring on at 7 and over, 28 without loss.
Yeah, good shot from Ben Ducket. As a bowler, that's not a bad ball, That's not a bad ball in a bad area. But it is to Ben Ducket. You've got to be tighter to off stump. You really have got to be tighter off stump. Your lines and your lengths have got to be... The margin for error bowling at Ben Ducket is so small because of the way he doesn't leave the ball. He always wants to be on the front foot attacking the ball, and he plays that. So Joe Root plays a shot which goes down to third and gets a lot of joy for that. Ben Ducket's go-to shot is to play the ball through sort of cover point with an angle bat. It has got him in trouble. It has got him in trouble in the past, and he has nicked it back onto his stumps. But because the pace on the ball and his natural width, I didn't think that was too much of a bad ball. It's just a very, very well executed shot from somebody who plays that shot a lot when the ball is probably in a decent area.
Loud cheer going around the crowd here at the ACA VDCS Stadium in Visakhapatnam because India have made a bowling change and they've got in a spinner, and it's not the spinner that you would expect. It's not Ravichandran Ashwin. It's one who's bowled in Test cricket last time in December 2022. It's Kuldeep Yadav who's going to be bowling from the Dr. Vizzy end to Zach Crawley, bowling with a slip and forward short leg in position. Left arm unorthodox coming from over the wicket. He comes forward, does Zach Crawley, plays it defensively. Harmy, what do you make of this change?
Interesting change. Yeah, I think it's the one I would go for with 3 minutes to go before the break. Potentially can turn the ball both ways. Started well. Very, very good delivery first ball.
Kuldeep Yadav, once again, not much loop there. The ball stayed low. It was much outside the off stump and Crawley had to almost dig it out. But he gets a lot of bat on it, so it runs away towards deep backward point, and Akshar Patel has to field it. And they come back for 2 runs, 30 without loss. That one stayed low, Jarrod.
I mean, that's a concern for England, isn't it? Because they've started brilliantly here, but they're still 396, and that one really just didn't get up at all.
The ball is just 5 overs old.
It was a short ball. It was a really real drag down with no real pace on it. Didn't get up.
Kuldeep Yadav this time much fuller, and Crawley plays with soft hands towards backward point. Half tracker that one from Kuldeep Yadav, as Harmy says, not much pace on it either. 88 clicks though, so it really didn't get up, really didn't.
Yeah, but he's not the tallest as Kuldeep Yadav. Comes a little bit round arm as well. He's not really over the top like Bashier or Hartley. So it is coming from a sort of a flatter trajectory.
Well, there's also mid-wicket catching position as well as Crawley goes back into his crease this time, plays it defensively, operating with a slip here. Rohit Sharma, the skipper. You have a fielder at extra cover, backward point, mid-off. Is also long on. Nobody on the deep, on the offside. Kuldeep once again, this time turning from the middle to leg. He's trying to flick it off his legs. Jaiswal Bumrah, the fielder. No, it's Mukesh Kumar. Can't really see him. It's Mukesh Kumar at 45. No run there. Is it the last ball before lunch? Might be one more over. We'll have to wait and watch.
I think England would like it to be the last ball before lunch, and if it is and they get away without any damage or a wicket, it's been a good session for England.
Kuldeep Yadav bowls, a lot of loop on that one outside the off stump, played with soft hands. The fielders are a bit deeper and the batters are able to cross over for a single. It's 31 without loss after 5 overs, and the umpires are not walking off yet, so there might be just one more over.
Yeah, Maria Rasmus is walking quickly to the striker's end. Our Ashwin has got his glasses off, he's got his hat off, he's in place. And Chris Gaffney, who was standing at the non-striker's end by the stumps, ready to flick the bails off, has decided to walk to square leg, and we are going to have another over.
He was standing at long on. The previous over, Ravichandran Ashwin, he just ran in very quickly. He's so eager to bowl this one over before lunch.
Yeah, well, you would be. You want to try to take a wicket to get India. I think India back into this session, because I think England have dominated the session with the ball, and even now with the bat going at just over 6 and over. So Ashwin did. He ran. He obviously an experienced campaigner. He knows the game. I don't think he would have been running in too much if he didn't want this one over before lunch. I think he might have ran in. He might have gone towards the dressing room and used the experience to have the umpire say, "That's it, it's lunch." But he's got his one over.
Well, he would run in even if there were 10 minutes remaining. He's always eager to bowl, coming round the wicket straight away to Zach Crawley, outside the off stump. As he comes forward in defence, he's bowling with a slip, a backward short leg. There's cover in position. There's mid-off and mid-on. Mid-on is bit squarish. That's Mukesh Kumar. And it's also deeper, just 20 yards in from the boundary. This one looped up on the middle leg as Crawley turns it towards backward short leg. And there's also fine leg again, which is squarer up. And Yashasvi Jaiswal is commanding the mid-wicket fence.
Bowled a bit quicker, and he got that one to turn. The second one turned a lot more than the first one.
Lot more loop on that one. This time flattered through the air on the off stump. Crawley comes forward, no run there. So now spin from both ends for India, and you would think why, because we're just about to go into lunch. It's been an absolutely fascinating session of Test cricket once again. Again, outside the off stump, Crawley is putting in a big stride forward, well forward, and defends it towards the cover position.
Again, like we talked about the seamers, our Ashwin's trying to get Zach Crawley across for the one that comes back onto off stump.
Ashwin once again looped up, and Crawley is forward. But
Well down the wicket though, well down the wicket, which is good from Zach Crawley. Getting a good stride in forward, coming at the ball so he can smother any bounce. Long levers that Zach Crawley's got, long legs, hands out in front of himself, doesn't want to get the sort of pad in the way.
And Ashwin's getting a lot more bounce than Kuldeep did. Once again to Crawley as he comes in forward and drives, finds the gap between cover and mid-off. Kuldeep Yadav with the chase, puts in a diving effort there. And they are able to cross over for a single. That should definitely be lunch. It's 32 without loss as the players start walking off. Steve, what did you make of that session?
England session, again, I think England have had a great start to this test match. 4 wickets in the session. Anderson was brilliant, 2 young bowlers, and Bashier and Ahmed, 3 wickets apiece for the 2 of them. And England, not surprising, come out. People saying it's a tricky half an hour. That old cliche, tricky half an hour before lunch. The batters don't like it. Not this team. They play each ball on its merits, and if it's there to hit for 4, which Ben Duckett's done a couple of times, they've put pressure, right back on India. So far so good. I agree with Jarrod and I agree with Goffey. 400 is a sizable first innings score, but the way England bat and this ground, the pitch is still playing relatively well. If England have another good session in the middle of the afternoon, I think it sets this game up for an absolute humdinger when it comes to the latter part of the game, because England will be looking to somehow get 400 plus. Obviously they'll have to bat last on it, and they've had a very, very good start in trying to do that.
Well, a long way to go in the second test yet, but we have just finished the first session on day 2 here. So just to round it up, India began the day on 336 for 6. Jaiswal was unbeaten on 179. He went on to score his maiden double 100. He scored 209 runs of 290 balls. India were bowled out for 396, added 60 runs this morning. James Anderson finishing with 3 for 47 from 25 overs. Shoaib Bashier in his maiden Test outing finishing with 3 for 100 and 138. Rehan Ahmed also picking 3 for 65. So India bowled out for 396, and England had to face 6 overs before the lunch break. They're 32 without loss. Zach Crawley, 15 not out of 28 deliveries, 2 fours in there, and Ben Ducket, 17 not out of just 8 balls. He smashed 4 boundaries. England again 32 without loss after 6 overs. They're trailing India by 364 runs. Right, coming up during the lunch break, Andrew McKenna will be joined by the Daily Telegraph's chief cricket correspondent Nick Holt to discuss his book, Basball, the inside story of a Test cricket revolution. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of India versus England on talkSPORT 2. Don't go anywhere.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second Test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Past the umpire, now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
This game on. Coming this summer, hear unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024 live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Unbelievable.
The biggest football tournament in Europe, driven by the passion and prowess of the world's biggest sports radio station.
Oh, yes!
Broadcasting unmissable output 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the entire tournament.
What a magnificent finish!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany, coming soon to talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second Test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Fielding orders to be a run out!
Only on on talkSPORT 2.
Driven by Ashwin, glorious shot for 4.
He's going in and bowling. Jaiswal comes down to meet him and launches him back over his head for a 6. Anderson, it's edged by Ashwin, and it's taken by folks low down. Just taken a little feather off the outside edge first, so he goes for 20. James Anderson is just doing James Anderson things for England once again.
He's just a master, an absolute master at his trade.
Bashier is in once again. There's a little bit of air on that when it turns into a full toss. It's hit through deep backward square. It's away for a boundary, and it's away for 4 runs that takes Jaiswal to a first test double 100. 201 not out.
To have scored 201 here from 277 deliveries is nothing short of remarkable and nothing more than he deserves.
And it's edged and caught. Bashier ends up with a 3 for India, 396 all out.
And it'll be interesting how England go about this.
2 slips and a gully in position for Mukesh Kumar, who's running in from the D.V. Subbarao end. As he bowls to Ben Ducket, that's an inside edge. Inside edge from Ben Ducket goes past his stumps and runs away for 4. So England, as expected, have started dangerously. It is lunch on day 2 of the second test match. England had reached 32 without loss from just 6 overs of their reply to that 396 all out by India here on talkSPORT 2. 112 overs they batted, and as you heard there, Jaiswal, the top scorer with 209 from 290 balls. Now, during the lunch break, we're going to be talking to one of the co-authors of a book that is out that is all about the English cricket Test revolution. It is entitled Bazball. It is probably the most used word in world cricket at the moment, and the man that it's actually named after doesn't particularly like it, but such is the way that things are. That is how it is. Delighted to say that Nick Holt has joined us here in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box to talk about Bazball, the inside story of a Test cricket revolution. It's yourself and Lawrence Booth who have written it, Nick. So first of all, thanks very much for being here. When did you decide that this book needed to be written? When things started to go so wonderfully well?
Thanks for having me on. No, it was a little bit early in the project. It was probably at the Trent Bridge Test match against New Zealand when I thought, well, there's something starting here. And a couple of years earlier, I'd written a similar book on England's World Cup win, 2019, called Morgan's Men, and so I already had that kind of idea in my mind that possibly something could happen under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, and then we saw what happened at Trent Bridge when they went out and smashed New Zealand everywhere, and it just went from there really, and it just felt like, well, even if this doesn't last long, something has happened in this England team, and that story needs telling.
I always think that almost the setup and the context kind of defines situations like this. So, Brendan McCullum is appointed on the 12th of May, 2022, aged 40. His only real coaching experience is 2 seasons in the IPL, and he comes in to the England job with England on the back of 1 win in 17 Test matches. As it says in the book, English cricket was ripe for evolution, revolution, call it what you want. They got to the stage that something had to give, something had to change, didn't it?
Yes, and it all started a little bit earlier than that with the appointment of Rob Key as Director of Cricket, which also came as a little bit of a surprise. Rob Key was working for Sky, had a very successful career in broadcasting. Andrew Strauss, it was pretty much the last thing he did at the ECB was to appoint Rob Key, and obviously they were old mates, and he said to him, he texted him, said, "You have the nerve to do this? Are you serious about it?" And Rob Key went away and thought about it, and he was, and he always wanted England to be a little bit freer and to play a lot more positively. Most people expected McCullum to be on the shortlist for the white ball job, but he was never really interested in that because he saw the white ball team and thought, well, there's actually not much of a job to do there. They're already a pretty good team. But the Test team was a real challenge for him. And of course, he had a great record as a Test cricketer himself, loved Test cricket. And so once he became available and interested, it wasn't that difficult for Rob Key to make the decision. He realised that this was a great appointment for them. The most important thing is the chemistry with the captain. And obviously, they're two mavericks, Stokes and McCullum. They see the game in the same way. So that chemistry was so important as well.
If it was Joe Root had carried on, do you think we would have got where we are here and now today, a couple of years later? I mean, I'll be honest, at the time, I kind of wanted Joe Root to carry on in purely cricketing terms because I felt he'd had a pretty short end of the stick with the white ball team getting all the preferential treatment. He wasn't necessarily getting the players he wanted. But obviously there was the elements behind the scenes digging that as well. Would we be here and now today with this great revolution if it hadn't been Stokes and McCullum?
That's a good question. If it had been Root and McCullum perhaps a few years earlier, possibly, because Joe is a very positive player himself, always looking to score. I think Joe was tired. He was exhausted by the job, by carrying the team as a player. The COVID tour to Australia drained the life out of him, really. There wasn't much left to give, and it was time for a new direction. And Stokes had been such a loyal number two to Root. It's incredible that he never actually suggested any of this to Joe. He didn't want to undermine him. He wanted to stand back and just offer him support and back him 100% in the way that Joe saw the way that the team should be run. And you can see that in this team now because nobody ever deviates from the message. This is the message that we give you. This is the way we want to play. Anyone who deviates is out. A couple of the backroom team at the start are no longer around because they perhaps said something a little bit negative at the wrong point that McCullum heard. He didn't like. He wants everybody singing on the same hymn sheet. So I don't know. With Joe, his time was over, and this team needed a change, and they needed different ideas and a different direction. And wow, we've had it.
The thing that strikes you straight away, though, and you mentioned that everyone on the same page, everyone seemed to buy into it so quickly. It wasn't as if Brendan had a huge backlog of work that he can say, well, look, I did it here and this happened. We've touched on the fact 2 seasons of coaching in the IPL, but he got everyone to buy into it from day one.
Well, the first thing he did was his first meeting. He sent just the night before. He sent a message to the backroom team, to the players, setting out what he wanted, and that it was going to be clear messaging. We're not going to have team meetings and no BS. We're going to be honest, and most importantly, this is the time of our lives, and we're going to have fun. So this was a team that had just lost to the West Indies, that had been thumped in Australia. It was exactly the kind of message they needed. The first Test match, if you remember, at New Zealand at Lords, they didn't have a great day the first day. Rob Key walked into the team hotel, thought, was it going to be a little bit down? And McCullum was there saying, what a great day. Matthew Potts, wasn't he brilliant? He lifted the mood straight away, and that was what they were desperate for. And Joe himself, when we interviewed him, he said, look, people say they don't have any regrets. Well, I've got loads of regrets. I didn't have that kind of clarity. I didn't have that strength. I didn't stamp my authority in the team in the way that Stokes and McCullum have. So he bought into it immediately, and I think once the players see that Joe's buying into it, Jimmy's buying into it, Broad's buying into it, the others very quickly follow suit.
And that's the thing, is, I suppose, getting the senior players on board, because, as you just touched on there, the youngsters, you might be coming in, you're looking around. If we take this side, Bashier, 6 first-class games of cricket, Rayan Ahmed, not a great deal more. You kind of follow the crowd a little bit, and if you see the senior players on board, well, okay, that's the way, it's one in, we're all in, and you kind of got half the battle done.
Yeah, and Brendan said straight away that look at these guys, the way they play the game. I mean, these are white ball cricketers and why can't they play like that in Test cricket if you give them the backing to do so? So the buy-in was easy also from Anderson and Broad. They were lucky they picked them up at the right time, because don't forget, both had just been left out for the West Indies tour. They were both thinking that, are we done here? And Stokes came in and they had to follow his way. And to be fair, they suddenly discovered their love of the game and found it was great fun. It was interesting really recently, an interview with Stuart Broad saying that it didn't come naturally to him, all this positivity, and he would have to kick himself and say, in the morning, just go downstairs and talk about how wonderful the coffee was, you know, just to get just to get that positive vibe going, because no negativity was allowed. But yeah, they picked up the players, those two, at the right time. They were important. They led from the front, and it went from there.
It is lunch here on the second day of the second Test match. Just gone up 6:20 in the morning in the UK. England are batting. They've managed to dismiss India for 396 in 112 overs. Anderson finished with 3 for 47. Bashier 3 for 138. Rayan Ahmed 3 for 65. Hartley picking up the other wicket, 1 for 74. Jaiswal completing his double 100, 209 from 290 balls. 8th man out, trying to take on Anderson, and was caught by Bairstow deep out on the leg side. Play will be back underway in about 20 minutes or so. I'm Andrew McKenna, in conversation with Nick Holt, the co-author of the book Basball, the inside story of a Test cricket revolution. Nick has written it alongside of Lawrence Booth. It's published by Bloomsbury. I guess the one word that comes up with England at the moment, and Basball a lot, is but, because you get a lot of people say, okay, it's done that, but can it work against this team? Can it work in this location? The incredible thing is they just seem to keep ticking them off, and those buts seem to get kicked into the long grass pretty quickly.
I think one of my favourite chapters that we did was actually the overseas reaction to Basball, the anti-Basball. And so, you know, Nathan Lyon, Justin Langer, there's many Australians who lined up before the Ashes series to knock it. And it happened here, actually, just a few days before the series. And I think people are still making the same mistake. They think Basball is just T20 slogging in Test cricket, which it's not. It's obviously just about batting positively and always looking to put pressure back on the opposition with the bat. So, yeah, that I think it's time to stop that now. I mean, after last week, surely, if it can work there in those situations, 190 runs behind on the turning pitch in India, then it can work anywhere.
That's a great point. Do you think we'll see other teams around the world trying to copy it? Or, as we touched on earlier, is this kind of unique to this group of players with this coaching staff? Can you just cut and paste from one team to another? Because there's a lot of things that have to go into it.
I think teams have to play to the strengths of the players that they've got at the time. And but increasingly, certainly when it comes to batting, that is white ball cricket, that these players are aggressive and they can play every shot, and they play 360 degrees, and they being positive and attacking comes naturally to them. I can't imagine the Aussies taking it on board. I think that would stick in the craw a little bit too much to copy the Poms.
Well, if you remember back in the inception of T20 cricket, I remember one of the first international games, Australia actually took to the field with nicknames on the back of their shirt. So Ricky Ponting had punter on the back. They were so sure it was going to be hit and giggle and it wasn't going to be around very long that they basically gave it short shrift. So you're absolutely right. You know, maybe copying England would just stick in the throats too much.
Well, it's been quite a lot of revision of history over the Ashes series down under in the last few months, that it didn't, obviously clearly didn't rain at Old Trafford and prevent the greatest comeback of all time. But I mean that next series is going to be the sort of the culmination of it all, and that will be amazing, that Test series in Australia in a couple of winters' time, because that will be the biggest test. And obviously Australia's still incredibly powerful at home, got a great bowling attack, so we'll see.
It's a different group of players that you have to pick to play this style of cricket. I mean, Ben Ducket, we said when they came out, they had about 35-40 minutes to bat to lunch, a tricky period. The old school mentality was, well, you know, you can't necessarily get a lot out of it positively, but you can get yourself out and you can find yourself 2 down for each other. Ben Ducket's come out 17 from 8. And playing without a care in the world, and 16 of those have come from boundaries. Yes, one off the inside edge down to find leg, but they're not afraid to play at whatever point, and that, I guess, is the strength of this more than anything else. It's whether it's the first ball of the day, the last ball of the day, you've got to believe it.
How many times have we seen an England team in that situation come out and do exactly what you said, you know, and think, we've got half an hour before lunch, must get our heads down and not lose any wickets. But these guys saw it as an opportunity to bat at 6 and over and force India to think. And you could see a couple of them already, their shoulders were starting to sag a little bit as Ducket was creaming 4 through the covers. But the message is so ingrained in these players now. We were talking during the Test match in Hyderabad about some of the comments after the first couple of days from the players, and you think, my God, they've been glugging the Kool-Aid like mad, but actually they believe it. And I heard somebody say that I hope this isn't the message they're giving off in the dressing room. Well, it's exactly the message they're giving off in the dressing room. What they say in public is exactly the same as what they say in private. Now, possibly sometimes you think maybe in public they could tone it down a little bit, because fans don't necessarily like to hear, well, the result doesn't matter because they paid a lot of money to be here and they want to see the team win. But it's just about being consistent with the messaging.
The selection process that England go with at the moment is just as bold. We touched on you need a certain type of player, but to go and pick 19 and 20-year-olds with barely any first-class action behind them. I mean, you know, the story that the Ben Stokes saw showed Bashier bowling on a social media feed, sends it to the management group going, hey, there might be something here to have a look at. Now, players have been picked young before. Marcus Trescothick was young when Duncan Fletcher went, there's something in this guy. But with so little behind them, it is kind of, again, just taking it that one step further. If they believe in you, and, you know, we've seen, they back Hartley in Hyderabad. Has a difficult first spell in cricket, in Test match cricket, but they keep him on and bowl him 9 overs, so he feels part of it. If Ben Stokes asks you to do something, you must feel 10 feet tall, because you know full well he believes in you.
It's never been a better time to make a debut for England. Full stop. This is if you're going to walk into the Test team, this is the time to do it. That you're going to get back to 100% and made to feel involved. The hierarchy is gone. There's no real hierarchy in this team. They appointed Ollie Pope as vice captain, partly as a bridge between the players to make sure there wasn't a schism over in age, which can happen in dressing rooms. And I think we spoke to Matthew Potts, we spoke to Will Jacks, Josh Tongue, we've spoken to Harry Brook. You know, I know he didn't score 100 on debut, but he did pretty well in his next few Test matches, and the story was the same about how involved they felt by Ben and by Brendan McCullum. Jacks was saying that it wasn't very long before he was asking for certain fielders, and Stokes was letting them have them, and he took 6 for in Pakistan. Josh Tongue felt invincible on his debut against Ireland. He felt 6 foot tall. You know, he had a bad day. He didn't have a bad day. He didn't take any wickets on the first day, but Stokes brought him on straight away the following morning, and of course he then did take wickets. So yeah, it's something that's something that is a real trademark of this environment.
The book is out in hardback. In a few months' time, we'll be getting the paperback version. I suspect there may be a couple of extra chapters in the paperback version. Where do you see the Bazball story going with this England team and with this management group? What do you think? What's the gut feeling at the moment? What those extra chapters will be?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think possibly, who knows what's going to happen with this England team. I've given up making predictions after day 2 of the last Test match. Hopefully we can tell a great story from this series, because if they were to win here, it would be an incredible victory, given that India's dominance at home and as you pointed out earlier, the makeup of England's spin bowling attack. The story will culminate in Australia in 18 months' time. That's what it feels like it's building towards. And what a story that would be, to go from the last tour there, which according to Stuart Broad doesn't count, but unfortunately it does, to actually going over there and taking Bazball and taking the attack to Australia and making them perhaps think about how they play Test cricket. I mean, the most important thing is that it's entertaining, isn't it? It's great fun. And if you're an England fan watching Test cricket now, watching this team, you must go home absolutely loving it and not being able to wait for the next day to start, because you can't take your eyes off them.
When Brendan does move on at whatever stage, because it always happens, does this style of cricket potentially go with him? Do you think this is a product of Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, and whoever the coach would be afterwards, would they be able to carry on with it, do you think?
Well, we call it Basball, really Ben ball. I mean, it is Stokes who's driving the majority of this, with the total support of McCullum, obviously. I think it's obviously going to be very hard to follow Ben Stokes as England captain. A bit like following Fergie at United or whatever, those sort of situations. But you can see it with Ollie Pope, how they're really bringing him into the management group now and making decisions on the field. I find it very hard to believe that the next England captain is going to say that they need to get the head down and grind out the runs.
Well, yes, it would completely. The handbrake would have to go on, and they'd have to completely readjust. I think just on that point about Ollie Pope was really interesting, actually. Day before the game started, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes walk out, go out to the middle to look at the pitch. They get them to uncover it. They spend 5 minutes or so there. They then walk back in. Ollie Pope walks back out, and we were standing waiting to interview Ben, and Ben said to Ollie, over here, so it gave him the nod, say, right, we're going to go away from these prying ears. And the three of them went over and had a chat. They'd still not decided on selection. They then walk over and have a look at the pitch with Ollie Pope. Again, just backing up that Ollie Pope is a big part of the thinking process of this England side.
Yeah, and there are others too. I mean, Harry Brook, I think they really see some leadership potential in him. He reminds us, me anyway, a lot of young Ben Stokes in the way that he talks, but he's got a sharp cricket brain, and he seems like kind of streetwise sort of character. The other one that Ben really likes, not even in the team, and that's Dan Lawrence. He thinks he has a real great tactical brain and sort of leadership potential. So they are looking around, and that's not something the English cricket's necessarily been very good at, is succession planning. And we see it in the white ball team now that they're struggling, and you look around and think, who could take over from Joss Butler? And you shake your head and don't really know. And I think that perhaps one of Ben's legacies will be that he has brought through the next captain, maybe the next two captains on his watch.
Here's a thought. Brendan didn't want the white ball job because there wasn't a job to do. How close is he to finishing the red ball job that maybe they say to him, do you fancy a crack at the white ball? I mean, is it transferable? I mean, I don't know here, because for whatever reason with Matthew Mott, it doesn't seem to be happening at the moment for the England team, and there are various suggestions that he may not be that long for the job. We'll find out how that goes. But if you've got one of the best coaches in the world in-house that the players love, would it not make sense for him to take a sideways step?
Well, I'd argue that he's already done it, because he was such a huge influence over Owen Morgan. McCullum has already had a say in how England play white ball cricket a few years ago in 2015 when Owen took over. I think you're probably looking more towards Owen Morgan than you are towards Brendan McCullum, I would think, for that job. I don't think Brendan would want that full-time role, and England have done a good thing by splitting the roles, because it keeps the coach fresh. They're lucky they can afford it. I mean, not many countries can afford a coach of Brendan's calibre and the salary that he's being paid for work only 6 months of the year. So I can't see Brendan uniting those roles, or Rob Key really even going back.
Could he maybe though leave the red ball role and go white?
I don't think so. I think he's all in with the Test team, and then see. Don't think he would want to walk away from Ben at this stage, or even in the next year or so, without seeing this project through.
He's made a heck of a reputation for himself. He may not like the phrase Bazball, as you say, because he wants to sort of deflect it onto the players. Just to go back and again, give people an idea of how he works. At the end of the test in Hyderabad, I sort of asked the question, will Brendan do anything? And Danny Rubin, the press officer, said, only if England lose. And it's like, when we win, it's all the players, and I want to put, if we lose, then I'm prepared to come out. So again, it's that sort of that unwilling and unwanting to be the star, and wanting to have the sort of his name attached to it.
Yeah, it's a common thing in Australian cricket as well. The coach wants always to be the players, to be the focus. And we've kind of got used to that now. It was a little bit difficult at first, because we're used to the England coach talking regardless of results, but Brendan was very insistent that he was only going to do it when they lost, which means he had to actually do that many press conferences. So we don't speak to him that often, unfortunately.
No, indeed. Right, we've got a few minutes till the play resumes. England 32 without loss, trying to chase down 396. There are 63 overs left in today. Where are England at close of play this evening?
Good question,
it could be anything.
It could be anything, yeah. I'm not going down that road again. Well, I mean, it's a good pitch, isn't it? And there's plenty of runs, short boundaries, quick outfields. We were having a little laugh upstairs in the press box. We hadn't mentioned Gilbert Jessup for some time, so who knows?
You never know indeed. It is Bazball, the inside story of a Test cricket revolution. Nick Holton, Lawrence Booth have done the honours on that one. It is published by Bloomsbury. You can get it in hardback at the moment. Nick, thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate that. We are, 6 minutes away from the resumption, as I say. Just gone 6:30 in the morning in the UK. It is just coming at 12:05, lunchtime here in Vizag. The Indian bowlers are just coming out in front of us, starting to loosen up so that they are ready to hit the ground running. England, I'm sure, will be ready to hit the ground running as Zach Crawley will resume 15 not out. Ben Ducket will resume 17 not out. Ben Ducket with a strike rate of 212.5 from the 8 balls that he's faced. You're listening to exclusive international Test match crickets on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT 2 Cricket YouTube channel, coming to you, as I say, exclusively live from Vizag. The second session coming your way next.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second Test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Past the umpire, now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
How long have we got here, Matt?
EFL All Access, Monday night from 6 on talkSPORT 2.
Brilliant curler! Brilliant goal!
Join me, Hugh Wizencroft, and a wide range of big-name exclusives and hard-hitting analysis across the 3 leagues.
Superheated comments.
A performance is as important as a result right now.
Expert analysis.
You can't carry players like that.
EFL All Access.
The highs, the lows, you never know what's coming next.
Monday night from 6 on talkSPORT 2.
What a finish!
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second Test match, live from Visakhapatnam.
Fielding all, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Driven by Ashwin, glorious shot for 4.
He's going in and bowling. Jaiswal comes down to meet him and launches him back over his head for a 6. Anderson, it's edged by Ashwin, and it's taken by folks low down. Just taken a little feather off the outside edge first, so he goes for 20. James Anderson is just doing James Anderson things for England once again.
He's just a master, an absolute master at his trade.
Bashier is in once again. There's a little bit of air on that when it turns into a full toss. It's hit through deep backward square. It's away for a boundary, and it's away for 4 runs that takes Jaiswal to a first Test double 100. 201 not out.
To have scored 201 here from 277 deliveries is nothing short of remarkable and nothing more than he deserves.
And it's edged and caught. Bashier ends up with a 3 for India, 396 all out.
And it'll be interesting how England go about this.
2 slips and a gully in position for Mukesh Kumar, who's running in from the D.V. Subbarao end. As he bowls to Ben Ducket, that's an inside edge. Inside edge from Ben Ducket, goes past his stumps and runs away for 4. So England, as expected, have started dangerously.
Welcome back live to the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Cricket Association Stadium, and it's a couple of minutes to go before the end of the lunch break, with England 32 without loss. It's been another crackerjack session. India added 60 to their overnight 336 to be bowled out for 396, with Shoaib Bashier finishing with 3 for 138, Rian Ahmed 3 for 65, and the incomparable one and only Jimmy Anderson 3 for 47 from 25 overs and 4 balls. Still no real signs of deterioration in the pitch, although there have been 1 or 2 more deliveries that have kept low, and the suggestion was always that the deterioration would manifest itself in low and uneven and unpredictable bounce rather than an extravagant turn. Darren Gough is with us, having, I suspect, had a rather different lunch experience to the one that we had, which was outstanding. Goughy, very, very exciting session coming up, no doubt.
Absolutely. I've said in the morning session, you know, Manners, I think it's all set for a great Test match, and it's interesting to see how India are going to attack this England batters, because we know how England are going to play. How can India bowl better than they did in that first Test, because they know what's coming now? But England have shown them the cards again. They've come out firing. Ducket and Crawley, shots galore. They're in a great position, but we all know this pitch, bit of jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? It's going to go up and down. There's no doubt about that. It's going to turn. So I think this first innings again becomes vital. England realistically can get somewhere near India, if not just ahead of them, would be the ideal scenario. But India would still be favourites, you know, because at the end of it, if the game goes to a normal plan, England would have to bat last on this pitch.
There's a misperception, Goughy, about England's scoring rate, and it's because we on talkSPORT and the rest of the media talk about England scoring at 4 and over, 5 and over, 6 and over. They're not. It creates the impression that they're trying to score at a particular rate. They're not, are they? They're just playing cricket shots.
Yeah, cricket shots. I mean, Ben Ducket doesn't like leaving a ball. We know that. That's the way he plays. He prides himself on it. So anything outside of stump, he'll go in. We've got a player at Yorkshire, captain of Pakistan, Shah Masood. It's exactly the same. He just does not leave deliveries. He doesn't agree with it. You can sometimes, in English conditions, probably can play and bowl to that situation, but on pitches that are not really doing a lot, it's very difficult to give any width. You give any width on this sort of pitch, you're going to score off it. So Jimmy Anderson didn't give the players, the Indian batters, any width. He just bowled straight.
Ben Ducket has the highest non-leave percentage of any opener since those CricViz stats and those detailed stats, number of balls left, came into existence. Quite amazing. Here's Jasprit Bumrah then for the first delivery after the lunch break, and Zach Crawley punches it off his pads out wide of mid-on, and they set off for a single. I think Jarrod's got his headphones off at the moment, but he told us in the first Test match that I think Ben Duckett's leave percentage was under 1%. Well, then the highest amongst recorded openers was something like 28% of balls left. But as you say, Goffey, that I can't even think of a reason why Ducket does leave. But anything wide of the off stump, he's absolutely, definitely not going to leave. Maybe it's those, just a couple that are just outside the off stump that he might leave alone. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us for live exclusive commentary on every single ball of this 5-match Test series here on talkSPORT 2. It's lovely to have talkSPORT listeners join us for the second over after the lunch break. It's Ben Ducket on strike. England are 33 without loss in reply to India's 396 all out. Here's Jasprit Bumrah around the wicket to Ducket now, and flicked away off his thigh pad down towards deep backward square leg, fielded by Akshar Patel, and they go through for another single. Alongside us as well is Chetan Narula. Yes, Goffey?
Matters, I was just going to say, I said it in the first Test match, and I was lucky enough to see Ben Ducket from being a young lad. He opened the batting with my oldest son Liam at Stowe School, and they opened the batting together, and he played exactly the same way then as he is now. He never left a ball. The spinners come on, and he was sweeping and reverse sweeping straight away, way ahead of any other kid his age, and he's carried that on to his professional career. He's matured as a person, and that's why we're seeing the best of him now. When he was at Northampton, he was all over the shop, but since he's gone to Notts, he's matured so well.
Punched off the back foot by Crawley to extra cover, straight to the field and no run. Yeah, it does help, I suppose, if you set the tone for yourself when you're still at school.
And also the fact that India haven't really given him any deliveries to leave, have they? I mean, they're always bowling either onto his body so he can flick in, or just a lot of width outside the off stump or half trackers. I mean, Mukesh Kumar, I was surprised the kind of line or length that he was bowling. He couldn't settle on either, to be honest. So India have done half the work for Ben Ducket as well.
2 slips in a gully for Jasprit Bumrah. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fairly orthodox field, very orthodox field. Crawley comes forward and plays a very orthodox defensive shot to this dead bat, and it trickles gently up to Ashwin at mid-on.
And you would expect, obviously, that England would start in this fashion, just get all out the blocks very, very quickly, which is what worries me about that Indian score, 396. Day 1 wicket, probably the best batting wicket in Test cricket since 2021, after that Chennai Test, where Jarrod got a double 100.
Here's Bumrah once again up to the crease now. Bowls to Ducket. He's trying to work it on the leg side as well as the previous delivery, but contents himself with playing defensively. So I first got the inkling that that something extraordinary might be on the cards in England's second innings in Hyderabad. Remember, they got a deficit of 190. At that stage, I thought they were gone. Absolutely could not see a way back, despite everything that this England Test team has done in the last 18 to 24 months, the last 2 years. I couldn't see a way back. First innings deficit of 190 in Hyderabad. Here's Bumrah again. Crawley drives, punches it, thumps it to extra cover, but straight to Rajat Paditar, and there's no run. But when Crawley and Ducket came out, the opening partnership was only 45 when Crawley was dismissed, caught at slip. But Goffey, when they reached 113 for 1 inside 20 overs and Ducket was still there, suddenly, and it did feel like sudden because it was just over an hour. They're 113 for one. Suddenly that 190 mountain looked more like a hill, a steep hill, but a hill, not a mountain.
Yeah, it was intentions, wasn't it? And they changed the momentum. Straight away, England came out on the front foot, put India on the back foot, and that's professional sport. That's why we love it. And instead of one or two players in each team being able to do that, and every country's always had it, every team always has it, you've got now a team that every single one of them is in it together, and they're all playing the same way. And it's working. It's working. England are getting results.
Just one more question for you, Goffey, and I'll get Chetan to answer it as well from an Indian perspective. But why do you think they chose Mukesh Kumar? He's bowled 2 overs for 22, and that could be his lot. I don't know why they picked the second seamer. I don't know why Mohammad Siraj played in Hyderabad, to be honest. Here is Ashwin then with the second over after lunch. Flicked nicely off his pads by Ducket out towards deep backward square. Why didn't India just go one seamer?
Well, I think they actually were worried, but Bumrah got 6 wickets, and the way England played the spinners in that second innings, it put doubt in the mind. England are playing with India's minds at the minute, and this is why this is such an important test match, and this is why you can't take your eyes off it, or can't take your ears from it, listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Pushed away by Crawley into the covers, and they set off for another single. Well, you can watch and listen, because of course we've got the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Find that on YouTube and subscribe if you are so inclined. I've never quite got watching radio commentary. I always thought it was better to be listened to, but hey, who am I? I'm the wrong generation. This one is driven by Ducket to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, times have changed, haven't they? I mean, in every sphere, whether it's on the field or off the field. But just talking about
Ashwin round the wicket to Ducket, and let's push defensively. He backed away, gave himself some room actually, but then played defensively.
Talking about Mukesh Kumar, I mean, I think it's nothing more than a conservative mindset from Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid, to be very honest. There's absolutely no need for a second pacer here.
Ashwin in again, and that is pushed square of the wicket on the offside. And there's an easy single. I just want to say, by the way, I did not say I don't see the point of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. There is some brilliant stuff on there, and Harmy and I have had an enormous amount of fun doing our following on daily podcasts on there. We've shown you some of the sights and sounds of Hyderabad and also Visakhapatnam. Driven in the air, dropped. What a catch that might have been at mid-wicket. An absolutely brilliant effort, diving one-handed to his left from Shubman Gill. He got a hand to it, and oh gee whiz, that would have been sensational. Just getting a hand to it was a good effort, but it goes down as a drop catch.
Like I said, times have changed. It goes down as a drop catch. That's really, really tough on Shubman Gill. He was diving to his left, outstretched. Didn't feel even once that he would get anywhere near close to it, but I got a hand to it, and now here we are saying that it's a dropped catch. Really tough on Shubman Gill. Absolutely brilliant stop. That one was in the air, was hanging there for a bit. Stunning effort from Shubman Gill.
Jasprit Bumrah then has his slow, steady start, stuttering, couple of steps, now into his running and bowls. Short, pulled by Crawley, through mid-wicket, viciously and effectively for 4. What a shot, dismissively pulled away by Crawley.
Yeah, listen, knowing Zach Crawley, and I've been lucky enough to be up close quarters with him, that is one of his shots. It's almost like that, get off me. You can't do anything like that to Zach, just that short of a length. He just rocks back, hardly any, and just keeps his head still and pulls it through with ease for a boundary. Fantastic shot from Zach Crawley.
Bumrah into him again, and that's opened the face of the bat. It's run down to third man for a back-to-back boundary. Akshar Patel gives up. He's only running after it in order to throw it back. Very fine, clever, smart shot from Crawley there, showing the subtle side of his batting, Goffey, after the vicious pull.
Well, yeah, a little bit of luck, open face slightly, but it's well bowled from Bumrah. Brought him forward. But yeah, I mean, Zach Crawley, like I say, he gets England off to flyers, doesn't he? He does leave a little bit outside off stump. That's where he's improved in his game. Not getting caught second slip as much as he used to do. But he doesn't have to get the scoreboard ticking along.
I didn't think there was any element of luck to that last one. I honestly thought he steered that. But I'll take your more expert view. Driven by Crawley down the ground as Bumrah pitches up, and that's 3 fours in a row of entirely different sorts. The vicious pull, the glide to third man, and now the straight drive.
Tell you one thing, the outfield here is lightning quick, and it's not the longest boundary either, it's not the biggest ground either. England will absolutely like scoring runs here, and Zach Crawley's just giving us a taste of how this English batting is going to progress. 3 brilliant boundaries on all sides of the fence, all sides of the ground really, and Bumrah will be looking for answers here.
Brings the 50 up. 50 without loss in 8.5 overs. 2 slips and a gully. Bumrah, what will he do now? 3 fours in a row. Up to the crease, bowls Crawley. Ooh, forward to one that keeps a bit low. Full and straight, tacking the stumps. Bat and pad together. I think he used bat and pad as well to keep it out as he pushes it to square leg.
And just to add on to the point about Mukesh Kumar playing, I mean, he's not even that kind of a pacer who's just going to bang the ball in. He doesn't work up that pace. He doesn't work up that kind of bounce. So on a pitch like this, maybe in the 4th innings where the cracks are opening up, you need somebody to land the ball on the seam and use the surface to good effect. Mukesh Kumar isn't that kind of a bowler. You could see that logic in at least Siraj playing in Hyderabad. But here, it's absolutely defies that kind of logic as well.
Mid-on and mid-off have moved a bit straighter for Jasprit Bumrah as he's into Crawley. Forward he comes, driving, and it does go to mid-off. Captain Rohit Sharma fields, and there's no run.
Not playing Mukesh Kumar and bringing either Sarfaraz Khan extra batter in, or a Washington Sundar, who's a bowling all-rounder, or Saurav Kumar, who could have been a test debutant. That would have been an aggressive move, a positive move. But I think this Indian team management is just far too conservative to make that kind of a move. Far too conservative.
Last ball of the over, 9th over. England 50 without loss. Here's Bumrah to the crease again. Bowls Crawley. Drives again straight down the ground. Once more, he's beaten Ashwin at mid-on. Ashwin gives up 4 boundaries in the over from Jasprit Bumrah, who is really the mildest, most equitable character. And he just looked like he might have had a bit of a snatch at his cap there as it was handed back to him from Chris Gaffney-Goffey.
Well, you would do, wouldn't you? 16 in the order. He just watched the master, Jimmy Anderson, bowl beautifully and pick up 3 wickets on this same pitch. But Bumrah started off and he's gone round the park. Let's be straight about it. I would expect spin to come on both ends now for India. They're in a position where England, 54 for none, 9 overs. Crawley, 34 of 41 deliveries. Ducket, 20 off 13. Off to a flyer.
And Goffey, in Hyderabad, where the ball was turning a bit more, England was scoring at 4.5 in the 1st innings. Here, on a flatter, comparatively flatter surface, shorter boundaries, a lightning quick outfield, they haven't dipped below 6 so far, and which is why my worry about that 396 that India have got, it's not enough.
Still a very long way away, Chetan. Ashwin in, bowls to Ducket, pushes that one to short leg, no run.
I know what you mean, and India missed a chance in Hyderabad, not getting 500, 550 on the board in the 1st innings. That's my point. They missed another chance here in Vizag.
Ashwin has got a slip and a short leg in catching positions, and that one's punched off the back foot by Ducket out towards mid-on, and go through for another single.
I think you got a point, and I think realistically the position they were in, batting first, winning the toss, getting off to a decent start, you would have been looking at minimum 420, 430. So yeah, 30 runs short of what would have been an expected score for India in that 1st innings.
Jasprit Bumrah, by the way, had bowled 3 overs for 8. He's now 4 overs for 24. That's flicked off the pads by Crawley. Gone very fine. There's a leg slip in place, but it went too fine for him. He's a couple of yards to the keeper's left. That leg slip there. Rajat Paditar and that's flicked very fine with the spin. A fine leg glance in both senses of the word, and it's 4 more for Zach Crawley. He's now picked up 5 boundaries in his last 8 balls faced.
Yeah, the runs just aren't stopping at the moment, and I think that's going to be India's biggest worry. They have responded, from Hyderabad in terms of the reverse sweep. They have put in station fielders there for both Crawley and Ducket.
Ashwin around the wicket. Crawley drives down into the ground, up into the hands of Ashwin. Some of the crowd cheer, but Ashwin and the Indian players do not. Wow, what a start for England. Here is Ashwin again. Pitches that wider outside the off stump deliberately and spins it back into Crawley, who guides it to Shubman Gill at backward point. England 59 without loss, scoring at 6 and over in reply to India's 396. They didn't kill the game off when they had the chance to in Hyderabad, and it's too early for me to ask the question, but I'll ask it anyway. Have they made the same mistake again? Crawley plays defensively out on the onside. Chetan Narula's nodding alongside me. It's daft, Goffey, talking about. It's daft. I mean, it's a cracking start. 59 without loss, but there's still a long way behind.
Absolutely. And in any test match, and having played a few myself, if you get 396 in the first innings, this is how it used to be, and you get 396, you're in the game, right? Your favourites to win it. But we've seen the way England play and the dominance and the way they've started and the way things happened in that first test. It creates doubt, and there's doubt in the Indian media now. There's doubt in the Indian cricketers themselves. They've had these injuries. They've had some experienced players who have been left out of the side now by India, and England have found an opening, and they're going to go for it. There's no doubt about that.
Goffey, just a question. I mean, forget the baseball factor. Forget the fact that Shubman Gill, Yashasvi Jaiswal got a double 100 and no other batter got 40 odd.
Let Chetan finish that question in a moment, because Kuldeep is about to bowl the first ball of a new over from the far end, and Ducket is deep in his crease, no run.
This is a flatter surface as compared to Hyderabad, and I just said that, it's the best batting surface we've got in Test cricket in India since 2021 Chennai. You won the toss. Would you be looking at 396, 400, or are you looking at 500, 550, especially with a double centurion in there?
Kuldeep to come in from the far end. It turns and it takes the edge of Duckett's bat and is caught at silly point. It bounced, hit high up on the bat, and the breakthrough is made. England 59 for 1. Ducket goes for 21, and Kuldeep, the left arm wrist spinner, makes the breakthrough. England 59 for 1. Darren Goff.
Well, we talk about the mystery, and Kuldeep's come into this Indian side from the first test, and he gets it straight on the money. Beautiful delivery, left arm going away from Duckett's left hand, catches the splice of the bat and goes in there to silly point, and it's a big wicket for India. They've got the breakthrough, they needed it. The captain's over the move, Rohit Sharma. Ben Ducket goes for a fine 21 from just 17 balls, but caught Patidar ball Kuldeep, and it's 59 for 1.
That's slower than the first ball, that one. Lot more loop in it. I think he got the bounce that he was looking for. The over that he bowled before lunch, there was not much bounce in that. I think because of the loop that he's put on that delivery, he's got that bounce, and because of which Ben Ducket had to play at that. Big wicket for India. They needed that wicket just to be able to put some sort of a break on the English run scoring.
Well, it brings...
For those... Sorry.
Carry on, Goffey.
No, for those who have not wondered why we've not been talking about the reverse sweep or sweep shot so far in this innings, England tend to do it when it's turning big, and so far this pitch is a good surface and it's not been turning as much, so they've had no need to play those shots with the extra bounce as well on this pitch.
Ollie Pope is the man new to the crease. An incredible 196 a few days ago behind him. Kuldeep is in, he beats him first ball. The crowd are all going up because they can't believe it's not bowled him. And Pope kind of lunged forward at that one and did not pick it.
Very different bowling from Kuldeep. It's just been 3 deliveries, but it's very, very different from the over that he bowled before lunch. That was really flat through the air. This time he's looped up each of those 3 deliveries. And that's been the key differentiator.
Kuldeep comes in from the far end once again. Another ball that stays a little bit down. It's dabbed to Akshar at backward point, and there is no run. I mentioned that 196 for Ollie Pope. It took him up 20 places, the test match rankings for batters. So he's now ranked number 15 in the world. I wonder what Jaiswal's ranking will increase by after a double 100. Kuldeep in. Pope uses his feet, pushes to deepish mid-on. And they think about a single, but it's not there. It's 59 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2.
And the other thing is, the last delivery that he bowled at 85 clicks, that didn't have too much loop on it, and it kept a little low. So he's getting variable bounce. He got that before the lunch break as well.
Kuldeep in. Pope stays deep in his crease. Turns it towards mid-wicket. He sets off, gets halfway down the pitch. Zach Crawley's not going anywhere. Fielder does his job, sends it back to the keeper's end. The bails come off. Pope has made it back to his ground, but Goffey, you can tell that Ollie Pope's trying to get himself underway here.
No matter what, he always comes in, doesn't he? And he starts with a little bit of nerves and not quite sure how it's going to go, and it just goes. 196 in that second innings. He's come out here, missed the first one, could have got stumped as well, by the way. His foot, he lost his balance. And now he's trying to get a 1 when there wasn't a single. He shows, doesn't it? Every single time you go out, you're starting again.
I'm just going to look around before I say this. Has he been talking to KP? I mean, there is never a run there. That's KP's proper Red Bull run, that one. Anyway, end of the over, 59 for 1. talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Ashwin to bowl. Crawley stays on the crease, just plays dead bat defensively out on the offside. No run. If the alarm is just going off at 7 o'clock this Saturday morning, England are batting after bowling India out for 396. 59 for 1 in reply, so 337 in arrears. Ashwin around the wicket. Crawley turns through square leg, and that arrears will go down by 1 as they take a comfortable single.
Just interested in the kind of field placement they'll have for Ollie Pope, for Ashwin. And, well, they do have backward point, slightly in a deeper position there, but nobody in the deep, again, to protect against that reverse sweep, if he brings it out, obviously.
Short legs going back in. Patidar was the man who took the catch to dismiss Ducket. He's about 2 metres away on the offside. Now that one bounces from Ashwin, and Pope actually does very well to keep that down. That could have easily looped out on the offside.
The ball is still hard, just into the 12th over, so we're getting a lot more bounce from both Kuldeep and Ashwin.
Ashwin around the wicket, going away from us, beats Pope's outside edge. There's a huge appeal because it's actually caught at slip. I thought it came off KS Barrett, and possibly, if there is anything, off the thigh of Ollie Pope. They're not going to go up and review it. Rohit did the sensible thing. The ball was in the air at slip, so he dived forward to catch it just in case. As the ball goes down, it grips and bounces. No, he doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through and hits the keeper on the shoulder. He's got that seam absolutely horizontal as he sends it down once again. It's turned on the leg side. This one beats Gill at mid-wicket. They take 1. There won't be a second because the deep square leg fielder, who is Jaiswal, comes in off the boundary and returns it. So 1 more to the total. 61 for 1, England. Ashwin around the wicket. Now that one's wider of off stump. They take a push single to mid-off. Kuldeep can't get the ball back in quickly enough, and Zach Crawley will complete the over. So 3 singles off the over. England 62 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2. Darren Goff.
One thing to keep the Indian spinners interested on this pitch, what I've seen so far, compared to the second innings, or day 3, 2, 3 and 4 in the last test match, is been the bounce. We had bounce the first day in Hyderabad, and the Indian spinners looked dangerous. After that, they were pretty innocuous. This second test match so far, Indian spinners have looked dangerous, and the reason is the bounce again. They've got bounce in this pitch, and Ashwin loves bounce, and he's such a dangerous bowler when that comes into play.
Yeah, he's got the height, and it just helps exacerbate it. Kuldeep from the far end is a shorter man, and comes in and bowls his left arm wrist spin. Takes Crawley on the pad and goes towards short fine leg, but it'll be intercepted and there is no run.
In the second innings, Hyderabad pitch had also slowed down Goffey a lot, so the bounce went down as the match progressed. We are still into the 5th session of this game. And as the ball gets older and softer, that'll be more interesting to see if in the 3rd session today, if the bounce just goes a little low.
Kuldeep in once again, push drive from Crawley. Oh, I tell you what, that's better than a push drive. My apologies, Zach, I've completely underplayed that one. That's a lovely little punch drive, straight back past the bowler, all along the floor. It's 4 more to Crawley. He goes to 44 from 50 balls. England 66 for 1. What a shot.
Well, that's called the quality of the bats these days, Macca. The Grey Nichols, it's a wonderful bit of bat. And you just get anything on it, and you beat the field, it's 4.
Absolutely raced away to the docks of Izzy end, that one. Kuldeep in. There's some air on that one. Crawley is aiming a drive, but can't beat Bumrah, who is at mid-off. Didn't quite time that one as well. 3 balls in the over gone. Sun beating down in Vizag. Good crowd in. As Kuldeep goes in now, there's some air on that one, and Crawley one step down the pitch and belts it all the way over the leg side to go to 50. Crawley goes to 50 from 52 balls. England 72 for 1. Zach Crawley on his birthday has a test match 50, and he brings it up in the grand manner, Darren Gough.
Absolutely, I love watching him bat. I mean, he's matured as a cricketer, hasn't he, all this last 12 months. He really believes he belongs in this England team. He's stamped his authority on it, and what a shot to bring up the 50. Just 52 deliveries in India. What an innings from Zach Crawley.
Next ball is from Kuldeep, and he's just playing defensively out on the onside. No run. 8 fours, 1 6, a strike rate of 94.3. We were talking about Bazball at lunch with Nick Holtz, one of the co-authors of a book all about the English cricket revolution. Well, that shot, that's it. This innings is it. Kuldeep for the final time this over. Crawley stays deep in his crease on this occasion, guides it to Akshar Patel at backward point, and there's no run. 72 for 1 after 13 overs here on talkSPORT 2. Some more thoughts from Darren Gough or Jarrod Kimber, if either of them want to come in, because I'm moving out of the way, because Harsha Bhogle is going to come into the commentary chair for the first time today.
Yeah, India they've got the wicket now, but Crawley has still got them in a place where they're looking a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. But I do like the extra bounce. It'll be interesting to see the players who are more sweep dependent, if they're going to be able to sweep there. We saw that Bashier, certainly when he had that newer ball, did very, very well with that extra bounce. Hey, Macca.
Ashwin to start a new over. Apologies, I got confused looking at English time and Indian time for a moment there, so I thought I was done, but I'm not. So you got a bit more of me. Sorry about that. Ashwin around the wicket bowling. Poper's got very bottom-handed on that one, and he's got a thick inside edge, and it goes through square leg, and they will take a single. 73 for 1. India have posted a long on down in front of us. Kuldeep at mid-off is just hanging back a little bit. Wondering what Zach Crawley is going to do. Crawley comes and meets this one from Ashwin. Clips it to the aforementioned long on fielder, and will take a single. Steve Harmison's alongside, and really good start from England this. Replying to that Indian total of 396. They're going really well.
Yeah, going nicely. Crawley hitting the ball down the ground. They've put the field back a little bit better from captaincy from Rohit Sharma, protecting the boundary. Since England, if you want to go for the big shot, the big boundary, you're either going to hit over the top, blast it through.
Ashwin into Pope, clips to a shortish mid-wicket who's Shubman Gill, who's there for the clip off the toes. It lands short of him and there's no run. I don't know if you just picked it up there before that delivery. KS Barrett was going, it's coming here, it's coming here. Trying to put pressure on Pope. He aims a big drive at the next one from Ashwin. He's beaten by it and Barrett whips off the bails, back foot firmly secured. But Barrett is just trying to get into Ollie Pope's mind.
Yeah, again a frantic from Ollie Pope. He was like this in the first innings in Hyderabad, and then he succumbed, and he was like this in the second innings. In the second innings, he could have gotten out at any point in the first 20 balls, and went on and got 196.
Ashwin, there's some air on that one. It's a solid drive, but very well fielded by Kuldeep at mid-off, means there's no runs. 14 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2 England, 74 for 1. The man dismissed, Ducket, caught under the helmet off the bowling of Kuldeep. 21 from 17, the wicket going down for 59. It's 74 for 1, as I say, after 14 overs. Jarrod.
Harmy, do you think we haven't seen the reverse sweep as much at the moment because of the extra bounce? Or just Pope doesn't think he needs it? Because that's one way he certainly put some pressure back on early on last time.
Yeah, the reverse sweep was lucrative for him. I think a stable base would help Ollie Pope at the minute. He's got his roller skates on, like he did in the first innings at Hyderabad. And, to be fair, like he did in the second innings for the early part of his innings. I think one of the factors were probably not, or a couple of factors. Yeah, you're right. I think the bounce is a contributing factor, but I think Rohit Sharma's field is a lot better. He's not got that big wide open gap saying, please reverse sweep me into that huge gap where there's no fielder within about 100 yards of each other. So I think there's a contributing factors of both, and I think Rohit's field positioning and the way he's marshalled his bowlers so far have been a lot better than Hyderabad. Couldn't have gotten any worse, to be fair. I'm trying to be kind to him.
Kuldeep to start the new over. Crawley is strongly forward, pushing out on the offside, no run.
Well, Macca, I was just going to say, it's a bit like the right-hand lead by Ali to Foreman. You can only really do it in the first round. After that, they should know what's going to come.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? But sometimes people just don't get the message. Kuldeep from the far end is bringing Zach Crawley forward, and there's no run.
The beauty about this England cricket team is a score all the way around the ground. So, but in cricket, the majority of the high percentage of the dismissals are, especially with the spinner bowling here in India, it'll be bowled LBW, caught behind, caught slip, or caught short leg.
Kuldeep comes in and Crawley aims a big drive. There is a long on in place now though, and he will field it as it comes all along the carpet to him. 75 for 1.
So in Hyderabad there was fielders close in but not right under the bat, but there was nobody in the deep and there was big wide open spaces, and I think because of that England exploited that very, very well aggressively, where this is a more balanced field. Saying to Ollie Pope, right, we're not bothered about you trying to defend because we know you don't want to defend. But we're not going to give you them boundary options, which is going to build your confidence.
Kuldeep goes in once again. Ollie Pope, big stride forward on this occasion, just covering up defensively, and there's no run. As you can hear, the trumpeter is fired up in the afternoon session for the Barmy Army. Feeling hot, and indeed it is. It's approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Visakhapatnam, and it is a hot one today, but England are enjoying themselves at the moment. Kuldeep in, and again Ollie Pope is committed to the front foot very, very early there with a big stride, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run.
Again, Rohit Sharma, he took short leg out 2 balls ago, put him on the drive on the leg side straight, because that's Ollie Pope's shot coming down the wicket and just playing it through, straightish mid wicket. No fielders around the bat.
Kuldeep in, Pope again. Huge stride forward, defensive. Ends the over. 75 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England 15 overs into their reply. And so far so good. Crawley 52 from 58. Pope 2 from 15. Jarrod.
Yeah, just yesterday I talked about silly point becoming more of an impact position now because batters have got their bat so far ahead of themselves against the spin, and we saw another wicket there today. The other thing that is worth mentioning is because the new bats just have a little bit more ping off them, especially off the edges, that you can actually do that. So if you look at that last one, I think perhaps with a poorer bat of 20 or 30 years ago, that probably hits the edge and maybe doesn't go anywhere. But now they actually rebound to those close-in fielders. So a lot more catches in close now are more off the middle of the bat, bouncing a little bit more rather than the old-fashioned bat pads. But there's still chances in there if you have an attacking field.
Ashwin to start the new over to Crawley. Around the wickets. And he goes in and Crawley is playing defensively off the back foot, and it's to the first of 2 close-in fielders on the leg side. Short mid-on is about 3/4 of the way down the pitch and about 2 metres off of the playing surface. Ashwin is in. Crawley is playing just wide of the second of those fielders, who is Shubman Gill at a sort of straightish mid-wicket, again also on the drive ball for a little clip off the toes. They take a single, 76 for 1.
And it's better from India from a field position point of view because they're putting men round the bat for that bat pad like Jarrod's talking about, inside edge onto pad to short leg or silly mid off that. England don't play many defensive shots. So they don't play many defensive shots where they're in the game. So if you have 2 men round the bat, the likelihood is them 2 are out of the game because the way England are trying to play. So on the drive is actually a better fielding position.
Ashwin to Pope, pushes out on the offside. He's really timed that push well, and it will get to within a couple of feet of the boundary, and then it gets tipped over the boundary by the substitute fielder, who's chased it all the way back, but has then got his hand on it, but flicks it onto the rope. So Pope will get 4 to go to 6, and the total will go to 80 for 1.
Wow, that's a lovely shot. That is an excellent cricket shot from Ollie Pope. He's got him in position early. It's like the forward press. He's got in a position early, waited for the ball to hit the pitch, and then readjusted again.
Ashwin to Pope. Pope forward, place with a dead bat, no run.
Really was a fine cricket shot. And leaning forward, not off balance, but waited for the ball to pitch, get it to its highest point, underneath his body and his body parameter, and bang, extra cover drive. It's a fantastic shot against the spin.
Ashwin was about to deliver and Ollie Pope backed away because again there's someone moving behind the bowler's arm. Been plagued by that in these 2 tests so far. Ashwin goes in outside of off stump. Pope hits hard. The fielder Shreyas Iyer at backward point got hands to it, couldn't completely stop it, and it'll roll 5 metres or so behind him, and England are able to take a single. Take whatever's there, and Pope would have thought for a moment that there was nothing on, but Shreyas Iyer wasn't able to keep it out. It goes through his hands, and 1 more goes to the total.
His heart would have been in his mouth for a second because it was aerial. Pitched halfway between, but it was aerial in the air. Shreyas Iyer's a little bit deeper there. A bit like the conversation we're having a bit earlier with Chetan when Bharat and Axar got out.
Pope has got another drive ball from Ashwin on this occasion. Hit straight to the fielder at short extra. Ashwin's hands went into the air thinking it was going to be aerial and therefore a potential chance, but it doesn't carry. 16 overs have gone. I got it wrong previously. It is now my time to leave. So Harmy, please give us some thoughts, and Chetan will be picking up the commentary.
Yeah, gone back for more of that fish curry macca. It might be a little bit hotter than what it was before. But yeah, again, Crawley driving in the air. Ashwin thinking possibly a catch on. Rohit Sharma the same. Just trying to work out angles and how deep he needs his fielders. It's 2 balls, the last 2 balls where the ball's gone aerial towards the fielder, but the fielder wasn't quite close enough, Chetan.
Kuldeep Yadav to start from the far end, bowling with silly mid-on in position. Has a lot of loop, drives the batter forward. Ollie Pope coming forward and defending it with a big stride. The slip in position as well. There's mid-wicket in position. There's long on. Ravichandran Ashwin standing on the boundary. There's mid-off cover and backward point in position as well. Kuldeep Yadav again, big loop on that. Pope forward once again, defending it. There's nobody on the offside in the deep. A couple of fielders towards the square leg fence as well. Kuldeep Yadav once again onto the middle stump. He's played it towards mid-wicket. No run. How are you liking that loop on Kuldeep Yadav's deliveries, Harmy?
I think he's looping it because he's trying to get it full. He's trying to get it up there. When he's been finishing his action and driving into the surface, he's been bowling it far too short.
This time again, Fuller on the off stump. You could hear his voice at the time of delivery. Varying his pace a lot. Ball at 79 and 86.
I think he's got to do that to get it up there. I think it's taking a lot of effort to get the ball full, but actually have revolutions on the ball, get it to spin.
So again, this time quicker through the air. And 87 clicks that one. Pope was able to move back into his crease and play it towards mid-wicket. So he's not going to bowl you flatter deliveries. He's going to, you know, push it up in the air, try to pitch it up as well. This time outside the off stump, so Pope is forward and pushes it towards the wicket point region. Akshar Patel will field it for a single.
And that's a good ball. That is a really good ball in a good area, but it just seems as though it's taking a lot of effort from Kuldeep Yadav to get it full, to get it outside that off stump. So it is turning. He's got the ability to turn it both ways. The minute he tries to bowl it either a little bit flatter or what seems to be the one that just goes straight on, that's the one he drags down short of a length, back of a length, and it's an easy clip ball off the legs. There's no real mystery to it because it's that short. You can read it as a batter, you can read it off the pitch and not hit it where you want because there's no pace on it, but it's not as venomous as the one that's bowled a little bit above the eye line into a good length, and that's the one that's causing the England batters some concern outside that off stump region.
It's going to be Ravichandran Ashwin to bowl from the D.V. Subbarao end, which is our commentary box end really. And he is bowling now to Ollie Pope with a slip in position. Rajat Patidar was at forward short leg. He's gone to backward short leg. There's Shubman Gill at mid wicket. There's Mukesh Kumar at long on. There's mid off extra cover and backward point in position. It's Sarfaraz Khan as the sub fielder who's fielding at extra cover. Beaten outside the off stump. Ashwin really interested in that, thought there was an outside edge, but no, he invited Pope into that drive and almost a half-check drive from Ollie Pope there.
Just having a conversation, Ashwin and Rohit Sharma, Bharat, about whether Ollie Pope nicked that, but that was a good ball, just outside off stump. Ollie Pope's flicking at things. He's getting in a position early, and he's not in a bad position when it comes to, you know, a front foot, then not overbalanced. Head's not in a bad position, but because he's flicking it, his hands are going way out in front of himself, and that then's taking him off balance.
There's some real turn on that one, coming in, beating Pope. This time on the middle stump, much fuller as he drives it down the ground towards long on. Mukesh Kumar fields the ball, and he is on ball shining duties clearly. Took a long time to throw it back to the bowler. India working on it to get some reverse swing going, but the outfield is really lush. As Ashwin once again to Zach Crawley, and he's flicked it off very cleverly towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Just a single there, so rotating the strike very well. England still trailing by 312 runs. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2 and also on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Please do leave your comments either on YouTube or on X, formerly Twitter, and we'll try to take them on during the tea break. As the reverse sweep comes out from Ollie Pope, Rohit Sharma and KS Bharat were interested in an appeal, but Ashwin this time saying it was outside the off stump. But that reverse sweep, Harmy, has finally come out.
Yeah, it's finally come out. Ollie Pope's been there long enough now, 27 balls he's been there now, so he can he can assess whether the ball's going to, the right line. Can he get himself in a position where he's outside the line? He hit that. That's why they haven't gone up.
This time Fuller on the leg stump, and he's driven it towards the fielder at fine leg, who's up a little at 45. Wasn't as much turn on it, this one. Not much bounce either. That's why he was able to go for that reverse shot.
Yeah, there wasn't as much bounce. That's the thing. Even if there's a lot of turn, if it's full enough and there's not much bounce, he can get over the top of it.
Ashwin to Crawley, who's smashed it in the air a bit and then found the boundary. It's gone over for 6. Vacant region between long on and mid-wicket. But again, up in the air and clearing the boundary. 60 not out for Zach Crawley now.
Yeah, as the Barmy Army, you can hear them. 6 more to the England. That's a lovely cricket shot from Zach Crawley. Sees the line, picks the line up very, very early. Knows it's turning back in. Knows where the man is in the deep, who's square at, deep square leg. Knows he has to get it in front of square. He's just picked it up beautifully. Middle of the bat. A little bit of a free hit because all the men on the leg side are in the circle in front of square. And it was a well-executed slug sweep.
We also have Jarrod Kimber with us. Jarrod, what do you have for us on Kuldeep Yadav?
So I've just been looking at how often either of these guys ever face left-arm wrist spinners.
Okay.
So Ollie Pope has actually faced some left-arm wrist spin before because he's faced Kuldeep Yadav.
Kuldeep once again from the far end, bowling with a slip. Pope comes forward and defends it.
But before today, he had faced 20 deliveries from Kuldeep Yadav. And that's the only 20 deliveries he's ever faced from a left-arm wrist spinner in red ball cricket.
Once again, Kuldeep to Pope. This time he's flicked it. Shubman Gill at mid-wicket will feel it, but gives the time to the batters to cross over for a single. It's 92 for 1 now. Pope is on 11 and Crawley on 60.
Before today, Crawley had never faced a left-arm wrist spinner in first-class cricket. And even if you look at like their T20 records or ODIs or anything else, they just don't play it at all. Crawley has faced...
Kuldeep to Crawley on the off stump, and he's pushed it. I mean, the left arm unorthodox spinner is a bit of a rarity in international cricket, isn't it?
It's less than 1% of deliveries in professional cricket.
I was going to say in international cricket, Jarrod, but there's not many in England, is there?
England is specifically where there's a problem. There's, obviously Jake Lintot's come through and changed things a little bit, Harmy, but no.
On the off stump, and a nice little push from Crawley. The fielder at mid-off was deeper. That's Sarfaraz Khan. He's on as a sub-fielder. An easy single there for Crawley. Moves on to 61.
So I went through Crawley's entire T20 record as well, Harmy, and I found he faced 7 balls of left-arm wrist spin to Hinchcliffe and Dooley. Those are 2 random Australian spinners that somehow he bumped into at one stage, and they have not played a lot of cricket either, those 2 guys. And Pope had faced some from Darcy Short, the Australian batter.
Just pulled back his length there, Kuldeep, and Pope has played it towards square leg for a single.
Yeah, I can only think of a couple of left-arm wrist spinners during my time. There were batters who part-time spin. Simon Catich, we played with at Durham. Michael Bevan, he bowled a left-arm spin like that, but I can't think of too many that were actually out-and-out frontline bowlers like what Kuldeep is.
Once again, just the last ball remaining to Zach Crawley on the middle leg, and he's clipped it towards square leg for an easy single. So that's 4 runs from this over. It's 95 for 1. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2 and also on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Jarrod.
Do you remember when Kuldeep took a lot of wickets in the one-day series against England? When he was first coming through quite a few years ago now. I looked it up at the time, Harmy, and the 2 wrist spinners who bowled the most were 2 left-arm wrist spinners who bowled the most in county cricket were Catich and Brad Hogg. So you're 100% right there. There's only one other one I could think of, and I still don't understand why he didn't have a better career around English cricket. That was Michael Rippon, who I think is South African, Dutch and New Zealander all at once, Michael Rippon, but did play some county cricket, was around county cricket for a while. But it's just not a thing that seems to come up in in cricket all that much, which is why I'm really encouraging my son to bowl left arm wrist spin, Harmy.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Just in case, yeah. I knew there was a glaringly obvious one. Who could forget Huggy? He'll nail me for that, Brad Hogg. But yeah, who could forget Huggy? But say the
they didn't play a lot, Harmy.
Didn't play a lot.
None of them bowled that much.
No.
And he wasn't around that much at, was it your time?
Yeah. I mean, Huggy, I would imagine. I think Huggy's maybe a little bit older than me. He'll nail me if
and he's been around forever.
He's been around forever. Yeah, he must be, because he retired a while ago and he was in his 40s when he finished.
I think he's 50-something now, isn't he, Harmy? So he's got a couple on you.
Yeah, he's got a little bit on me.
Ashwin now from our box end and bowls to Crawley, who's on the off stump, and he's just driven it for a dot delivery.
I know who I'm backing in a race between Hoggy and Harmy, though.
Now, yeah, there's only one winner.
This time turns it off his pads towards square leg. Big run in there from the fielder, and they are able to cross over for 2 runs quite easily. Big gap on the leg side there. Fielder had moved from square leg to the mid-wicket position, so Crawley really picking the field very well on that particular occasion. Big work from Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Yeah, good running as well from both Pope and Crawley. Pope's having a little bit of a shocker at the minute with the running. He's slipping on the. He's not running on the wicket. He's running on the side, the pitch to the side, which is lush green grass, and he's slipped a couple of times now. And just before the lunch break, just before the break.
A lot more loop there from Ashwin, who's driven and beats the fielder at a mid-off. That's another boundary for Zach Crawley. Just comes forward and pushes it, meets the ball as it pitches, and really drives down the ground. 68 not out for him now.
Yeah, excellent shot from Zach Crawley. He's total control of that. He really is. Ball in and around off stump. You know, not quite a half volley. He's had to come out. It would have been a different type of shot played by Ollie Pope, but the long levers getting out to the balls, excellent from Crawley.
No run on that last one as Ashwin comes around the wicket, and the last delivery when he scored that 4, England's 100 has also come up. It's 101 for 1 now, trailing by less than 300, just by 295 runs. And he's bowling round the wicket with a slip. The forward short leg fielder has gone out. He's now stationed at square leg. Rajat Patidar into his 8th over. He's gone for none for 36. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2, as also on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Ashwin once again to Crawley, just the last ball of this 20th over of England's first innings. Rocks back onto his crease and plays it late. There's a big chase for the fielder, but he will be beaten, and another boundary to finish the over. 72 not out for Zach Crawley. England motoring along, 105 for 1.
Excellent shot from Zach Crawley, because he used his long levers earlier in the over and got out to the pitch of the ball, drove Ashwin through extra cover. This time Ashwin has to bring his length back, and with him bringing his length back, he's just tried to bowl that little bit quicker, and it was too short. Zach Crawley rocked onto the back foot, middle of the bat, through sort of cover point region, and England now flying along. 5.25 and over, and Zach Crawley will run a ball 73. He really looks in. I think his balance is as good as I've seen Zach Crawley bat.
Jarrod?
So just on the left arm wrist spinners, just to finish this off. So Yadav currently has the 4th most wickets ever by a left arm wrist spinner in Test cricket, Harmy. He's got 34.
And he's into his 10th test.
34 wickets, Chetan. Yeah. It's not a lot. You should know number 1.
Brad Hogg?
No, he's not even close.
Yadav to start on another over from the far end as Pope plays it on towards the offside. No run.
Harmy might have played against number 1 on the left.
Yeah, I did.
But more loop on the off stump. He's driven it towards cover. Come on, tell me.
Harmy?
Paul Adams.
Paul Adams, yeah.
Paul Adams.
Yeah, Paul
and
Adams,
then the other ones are Chuck Fleetwood-Smith, the legendary Australian, who would have taken a lot more had World War II not come along at that time. And then Sundakan, the Sri Lankan.
Paul Adams dismissed Tendulkar and Dravid in one innings once upon a time. And this one turned off the pads this time. Quick single towards square leg. Pope moves on to 12. and it was so infuriating. He's just come on to bowl. New bowler for South Africa. You don't see a lot of spinners bowling in South Africa. And this one, left arm unorthodox, and he gets Dravid and Tendulkar in the same innings.
I'm not surprised. It's a bit like when Malinga or Bumrah come round. From a visual point of view, it's just so off-putting to see the action the way it is. Described as the frog in a blender?
Yeah, as there's a fielder at shot mid-on now for Zach Crawley. Kuldeep bowling to him, and he's pushed it onto the offside for no run.
Once had a 99-run partnership with Andrew Flintoff at the Oval against Paul Adams. I got all of the massive one.
Did he bowl over the wicket or around the wicket to you, Harmy?
He was trying to bowl both, I think.
Much straighter from Kuldeep, and Crawley defends it with a very, very straight bat.
When I was standing there waiting for him to come in, I thought he was actually going to bowl both sides of the wicket. I just didn't know what was going on. But fortunately, Fred knew what was going on, and he kept belting him for sixes and fours.
All you had to do was stand there, right?
Yeah, he hit. I think Micaiah hit me on the head. Micaiah Mantini hit me on the head.
Flatter through the air, and he pushes the ball onto the onside for the end of the over now. It's 21 being bowled in England's first innings, trailing by 290. It's 106 for 1. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, it was quite amusing because you had Micaiah and Tini who didn't have the, he had another one with a unusual release point, jump wide of the wicket. So when you stand there batting, it was so off-putting. You had Paul Adams at one end, not having a clue when it was going to come out of his hand. And then Micaiah and Tini, when you lined you up, when you bowled a bouncer, I was like, he is going to hit me in the head every ball. If he bowls me a bouncer, I have got no idea picking up line and length, and it's going to hit me flush on the head. And he did.
Where was Paul Adams' release point? I mean, where do you think
I've got no idea.
No?
I've got no idea whatsoever. I was quite happy at Micaiah's end because he was going to hit me on the head. I could try and get out of the way of that. I had no idea what Paul Adams was doing with the ball or when he was going to let go of it.
Right, there's going to be a bowling change. It's Mukesh Kumar, who's been very expensive in his first 2 overs. Went for 22 runs. He's going to come and replace Ravichandran Ashwin, who's also proven expensive in his 8 overs, none for 40. And he's replacing him from the D.V. Subbarao end, or the end, like I mentioned earlier, where the commentary boxes are. So Mukesh now into the attack. Harmy, what do you think of this change?
I think it's a good change. I think Rohit Sharma's trying to be proactive, like what Ben Stokes is doing, changing things up, make something happen.
2 slips in position, both really wide, almost like a second and a 4th slip or a 5th slip in position, might even call it gully, and a very packed offside cordon as well as Pope drives it forward for no run.
Mukesh really struggled in that opening burst with the new ball, struggled with his lines a little bit. Bumrah did the same. Bumrah and Siraj did the same. At Hyderabad, they really struggled to bowl at Ducket with the brand new ball. So older ball, what is it, 21 overs old, looking at the field, gonna bowl stump to stump, try and bowl that little bit straighter to Ollie Pope, not give him too much room outside off stump, and just try and bowl some dot balls and see if you can put in pressure in by reducing the scoring rate.
Mukesh Kumar onto the pads this time, and Pope wanted to play it on the leg side, missed it completely, and Mukesh Kumar looked interested. Not much of an appeal, but Bharat is running in to have a chat with Rohit Sharma.
Bharat's keen. Bharat's really keen.
And he didn't even appeal that much.
No, Bharat's keen. It looked as though it was going down leg side with the angle. Maybe he's nipped back. But Bharat was very keen. Oh, wow. If Barrett's keen ever again, I think Robert's going to tell him to go back.
Just go back.
Just go back.
Just go back. This was really...
Just go back.
This was going down
if you
leg
think
side.
that was close, just go back. Don't even speak to me. Right.
So Rohit Sharma is not at slip anymore. He's at mid-off for the fast bowler. It's a long, long walk for Bharat to say, okay, you know what, I'm interested in that one. Fuller delivery from Mukesh Kumar as Pope comes forward and plays it to Ashwin at mid-on for no run.
That wouldn't hit another set down leg side, that. It really wouldn't. It's nipped back a long, long way. Yeah, I think Rohit dismissed the idea of that very, very quickly. Inexperienced wicketkeeper, inexperienced bowler, and the excitement of potentially trying to take a wicket. It's got a pitch in line, it's got to hit somewhere close for you to overturn an umpire's decision, because that would have missed by a long, long way.
So Kumar is now angling it into the stump. So now they've got Rajat Patidar at a very silly mid-wicket position. Kumar once again to Pope, again onto his pads, and he's found it past the fielder. Patidar was stationary, didn't even move. There's nobody in the deep to cut it off, and that's a boundary. Well played from Ollie Pope.
It's a fine shot from Ollie Pope, but just got on with the angle, a little bit like the ball before, which hit him hard on the pads. It's going down. It's a good move, this, for me, from Kumar. Bowling straight, 5-4 field, trying to drag Ollie Pope forward. But that was a fine shot. The challenge for Rohit Sharma now is, if he wants his bowler to bowl straight, he has to get his angles right. I actually think Rohit Sharma's on the wrong side. I think he should be where Ashwin is, because I think he can see the leg side field and leg side angles a little bit better.
Ashwin is stationed at mid-on. There's a shot of length from Mukesh Kumar on the off-stump, so Pope trying to defend that. 50 partnership is also up between these two. 51 of 69 deliveries. It's come up in really good time. England 110 for 1. We also have former England international Darren Gough with us. Goughy, good partnership this one for England as well.
Well, it is. I mean, the two players that are confident. They backed the game. They've got a game plan coming in. Ollie Pope again started a few nerves about, wasn't they? He could have been stumped, actually. First ball, lost his balance coming over from Kuldeep. But he's comfortable now. He's at the crease, and Crawley, he's just played beautifully. Some beautiful shots all around.
Fuller delivery on the off and middle. Pope turning it again, but this time finds the fielder at silly mid wicket. That's Rajat Patidar. So dot delivery to end the over. England 286. They trail by currently. It's 110 for 1. Word from Steve Harmison and then Darren Gough as drinks come onto the field.
Yeah, it's been a good session. Excellent back up what Goughy's saying there about Zach Crawley. That's, from a balance point of view, that's as good as I've seen him. It really is. Standing tall at the crease, getting out to the pitch of the ball, not chasing, not getting his hands away from his body, keeping everything really tight, close in, and making the bowler come to him. And once the bowler came to him, because he's got a huge array of shots around the pit, around the ground, he's been able to access the boundary at will. So for me, it's been really mighty impressive from Zach Crawley, Darren.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. You're right. He's looked really comfortable at the crease. I think in the first test he got 2 starts, didn't he? He looked really good. He was playing positively, playing all around the ground, sweeping, playing the seam as well. And Bumrah got 6 wickets in that first test. But here, so far, he has played some wonderful shots. He tucked into Bumrah, 4 fours in one of the overs, 72 from 75 deliveries. Him and Ducket again got off England off to an absolute flyer. Like I said, Pope's come in, a little bit of a nervous start again, but he's getting in now, 17 of 40 deliveries. But 110 for 1 here at Drinks. And England will be having a sniff and having a cheeky little look out the corner of the eye and thinking, India, 396, probably 30 or 40 short of what they would have been happier with. But England, still a long way away, but in with a shout.
Yeah, speaking of tucking in, Gough, we were missing you out here. We've had a beautiful lunch. Nice fish curry, bit of vegetable jalfrezi. You would have been in your element. You would have had sweat dripping off your face and naan bread in. How many breakfasts you had so far this morning?
I've only had 4 poached eggs, mushrooms. Yeah, no problem, mate. Yeah, listen, I wish I was there. I love India. I think it's a wonderful country. So passionate about the game of cricket, the noise, everything about it I love, and I've missed it. I've not been there for a few years, you know, so I've got to get out there at some point. In fact, I should be there in March in Mumbai with the Northern Diamonds. Got a pre-season tour there. So hopefully I'll pop out there in March.
Oh, Goughy, the perils of being a top executive. Top executive. Put on your suit and sit in, Goughy.
4 poached eggs, he's not fitting him anymore.
Yeah, there's no suit. I'll get in my shorts.
I think England have just played this passage of play well. You got the feeling when Ducket was out and when Pope was struggling a little bit, a stumping chance of his very first ball, that England might struggle a little bit. Pope is still struggling, but England has strung together a partnership of 51, largely because Crawley is playing beautifully. And he's gone up to 72 of 75. India might have missed a trick not having a leg slip early on, but he's ridden all that and he's played beautifully. Now India make the change. Not at Ashwin's end for Akshar Patel, but at Kuldeep's end. Kuldeep's 7 overs, 1 for 20. I thought he bowled really well. I thought Bumrah might have come on. He was off the field for a while, back on. So India went back to Mukesh Kumar just to check if there was any reverse. Right, is there some turn for Akshar? He won't mind the bounce, even if he's a slightly slingy bowler. Kevin Pietersen joins me. Doubtlessly enjoying Crawley's innings of 72.
Yeah, he's a tall man and he's in complete control of his game here in Vizag today.
Plays the next one through the onside. There's only one thing to check. Where is the boundary coming from? And he played it so easily. There's space on the onside because there's 4 on the offside. So there's open space on the onside, and he's picked it so easily by going to the pitch of the ball. It doesn't matter if there was turn on the ball or no. He was so close to the pitch. He picks up another boundary. Now down the wicket. He's up in the air. And the catch is taken. The catch is taken at backward point. Crawley attacked Akshar Patel. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. It's a lovely running catch. And England have lost a wicket. Shreyas Iyer with the catch. Crawley looked good for many, many more than the 76 has got. Is that just the moment India were looking for?
It's a different angle, a different bowler, and he just hasn't watched him settle, Crawley. It was always going to present a different challenge because of where he bowls the ball. And he bowls the ball wider, and he's a left-arm spinner. But Zach Crawley decided that today was going to be in his day, and he was in complete control of that innings and the way that he played against the spinners. He'll be disappointed to go for 76, but England are racing along. England have got 114 on the board for 2 in the 23rd over. They trail by 282. It's all systems go, this team. And no doubt he'll be applauded in the dressing room. He'll be told that he played beautifully, and he did. He played really, really well. Didn't look like getting out today. He's just got himself out.
I think that's been the case, hasn't it, throughout this series so far. Batters have got in from both sides and got themselves out, and he was set there, Zach Crawley, playing beautifully. But he tried to get on top of the new spinner that come into the attack, Akshar Patel. Found a little bit of turn, didn't get right to the pitch of the ball, probably hit it to the leg side like the previous delivery, and he got that outside edge, stick edge. Good catch, actually, from Shreyas.
Very good catch, and now it brings Jarrod in. And if I could be a little cheeky, so far on the tour, England's bowling all-rounder. Gee, when he gets going, loves playing against India. And I've just been taking a look at his batting average. It's just dropped under 50, but it's 49.99, so we won't even count it as having dropped. Akshar again round the wicket, slip and a silly point, and Root goes off the back foot and pushes out on the offside. Might just have hastened through and a little lower. He's got a slingy action, does Akshar, and so the ball might skid through a little more than say when Kuldeep or Ashwin are bowling. So India have a wicket. It looked like the wicket might be Pope. It isn't. It's a far more valuable wicket at the moment in the context of the game of Zach Crawley. From round the wicket again, and out comes the reverse sweep and finds its way to the boundary. Jarrod is off the mark.
Yeah, he's off the mark to a shot that hasn't been played that often in the 23 overs that have been bowled here. It's the second time the reverse sweep has come out, and it's almost because it's not a high percentage shot on this particular wicket, and I say that because the bounce is different to Hyderabad. But Root is a genius. The Root is one of the best players, probably one of the greatest that have played for England, and if anyone can do it, it is Root. The surface
just keeping low, that next one again, and Root is in front of the stumps pushing it out, and over in which a wicket was achieved for India, but 8 runs came off it. That's the way England play. 118 for 2 from 23.
Yeah, this surface has got a bit more bounce, and it might be because of the red clay that's underneath the black soil. I don't know what's that all about, Harsha. I always thought it was black soil here, and then I got here the day before the test match, and they said no, there's red under black.
There's an inch of black. I'm just relaying what the groundsman said. I don't understand pitches. There's an inch of black and red underneath. Now, Darren Goff with 4 poach tags with him might be able to give us an answer.
I've no idea. But what I do agree with is KP when he talks about the reverse sweep. I think that's been quite evident. But there is a bit more bounce here, and it's not the shot where you get excessive turn. It's a safer shot, but on this pitch they can use the feet as Zach Crawley tried to do.
Right, Bumrah comes on. I just wonder what Mukesh is thinking here. He's been given 2 overs to the new ball, taken off. He was expensive. Ball 1 over, and that was just an experiment to see if he was getting the ball to tail in. Bumrah's the more skilled bowler.
Bumrah's on for Root. That's the big play here. This is man versus man. It is Bumrah versus Root, and they understand and know how big that wicket is.
For the moment, to a wide slip and a gully. It's Pope in strike with a catcher at short mid-wicket. Bumrah in again, he bowls. And Pope goes down, crouches and pushes it back. The difference is, I think he's got a wider skill set, Bumrah. He will tail the ball in if it is there, but he's also got the ability to move it away, bowl the straighter ball, bowl the Yorker. So he's got more tricks.
He's got the full armoury, mate. That's why he got 6 wickets in that first test on a pitch that wasn't really conducive to anybody who bowled any sort of seam. But this one's had a little bit. We saw Jimmy Anderson perform beautifully with a ball, picking up 3 wickets. And I would expect Bumrah to cause the same problems.
We'll wait and see. Jimmy Anderson's a very tough act to follow. He was sensational today. Here's Bumrah again from right arm over. Poking at it is Pope. Searches for a single. Bumrah's not too happy with the fielder at gully who threw the ball hard at the stumps. He's stingy. He doesn't want the ball to ricochet off the stumps.
Yeah, there's one of 2 things. He doesn't want the ball to ricochet and go for runs of his own bowling, or he's working that hard on the cricket ball. He doesn't want any indentations on the shiny side, so he prefers to keep the ball up. And that's what actually happens in a lot of teams when the fast bowler's got the ball and he's getting the ball to move, and he's working hard to get it to just either swing conventionally or go reverse. You don't want many people touching it.
Playing and missing. That ball left him. And there's a little nervous prod again. 43 balls now for Pope. Still unrecognizable from the player who played that innings in Hyderabad. And just tells you what a great game this Test cricket is. You turn up, it's another day, it's a different surface, different kind of contest. And even an Ollie Pope in the form of his life can struggle. Little tentative Pope at that one. You talked about the shine and the shape on the ball. We were talking to him yesterday before play began. We asked him about how it is if a spinner's taking the new ball at the other end. And he said, I'm constantly in the spinners here. Shine the ball, shine that side.
You can see how much he's shining it at the moment. He's at the back of his mark. He's shining it all over his thighs, Bumrah, and he's getting the ball to talk. That's what he's doing. That ball to Pope went away from Pope. We know he's got the in-swinger.
Now and again, what's the offering to Pope? Drives. Still slightly tentative with his footwork out to mid-off. He also said, look, we cannot use saliva anymore, so we've got to try that much harder to keep the ball going. How did he go about it, Goffey, apart from the mints?
I'll tell you what, the one thing, there is one skill when you're fielding on the boundary and you do pick the ball up. You've got to have the knowledge to turn the ball around, so when you do throw it, so it bounces before it gets to the keeper, it does land on the rough side, right? So there is a skill to that, by the way.
The saucer.
Correct.
2 balls to go in this over. Bumrah bowls it again. It's a tentative little prod. His feet are going nowhere at the moment for Pope. He's just standing where he is and thrusting batted ball.
It's a beautiful, beautiful delivery. I was watching the monitor and watching on TV, Harsha. I think you might have been watching the play. That though there is pitched on a good length, and it's been taken at the left ear of the keeper. It has been bowled at good speed, 139 kilometers per hour, and it's absolutely flown. What a bowler Jasprit Bumrah is. We were singing Jimmy Anderson's praises this morning, and quite rightly so, because he was just a master at work, an absolute magician. But Jasprit Bumrah, he's not far behind with his skill.
Jags that one into the right-handed Pope, will play it with the turn out to mid-wicket, with the movement rather, out to Ashwin. was fielding at a wide-ish mid-on, just the run of the over, but a typical Bumrah over, probing away at the batter. It's 119 for 2, Root is 4, Pope is 18.
And this is part of it. I mean, England, people were talking about, oh, India ain't got enough there, but when you've got 396 on the board, it's a lot of runs, and England have to play well to get up by them, and to go past them would be an unbelievable effort, because you're going to have to bat last on this pitch. That's what India will be hoping anyway, winning the toss. And it will do more and more as the game goes on. With those plates you've seen, there might be a little bit loose. That one there from Bumrah at the last over, a bit more bounce. So a long way away, England still.
Yeah, you raise a very good point. I spoke to Curator before play this morning, and
Akshay starts a new over from round the wicket, and Pope goes forward and defends.
And I was presenting a few different permutations on how this test match might play out, and he was firm in his view of saying, no, the wicket's going to deteriorate. We are going to see some spin probably later today, tomorrow and day 4, and he said 100% a result.
Root looks to play the sweep to 1 from Akshay. That was pitch around leg. It's a good stop out in the deep. They'll come back for 2, but the little paddle sweep is unveiled. Bumrah, the fielder.
It's a good shot. It's a very good shot. They're just using the pace of Akshay. There is no 45 in position, so it's actually quite an easy shot. Just gets down and just taps it away into the leg side, and we saw him do it all day in Hyderabad. No risk. The risk would be if Rohit Sharma takes out Sally Point and puts him catching at 45, and it's probably something that I would do. I would try and just cut out the scoring options now for Ollie Pope. I would just put a player in position and say, right, do something different.
Akshay goes round the wicket. Pope drives out to mid-off. He won't get a run. Slightly more confident looking shot.
Because I just don't see that Silly Point is in the play. The Silly Point is not there for me. Neither here nor there. It's not a position that you worry about when you're batting. It's almost a position that you look at and think, okay, where is he taking him from? Where is the gap?
Just drags it out through the onside, searching for the single, because he knew he played it wide of mid-on. There was one there, so Pope will go up to 21. Root is 4, England 122 for 2. Just to take on what Goffey was saying a little while ago. Only once have India scored more than 400 and lost a game. That was against Australia back in '98. Most times in India, you make 400 runs, you don't lose. As Akshay Gordon spins it beautifully past the outside edge of Joe Root, and it's taken by Kona Bharat. Having said that, England came to India in 2016 and got 420, 450 and lost by an innings, because that track just stayed good for a long time.
And there was a statistic, wasn't there, that we were showing on TV last week, where the less it spins, the better it is for India. The more it spins, it brings the opposition in.
And the opposition have inexperienced spinners, so the more the track helps them, the more it minimizes the difference. Akshay again bowls, and the little sweep comes out once again. The bowler thinks it's gone off bad, so there's a bit of an appeal, but they will trot across for a single. The umpire's not interested, and he doesn't even slap his thigh, so that's probably a run therefore. So it's 25 overs gone, 123 for 2. Root is 5, Pope is 21.
Do you know, I think when there's bounce in the pitch, I think that's when India look a different animal. When you get bounce and the spinners are the quality of Ashwin, normally Jadeja, but Akshar Patel and Kuldeep, bounce brings India well into the game more than England.
Yeah, because then you see the gap between the spinners and how well the Indian spinners can operate, and how they can just get, because they just get those extra revs on the ball. They were fighting a losing battle last week in Hyderabad with how slow it was off the wicket, and the ball almost moved and did whatever it was going to do, and then the batter played the shot. It's not the case here, and I think Akshar Patel is going to cause England a load of strife this afternoon.
Well, they've got to deal with Jasprit Bumrah for the time being, and he goes in and bowls to Joe Root. Root punches back down the pitch, well fielded by the bowler, and he's followed through. There's no run.
The technique of Joe Root's going to be tested. He fell over it in Hyderabad, and the dismissals for him were very un-Joe Root-like. So no doubt we're going to see a Joe Root that stands leg side. He's going to present the full face of the bat like he did there with the first ball that Bumrah bowled. Bumrah was straight at his stumps, and he punched it straight back at Bumrah. There's a lot on Root. He doesn't often miss out in 2 test matches, and I count against him to get it right here.
2 slips and a gully waiting behind Root as Bumrah goes in, and Root allows this one to bounce through and go through to KS Barrett, and there's no run. Root 5 from 7, Pope 21 from 50, the 2 men to go. Zach Crawley on his birthday, 76 from 78. He tried to take on Akshar, but got underneath it. It's a great catch from Shreyas Iyer, running backwards, deep point. Takes the catch. That made it 114 for 2 after Ben Ducket was caught under the helmet off the bowling of Kuldeep for 21, 59 for 1. That as England reply to India's 396 all outs. In goes Bumrah, outside of off stump once again. Root playing the patient game at the moment. Doesn't need to do anything with that ball, so doesn't. Allows it through to the keeper, Goffey.
Yeah, and as a bowler, and obviously I know Joe pretty well. I think when you bowl at Joe Root, that LBW, as we saw him get out in that first test, is something that he's got to be steady of. He's got to stay tall in his crease, and he can sometimes fall over and get too far across. He gets out LBW. But the ball to get him out as well is that one where you just tempt him outside off stump, just short of a drive ball. He likes to go at it hard. He likes to get off to a positive start, Joe, so it brings the slips into place as well.
In goes Bumrah to him, and there's a little shuffle of the feet to get himself moving in towards the ball, pushes out on the offside, onside, no run.
You're 100% right, Goffey. I think that Bumrah is good enough to drag him out there as well. Root was down the wicket on that occasion and just came out to push at Bumrah. Bumrah hasn't bowled an in-swinger yet to Root. It's all been away, 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 away. We saw Jimmy Anderson nick off Ashwin this morning with an away swinger. It wasn't the in-swinger. It was across to the left-handers, and then to Ashwin. He was straight and away, and he got the nick. It's a little period that Root needs to concentrate big time.
And he gets an edge on this one and does nick it straight to slip. Kevin Pietersen just called it. It's 123 for 3. Root goes for 5. And if you listen back to the highlights later, you might just hear Joe Root go, "Oh no," as he nicked that one. There was a groan through the stump, Mike. Root goes for 5, 123 for 3.
Yeah, Goffey, you actually mentioned it just before I confirmed exactly what we've now seen here, because it's almost plain to see that when a guy is fighting his technique as much as Root is fighting his technique, 2 opportunities to get him out is something that's not very often presented, because he's such a quality player. And there's certainly a Bumrah effect that's happening now with Joe Root. Mukesh bowled 1 over and he was taken off because Root came in, and the Indians decided, okay, we're going to test you. And Bumrah did not bowl a single delivery into Joe Root. And how did Joe Root get out in Hyderabad? It was the big in-swinger that got him.
Absolutely, and they've got plans for him, and that's why Bumrah come into the attack. Joe Root's coming out. He likes to go at it outside off stump early on. Slips always come into play. When he's in form, it goes for 4. When he's slightly out of sorts, you've just seen what happens. He gets caught at slip. But Bumrah kept it out there, kept it out there, kept it out there, and Joe was expecting that straight one, and it didn't come. And it's a huge wicket for India, getting rid of Joe Root. I say he averages just about the 50 mark. And it'll be the same plans to Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow comes in, we all seen him. The first few balls when his feet are not moving, straight as you can to Johnny Bairstow, looking to get him LBW and bowled.
Root has now been out to Bumrah 8 times in 12 tests. There are not many bowlers in what say that. But he gets his man. Right, Bairstow is in and will take guard. 2 slips, gully. Backward points. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, the field. Just gone 1:30 in the afternoon. Visakhapatnam coming up 10 past 8 in the UK. Good Saturday morning to you. Here comes Bumrah, and he goes full and straight in towards the toes. Bumrah really wants an LBW. It was Yorker length, Where it's gone down to long leg would seem to indicate that it was going leg side. The umpire has given it as leg byes, and the DRS timer counts down 9, 8, 7. They've got together, India, but it doesn't look like... No, Bumrah's going to take his cap from Murray Erasmus, and the time goes. So it's the end of the 26th over here on talkSPORT 2. 124 for 3 are England. They trail by 272. Darren Gough.
Well, I wouldn't be doing the team talk in that Indian dressing room, I don't know, where I've been talking about where you bowl to Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. But Bumrah obviously knows the plans. We've seen the clever bowling to Joe Root there, looking outside that off stump, knowing Joe wants to score, he wants to get off on the front foot, wants to score and hit boundaries. And Johnny Bairstow, we all know, we've seen it in Test cricket, early starting, get it full, nipping back to him, get through that gate, LBW, there the deliveries that they've been loads of plans for, and they've got rid of Joe Root. Huge wicket, 124 for 3.
Right, so it is going to be Bairstow on strike. Akshar will bowl from the far end, the Dr. Vizzy end, and he will come in left arm around. Bairstow staying leg side of the ball, hits to point, and there's no runners. Jaiswal does the fielding. Just seeing the replay of that one, that previous Yorker that Bumrah sent down. Harmy used the phrase earlier, it wouldn't have hit another set down the leg side. That was in that category as well.
Barrett's not doing his captain any favours by getting excited for the last two he was going to refer.
Bairstow stays leg side of this one, and again late square cuts this one through wide third, and he's underway with a boundary. 4 more to England, 128 for 3.
Well, that's his shot, isn't it, Johnny Bairstow? We saw it in the first Test match. He likes to go on the back foot from straightish deliveries. Don't have to be that wide for Johnny, and he likes cutting it through backward point.
It's interesting that the fielders that India have got there. Shreyas Iyer is the man who is at that backward point position. Now they're putting a deep point in as well, so they've recognised what Bairstow is doing. Bairstow comes forward as Akshar comes around the wicket, and he just plays defensively back to the bowler, no run. Crowd getting excited because one of the fielders has waved at them. That's all it takes to get them excited at this stage. And that fielder out on the deep cover. Jaiswal will do the fielding as Bairstow drives out all along the lush green outfield. And Jaiswal made 209 earlier today, and he's getting cheered almost as loudly from a pocket of supporters in behind him for fielding a pretty routine ball, as he did, making a double 100. They love their cricket in this part of the world. Every chance they get, they're up and shouting and enjoying it. Akshar is coming in. Bairstow defends out on the offside, and there is no run. So 6 from the over so far. 1 ball still to come. Silly point in place. Bairstow just backs away, now settles in. Akshar makes his way towards him. Bairstow a little push drive wide of mid-off, and he's going to get one. He's going to get more than one, because the fielder Ashwin never really made any impression on chasing that, and it's ended up beating him and going away to the boundary. So Bairstow into double figures with his second boundary at the end of the over here on talkSPORT 2. It's 134 for 3. England, they trail by 262. Darren Gough.
Well, it looks like he got them lead boots on, Ashwin, chasing after that. I think he's still tired from that first Test match. Yeah, he's got them divers boots on there, running after that one. But good shot, though, from Johnny Bairstow through the covers. Timed it beautifully. Good start. 10 off 7 balls already, Johnny. 134 for 3 on talkSPORT.
Yeah, it was something that Ashwin didn't really need. You could see him getting, I've been in this position, I'm sure Gough has as well, many times, when you think, I can stop that, I can stop that, I can stop that. Oh no, I'm not getting anywhere near that. And then I have to chase, go and get it. So, no, I think he was in the game for a little bit, but then once it picked up pace, it was a beautiful shot, like Darren said. And it was something that our Ashwin didn't really need after bowling 8 overs.
It looks a bit like us in the gym. the other night. He not really making much of an impression.
Speak for yourself.
Well, okay, I will. I mean, Manners nearly drowned the place. Bumrah in to start a new over, right arm over the wicket, and Ollie Pope is pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Manners actually went to the gym this morning, folks, before coming here to work. He was in the gym so early, there weren't any towels in the place, and the attendant arrived.
Yeah, for hours though.
Yeah, the attendant arrived and saw this sight, I'll simply call it that, and then immediately went to the cupboard and produced Neil a towel.
He is a ridiculously sweaty man, Neil Manthorp. Of all the people not to have towels, he's the worst.
The length of time, the length of time he goes running for, that's the problem for me.
Bumrah with that stuttering start now comes in, and Ollie Pope aims a drive into the cover region. Akshar Patel will field at short extra, and there's no run.
It's a good area from Bumrah, dangerous area. Just on a good length, around the 5 metre mark, asking Ollie Pope to come forward, make a decision on the front foot. To be fair to Pope, he played it very, very well, and this is where Bumrah is very, very good, because he draws you across, he draws you into playing in them areas, and then he's got that one, that Yorker or that slower ball, just well disguised.
I don't think we've seen that off cutter yet in this game. Bumrah goes in again. He's bringing Pope forward, pushes out on the offside. No run. We saw it a few times in Hyderabad, really to good effect. And in fact, was that the one? I think we've just now seen it. 119.8 kilometres an hour, as opposed to the normal 135, 139 of the previous 2 deliveries. In his 7th over, Bumrah 1 for 25. The other wicket takers, Kuldeep 1 for 20. Akshar 1 for 22 from 3 overs. Ashwin's bowled 8 overs, 0 for 40. Mukesh 3 overs, 0 for 26. Bumrah in once again. It's turned down the leg side by Ollie Pope, and there's a fielder down at long leg, but they'll still be able to take a couple. 2 more to the total. 136 for 3.
Nice timing from Ollie Pope. Just gone on with the angle from Bumrah. He's just a little bit shorter this time, so Ollie Pope can get. I was gonna say he gets on the back foot and plays it from the back foot, but he doesn't. He gets caught on the crease a little bit, and that's what Bumrah does to you. He's more or less hit Ollie Pope there, as opposed to Ollie Pope really being in control of getting back, using his crease and just gliding it down to fine leg.
Bumrah in once again, past the upper, and absolutely destroys Ollie Pope's stumps. That is the perfect Yorker. I have no idea how you're supposed to play that. Literally, there are 2 stumps lying on the ground, and there's 1 left vertical. Pope drags himself off, knowing that there's basically nothing you can do about that. He goes for 23. It's 136 for 4. That has come in like a homing pigeon at the base of middle and leg stump and dispatches them out of the ground. Johnny Bairstow got an unplayable ball in Hyderabad. Ollie Pope may have just got an unplayable one in Visakhapatnam.
What a delivery that is from Jasprit Bumrah. Said just a second ago, he gets in and around that good top of the stumps area, drags you across the crease. He's got the slower ball, and he's also got the Yorker. What a Yorker that is. Leg stump went cartwheeling, middle stump just fell out of the ground, 1 stump, off stump standing. What a ball. Ollie Pope might have fell over slightly, but I think even if he did fall over and got something in the way, it would have been his boot, and Erasmus would have put his finger up for LBW. That, for me, is unplayable. Not for a tail ender, not for a mediocre batter. That's an unplayable delivery from a man who got 196 in the last Test match, and he got nowhere near that delivery from Jasprit Bumrah.
The 4th best bowler in the world has just produced a basically unplayable delivery. Jasprit Bumrah went up 1 place in the world rankings after the first Test. Ravichandran Ashwin, by the way, is still the #1 bowler in the world. Ravindra Jadeja, #6. And wow, what a delivery.
Maka, that's where rankings and stats and all that are misleading. If Jasprit Bumrah's number 4 in the world, wow, there's 3 good bowlers out there, there's 3 unbelievable bowlers out there. Because if there is a better bowler in world cricket than Jasprit Bumrah, not just in Test match but in multi-formats, yeah, I'm yet to see it. I think for me, is up there with Kagisa Rabada. I think he's just ahead of Rabada as the best multi-format bowler in the world. And when things aren't happening or you need something special, you can take the pitch out of the equation. He's just done that.
Well, it's Ben Stokes, the England captain. Left-hander, so Bumrah's going to be around the wicket. 2 slips and a gully are waiting. Bumrah goes in, and Stokes allows this through to the keeper, and there's no run to complete the over. 2 runs and a wicket in the over, and we mentioned that he bowled the slower one. The last one was absolutely right up there, 141 kilometres an hour. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2, and of course also the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England 136 for 4 after 28 overs. And now we're in an important part here, because England have gone from 114 for 1 to 136 for 4. This is going to be an important little half-an-hour session. You can tell from the noise around the ground. The locals are just starting to bubble a bit. They're sensing an opportunity, 1 or 2 more wickets, and they'll be thinking big first innings lead potentially. England still trailing by 260. Now, of course, Stokes and Bairstow have some history of big partnerships. I am thinking, of course, of Cape Town. They like batting together. Akshar will be around the wicket to start the new over to Bairstow, bringing his man forward, pushing out on the offside, no run. Bairstow backs away just to get himself to where he needs to be mentally. Comes back in, waits as Akshar bowls. Left arm around, bringing Bairstow forward, just playing quietly. No run once again. Just the slip in place for Bairstow. Rohit is at the moment standing cross-legged, hands on hips. Now he gets down into his stance at slip as Bairstow goes in, plays a forward drive to Akshar, gets a hand on the ball, deflects it onto the stumps. The bails light up, but Ben Stokes is standing at the non-striker's end, also legs crossed, leaning on his bat. He never went anywhere, no problem.
Yeah, no movement from Ben Stokes. Didn't even leave the crease when the ball was bowled. Seen that the ball was hit back, and he didn't have to put a step in. I think he was already in, and just weight transfer back in place. Smart bit of work from Axar Patel, just got a little finger on it. Positive shot from Johnny Bairstow, good down the ground. Keep playing straight, keep hitting the ball down the ground while you're starting to build your innings.
Axar is in once again. Bairstow just opens the face of the blade, guides it to point. Shreyas Iyer will do the fielding, and a single is taken. 137 for 4.
And again, that's good. Try and rotate the strike. There's pressure on here. England are on a little bit of a hole. The wickets have fallen quickly over the course of the last 35, 40 minutes. So it's important that you don't die in that hole. It's important you don't stop the scoring rate. This team doesn't stop the scoring rate. They like to play the big shot. But just at this moment in time when India's got the crowd going and there's pressure from the infielders, Ken Stokes, especially the left and right hand combination, Ken Stokes and Bairstow, just take the ones and rotate the strike and try and build some confidence that way.
Akshar is in, left arm over the wicket to Stokes. Stokes will clip to deep mid-wicket and will take a single. 138 for 4. So Stokes underway from the second ball that he's faced. It's not done a huge amount for the spinners. They've got some good bounce out of it. There's been a few gone. I think we've had 2 balls today that have kept a bit low, but wicket playing pretty normally as you would expect in this part of the world. Bairstow comes forward to complete the over. 29 gone, 138 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2. Jarrod Kimber.
Just worth having a look at Bumrah versus Root, I think, because it's a really interesting record so far. So he's got him out 3 times in Test matches in India, and in those Test matches, in those occurrences, he's averaging just 15 against him in India, but he averages 40 against Root in England. And if you look at all international cricket, in the UK, Bumrah averages 35 against Root, and in India, 6 dismissals, an average of 13.33. So certainly Bumrah prefers to bowl to Root in India rather than on the lush, grassy wickets of England. Talking about lush and grassy, here's Neil Manthorp.
That's a counterintuitive statistic.
I would have thought
Kimber.
so.
You need to explain that. Here's Jasprit Bumrah bowling to Ben Stokes. Plays defensively, rock solid. Back in the cross, and there's no run. Why? Because he gets reverse swing in the subcontinent, or
it's possible. We've seen him get him out in a couple of different ways, but certainly in the last couple of years, there's been a lot more reverse swing in Asia than there has been in England, right? Because they keep the Duke balls newer now and try and use the wobble ball and everything else. So perhaps that could be it, that Root doesn't like the reverse as much.
Yeah, but it's not really reverse. Well, saying that if Joe bats and he gets runs, big runs, then he's batting when it's reversing. But especially in the recent past, Joe's been at 20 for 2, so it's mean the newer ball he's faced more than the older one, I would have thought.
Here's Bumrah again, bowls. Stokes plays exactly the same defensive shot, rock solid in his crease, nudging it up on the onside. So
I think in both cases, though, Harmy, it has been reversed because it's been closer to the 20-25 over mark. He was definitely reversing it today. So, who knows exactly what it is, but I think also, he probably bowls a very different line and length in India than he does in England, right? Like, he's a very clever bowler, so it might be something to do with that. He might go too traditional in England, and that's what Root's best against.
That was reversed.
Mile an hour.
That Yorker, that was reversed.
Yeah, that reversed. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
It was a good ball, wasn't it? Here's Jasprit Bumrah, bowls again to Stokes, and the back leg splays out. She plays defensively up on the offside. There'll be one of those occasions where Joe Root goes into the dressing room and doesn't throw the gloves anywhere. He just lay them down gently, sit down, mop his brow, and say, "That was a good ball."
Yeah, it's one of them ones where it reversed and it hit middle and leg. If it didn't reverse, it definitely would have hit middle. It was getting, the minute it left Jasprit Bumrah's fingers, it was getting Ollie Pope out.
Very, very impressive delivery. Here's Bumrah once again, running away from us. Up to the crease now, bowls, and for the 4th time in a row, Ben Stokes plays a very studiously defensive shot, and he's almost emphasising, re-endorsing his defensive shot by holding the post for a second longer than he might ordinarily have done, just indicating you may have bowled a couple of good balls, but you're not getting past me in a hurry. India making 396 this morning, adding 60, lost their last 4 wickets for the addition of 60 runs. Yashasvi Jaiswal making 209, and the next highest score was 34 in the innings for India. 396 all out. Now India 138 for 4. Here's Bumrah again up to the crease, bowls, and it's just dragged his length back a little bit, and so it's slightly shorter and in maybe at waist height to Ben Stokes. Opens the face of the bat and runs it behind square on the offside to Akshar Patel. It's funny enough, the crowd would ordinarily be fired up by the fall of 3 wickets for the addition of 22 runs in 33 balls. 3 for 22 in 33 balls. Well, as I say that, they are now beginning to cheer the school children away to our right. But I think there was sort of a sound of stunned silence the last 5 or 6 minutes. Here is Bumrah once again. Maybe it's anticipation. Stokes again plays it away defensively towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, Rajat Padatar, and there's no run. That was a maiden over from Jasprit Bumrah. Seems like a long time ago that the 4th over that he bowled went for 16.
Yeah, an awful long time ago, and England were very much on top when Crawley and Ducket were there again. I got off to a decent start, then See, Crawley and Pope carried that on, and something that happens more often than not in this part of the world when there is a little bit of a lull in the game. It doesn't always happen where England because of their fast scoring rate, but then the game goes into fast forward, and you know the wicket of Crawley coming down the wicket, trying to hit Axar Patel over the top as opposed to along the ground like he did the ball before. And you know, when you expose and you just open up a little bit of an end, you hear the crowd start going, fielders around the bat start to get a little bit louder, and it's very difficult over here to start your innings on and get going. And then you come up with a beautiful delivery like Jaiswal Bumrah did, and all of a sudden England have gone from 113 for 1 cruising to 138 for 4 and in a little bit of a predicament.
They are. 30 overs gone. Well, we would have said a couple of years back that they were in a little bit of predicament. Now we're just sort of excited to see how they're going to extract themselves from this hole that they're in. Kuldeep Yadav's back into the attack, short and wide. That was very much a loose one. There's nobody on the cover boundary, so 4 runs. That's a gift to Johnny Bairstow, which he will very happily accept and unwrap it and bang it to the cover boundary.
Struggling with this move. I really am struggling with this move because are you trying to buy a wicket just before the break, saying that he might bowl a couple of bad balls and Bairstow and Stokes might give their wicket away. Axar Patel was going really well. He had them, you know, he didn't start well, but once he got the wicket, he had a little bit of control. Poor first ball.
Kuldeep in once again. That's half volley, and it's driven by Bairstow this time all the way along the ground, and it's gone straight to the fielder.
Johnny will be disappointed there because that was a ball, you know, a half volley that should have been put away for 4.
Kuldeep, maybe he'll show us why Rohit's brought him back into the attack. He's just making a tweak to his field. Actually, he's pushed the man at cover, at extra cover, all the way back, or most of the way back, 4/5 of the way back to the boundary. Here's Kuldeep in once again, turned by Johnny Bairstow behind square on the leg side. I always assume that international captains know far more than I'll ever know. But it does seem a peculiar move, that. Johnny Bairstow
just reacting. It's reacting.
Yeah.
This is what he was criticised for in the first Test match. He was reacting. It was like an under-15 school captain when somebody hit a boundary, right, move your fielder to there. That was exactly what that was.
He's driven a half volley through extra cover.
He's setting fields for bad bowling. Two bad balls, a long half volley and a short ball, and Mukesh Kumar's in no man's land there.
Here's Kuldeep again to Johnny Bairstow. This one spins back into him and he turns it up to Shubman Gill at mid-wicket. Very peculiar. Just to say again, so extra cover. What if Johnny Bairstow now just pushes one to extra cover and takes an easy single? How does the bowler feel about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, that has to come 20 yards to his left, and he protects the short ball and the boundary out that side.
Kuldeep in again. Johnny Bairstow forward, plays defensively. Good length here. And, that's just blocked. India 396 today. Yashasvi Jaiswal, career best 209. Becomes the 3rd youngest double centurion for India, behind Vinod Kambli ×2 and Sunil Gavaskar. He's just 22 years old. Vinod Kambli and Sunil Gavaskar were marginally younger when they scored their double hundreds. Here's Kuldeep once again, and a tiny bit of width, and there is the easy single. Out to Shreyas Iyer at cover, running in from backward point, and Johnny Bairstow keeps the strike at the end of the over. 31 overs gone. England in reply, 143 for the loss of 4 wickets. Zach Crawley making 76 on his 26th birthday. Ben Ducket 21, Ollie Pope 23, and Joe Root caught at first slip by Shubman Gill off Jasprit Bumrah, who's got 2 wickets. He went for 5.
Manners, I wondered if you'd seen the new trophy that's been announced for the Test series between New Zealand and South Africa.
I have, because you sent me a picture of it.
Well, I did, but I don't know if I don't. You know, I'm not there checking if you're checking your phone.
Are you
happy?
The Wangarai Shield?
Tangawai.
Tangawai, sorry, beg pardon.
after the worst train disaster in New Zealand history, which clashed with a South Africa-New Zealand Test series, and Bob Blair, who was playing in that game, lost his fiancée and then still went out and batted to avoid the follow-on. It's an incredible story.
151 people were, and the whole of the Ellis Park crowd were aware of the situation. You know, even back then in the early 1950s. You know,
well, they started to walk off the ground, didn't they? They didn't realise he was at the ground. He made his own way there.
Oh, push and a miss here from Johnny Bairstow. That was good length, decent length from Mukesh Kumar, and Johnny Bairstow just had a little bit of a flat-footed push at it and played and missed. And yeah, that's right, South Africa were 9 down, and Bob Blair had made his own way to the ground, hadn't he, and walked out to bat. He said, well, I think he was in no state at all when he heard the news, and the team said you must stay at the hotel and grieve, which he did. And then I think halfway through the day, just after lunch, he'd made his own way to the ground and came out to bat. But what a tragedy that was. Here's Mukesh Kumar once again, and this time Johnny Bairstow does move his feet back towards the stumps, gives himself a little bit of extra time and punches it through the offside to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and they go through for 2 runs. Johnny Bairstow up to 18. Ben Stokes has 1. England 145 for 4.
Yeah, so it's an incredible story. If you've never heard the full story, there was a mini-series made about it in New Zealand, in fact. But just on the trophy itself, Manners, it's quite a pretty trophy by current cricket standards. You know, it's I'm not sure what the actual artwork is, but it looks like a Pacific Island artwork that it's been put together. But we've seen some pretty ugly trophies of recent times, Manners. This one's not too bad.
I like it, very much indeed. Here's Mukesh Kumar once again, and it's punched off the back foot up towards mid-off straight to the fielder, and there's no run. And it's made of native hardwood, isn't it? One of the indigenous...
I would assume so, yeah. It certainly looks like it is here. It's a beautiful design.
And on the subject of that, a reminder to our large and ever-growing and loyal talkSPORT 2 listening audience that we have the rights to New Zealand cricket, and we've got 3 test matches coming up at the end of the year, and if the last 2 that we did were anything to go by.
Yeah, it was a shame that we only had 2 last time, so fortunately we've got an extra one.
Here is Mukesh Kumar once again, bowls width outside the off stump. Super shot from Johnny Bairstow. What a punch drive off the back foot. Oh, that's a glorious shot, square of the wicket on the offside for 4.
Beautiful shot. That is a really, really nice shot. He was in between going forward and back. It was all about his hands. His beautiful timing through the line of the ball. A little tiny bit of width on show, not too short, you know, back of a length ball. But Johnny Bairstow was just dispatched it in front of square with, you know, relative, you know, comfortable ease.
Super timing as well. Here's Mukesh Kumar again, and this time Bairstow drives the ball to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Akshar Patel, this time behind square on this occasion. Just a reminder, for those of you who can't remember immediately, South Africa, England won the first test match at Mount Maunganui quite comfortably.
Yeah. Stuart Broad performed brilliantly under lights. Before
New Zealand came back with a resounding 1-run win in the second test of Wellington.
Epic, wasn't it? You know, I seen Paul Collingwood at Hyderabad, and I think Mark Wood bowled two bouncers which were given wide, and he questioned Chris Gaffney, the umpire, on the morning, and he was questioning him because there was a bouncer to Jimmy Anderson which probably should have been given wide, and England was still dirty about that 9 months later.
Here's Mukesh Kumar around the wicket to Ben Stokes outside the off stump. That one kept a little bit low, and we'll see more and more of that as this test match goes on. There'll be some uneven bounce, mostly low, but then 1 or 2 will hit a ridge and provide a little bit of extra bounce. Ben Stokes has 1, Johnny Bairstow has 23 at a run a ball. England's 150 is up, 150 for 4. Good start in the morning session, wasn't it, Harmy? England taking the last 4 wickets for the addition of 60.
Yeah, they bowled really well. Jimmy Anderson was exceptional. The 2 young guys I think they came and showed of age. You know, if you've got a leg spinner on your side, there's a lot of talk. Still think two seamers would have been handy for Ben Stokes, but when you've got a leg spinner, especially against the tail, that works in your benefit as well. And Ryan came on at the end, took a wicket, and Bashier took the last wicket. And I was really impressed with Shoaib Bashier for the whole innings. I thought he controlled length really well. 20-year-old, 6 first-class matches to make your debut in India in both 38 overs. That says everything. He looked a lot older than the years and the inexperience that he's got from an education point of view. It was brilliant.
Kuldeep Yadav, left arm wrist spin in once again. Johnny Bairstow plays it defensively back down the wicket. Jarrod, I was fascinated to see that list actually of leading left arm wrist spin wicket takers in Test cricket. I was genuinely shocked to see Paul Adams at the top of it. Forward comes Bairstow again playing defensively, and there's no run. Chuck Fleetwood Smith in second place.
Yep.
He holds the record for the most balls bowled in a Test innings still, doesn't he?
He wasn't from Ashwin, I don't think. Chuck Fleetwood Smith, yeah. He might have got bullied at school, did he? He would have if he come to Ashwin.
Yadav in again to Bairstow. Punches it off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Harmy, you'll like this. He's one of the rare posh Australian cricketers.
Posh Australian cricketers,
yeah. He eventually ended up as an alcoholic and homeless, and he was rehomed by an Australian Prime Minister who he went to school with.
He might have been from Ashton then.
He certainly liked to drink. I think you would have liked hanging out with him. He's quite famous for that. He crashed a Jeep during the army.
Sounds like my man.
I think anybody might be tempted to turn to drink having bowled 120 overs in that Test match. Here is Kuldeep once again. Forward comes Bairstow, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
It crushed, crashed the Jeep. What's the sign outside here? There's all the signs on the roads have got little quirky signs.
Traffic warning signings. But the one outside this cricket ground says, "Driving is risky after whiskey."
Yeah, risky after whiskey in it. Yeah.
It's Kuldeep Yadav again. Bairstow drives square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run.
Well, if I remember the story correctly, he was in the army during World War II. It just kind of went missing. He wasn't on active service. He was in Australia as a PE instructor with Bradman, I think. And he just took the Jeep, Harmy, got drunk, and then crashed it, and then just walked home. So it was very similar to the SCG story of yourself and the boys. So I think he would have fit in quite well with you guys.
He sounds like an interesting character.
I think he was born in England, Jarrod. And
he's got to have been born in England with a surname like that.
Yeah, Jarrod, could you just check that? Because it was 100 years ago. I think he was born in England, and he ended up in Australia and playing for Australia. Kuldeep in again. Ben Stokes power sweeps through mid-wicket for 4. Oh, he's hit that hard. And deliberately in front of square. There is a man on the boundary behind square on the leg side, which is why he hit it in front of square. He's hit it absolutely magnificently. Beautiful timing, and what a way to finish the afternoon session. It's a session that India have edged. You have to say that it is definitely their session with the 4 wickets. And England at 155 for 4. Yet again have to find a way, which no doubt they will, to dig themselves out of this situation, because they are still trailing by 241 runs. So India with more than their noses ahead. I think they're ahead by a full length in the Test match at this stage. But England enjoy being behind.
They do enjoy being behind, and they're flying along. 127 runs in that session and 27 overs, 4 wickets down, flying along at 4 he went along 4 and a bit and over in that session. But that's the beauty about this England side. The scoring rate doesn't slow down even when they lose wickets. The scoring rate still stays high, so they're always pushing the game on. It's not as though 2 quick wickets and then everything stops. They keep trying to push that on. So with that, even if they do have a couple of bang bang, there's the 2 wickets. England are still edging that closer and closer to what would be India's total. So yes, it was India's session, but You know, with Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow at the crease, Ben Foakes to come. England have got batters further down there that can hang around a bit in Hartley and Rian Ahmed. So I think India, yes, well ahead of the game at this moment in time, but while Stokes is there, like he said many times before, while he can affect it, he'll always believe that he can come from behind and get his team in front.
Jarrod, you're part of the team that is going to be taking questions and answers during the tea break. So I hope you've got a fresh Diet Coke and you're ready to go. But were you looking up the Chuck Fleetwood Smith biography, were you?
Yeah, he was definitely born in Victoria. I think his family
Victoria
owned
Station,
most of
London.
Victoria. He was born in Stawell. It's not even a Melbourne boy. I think his family owned most of Victoria at a certain point. Manners, perhaps. No, he came across. I mean, he had the mustache and the Brill cream. He looks more English, probably, than a lot of even English players did. Certainly more than Australian players. In that game where he went for, was it 290 runs against Len Hutton, when he just started bowling full tosses on purpose because he got bored.
291 runs, wicketless.
Just started bowling the most. I think it was 1 wicket, wasn't it? In the innings, they made 900. Did they? England, was that the record at that time? But from remembering, but he you know, he probably one of the few cases in Test match cricket where someone has just given up, and they kept bowling him, and he didn't want to bowl, so he just mucked around. He's an incredible, exciting figure from that period of Australian cricket, but because of World War II, didn't go on to be the great bowler that he should have been, and after World War II, he never really came back. So sadly for Australian cricket, they only got a few wickets out of him.
Okay. We'll take a very short break just after I've told you that Zach Crawley went for 76, Ben Ducket for 21, Ollie Pope for 23, Joe Root for 5, and at the crease to resume after tea, Ben Stokes on 5, Johnny Bairstow on 24. After the break, a very short break, and then for the rest of the tea break, Jarrod will be joined by Andrew McKenna and Chetan Narula for a Q&A session.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second Test match live from Visakhapatnam.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
If we have any questions come in.
One about.
Oh, mate, you've got to do that one.
Oh, well.
Yeah, can they carry the test ball into the cap?
That's the only one we've had in.
No,
So.
we've got I'll send you that one in. If you get to the highlights about 8:57, 10 minutes.
Turbocharge your Saturday with Game Day. It's the ultimate heavy-hitting Premier League experience.
And it's in!
Exclusive rights to 2 massive Saturday games.
Everton versus Spurs.
Kick-off, 12:30.
On talkSPORT.
That was an absolute cracker.
Followed by Brighton versus Crystal Palace.
Kick-off, 3 p.m.
On talkSPORT 2.
Oh, brilliant finish!
Supersize your Saturday.
Game day. Today.
On talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam.
There's going to be a run-out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
A very good morning to you. It is tea on day 2 of this second test match between India and England here exclusively on talkSPORT 2. I'm Andrew McKenna, and during the tea interval, Jarrod, Kimber and Chetan Narula will be with me just to reflect on the morning's action so far, well, the day as far as we're concerned here in Vizag, and to also take some of your questions as well. So just to quickly recap where we are in terms of this game. Well, India managed to close yesterday 336 for 6 after 93 overs. They were bowled out in 112 overs, 396 all out. First man out today was Ashwin, caught behind off the bowling of Anderson. He did review it because he felt it brush off of his back thigh, which he did. Unfortunately, it had already taken a nick off of the edge. So that was 364 for 7 as he made 20. That led to Jaiswal electing that he had to start to go big and try and get some more runs on the board before the tail got blown away. He passed 200. 209 he made from 290 balls before he took on James Anderson and was caught by Johnny Bairstow out on the mid-wicket boundary. That was 383 for 8. It became 395 for 9 as Joe Root caught Jasprit Bumrah at slip for 6, and then Mukesh was the last man out, again caught by Root at slip off the bowling of Bashier for a 3-ball duck, so 396 all out. In reply, England at tea, 155 for 4, the men to go. First out, Ducket, caught by Patidar under the helmet off the bowling of Kuldeep for 21. Zach Crawley made 76 from just 78 balls before he was caught by Shreyas off the bowling of Akshar. That was at deep backward point, running away from the wicket, taking the catch over his shoulder, 114 for 2. Root, 5 from 10 deliveries, was 123 for 3 when he nicked Bumrah to Shubman Gill. And then the wicket of the day and arguably the match so far, Bumrah upending 2 of Ollie Pope's stumps, the middle stump and the leg stump, going cartwheeling out of the ground. That was 136 for 4. The not out men for England, who will resume in a bit. Johnny Bairstow, 24 from 28 balls. Ben Stokes, 5 from 10. So that is the equation as it stands. And just looking at some of the comments on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Imran has posted that England need to be as close as possible to 396 because with batting last, there's going to be a big deterioration in the pitch from day 4, he reckons. Chetan, you've seen more cricket in this part of the world than I have. Are we expecting a big deterioration in the pitch as this game goes on?
Well, it just depends in terms of how dry the curator has left the surface. Obviously, it was covered under 2 sheets before the match got underway. The sun's been beating down on it, and he never let anybody take a peek. So, yeah, I mean, it just depends. I remember 2016 and 2019, both those test matches, the only 2 test matches at this ground. The deterioration was not that quick, especially in 2016. It was slow turn. And yes, India won by almost 200 runs, but Ashwin and Jadeja had to work really hard in the 4th innings to take 10 English wickets. So is a similar wicket? I'm not sure. So it'll just depend, again, like I said, how dry the surface is.
And of course, the roles are reversed this time, Jarrod. You know, we were talking about England being 190 behind in Hyderabad, but it was India having to bat last on a wearing pitch. So therefore, it's a slightly different setup this time round.
Yeah, I was laughing when you said, was it, who'd you say it was, Junaid? Was it on?
Imran, who sent that message in.
Imran on sending that message in, because I was thinking to myself, Imran, well, I don't think England want to be very close to this score at all, because they want to be like 80 to 150 past India's score, if we're being honest. Like, I think if you're behind at all, you're probably behind in this game. But yes, you're right, Macca. We saw a similar kind of situation in the last test. I just think it was a very different kind of pitch and a very different kind of score, right? Like, England were out on day one, gave India plenty of chance. So, there's something to be said there. But no doubt for me, I think England need a lead. And, it's still very possible that they get one, but it's a lot of work from here till then.
Samuel Galagos has dropped us a message also through the talkSPORT's cricket YouTube channel. We were talking about the time in the gym earlier, and he's just simply put, do some push-ups, lads. I don't know if he's been watching the YouTube channel and seeing Harmy merrily chomp his way through biscuits and sweets at the back of the box. He probably is. In fact, if you are watching at the moment, you can just look over Chetan's shoulder, and Harmy is doing exactly that as we get to the tea interval. But he's working very, very hard in the gym, I can reveal to you. In terms of this game, gentlemen, Chetan, where do you see the balance of power in this at the moment? I mean, England have played well, but it feels like this partnership between Bairstow and Stokes is going to really have a huge, big factor in where probably the next day and a half goes in this game.
Yeah, 2 words to start with: boom, boom. I mean, Bumrah has swung this game in India's favour, hasn't he? I mean, look, I said it earlier during the call that 396 is not that great a score from India, and given the way England started, they never, until those first couple of wickets fell, they never really went down less than 5 and over. So this was a mediocre first innings total from India, given that it's been a very, very good pitch to bat on. But India needed a really power-packed bowling performance, and Jasprit Bumrah has just provided that. And just a line on that Yorker that he bowled. I mean, there's a world out there where Yorkers walk the planet. I mean, like humans walk the planet here. Just beautiful Yorkers which bowl batsmen bamboozle them. And guess who's the king of that planet? Bumrah's Yorkers. Bumrah's Yorkers are the king of that particular planet. It's just so beautiful to watch him bowl.
Absolutely. Question in from Rhys Jenkins, just away from this. In a crowded cricketing calendar, and we all know how crowded that calendar is, he has how long left for 50 over one-day internationals? I don't know if he's meaning one-day internationals full stop, or could 50 overs could potentially get reduced. So there's sort of 2 angles of that question, Jarrod.
So there was off-the-record conversations had during the World Cup about it being the last ever World Cup from major cricket boards. The truth is that it's still making more. That World Cup is still making more money than the T20 World Cup. So while that World Cup is making more money than the T20 World Cup, they're not going to get rid of the 50 over World Cup. But I know broadcasters have certainly made similar conversations saying, we'll just have more T20. We don't need the one days if you don't want to. But at the moment, it works for there. Once the World Cup is diminished or is pushed to the side, it's going to be hard. But they've already talked about bilateral one days, don't really work all that much more. So there's been several meetings about this across cricket and several people talking about it. There was this whole thought that, oh, look, during the World Cup, things are doing really well, so I'm sure 50 overs would go forever. But it's like, that it isn't a problem during the World Cup, Macca. It's a problem for the other 4 years and 11 months of, or 10 months, 3 years and 10 months. I'll get it right eventually on my maths there, when the World Cup isn't being played. So, these conversations are happening, and I think it's a fair ones to have.
And I think, just to add to that, I think in between those 3.5, 4 years, I think we're slowly starting to move towards a situation where you're not going to get a lot of ODI cricket. You're going to get a lot more T20 cricket. It's just when you have an ODI tournament approaching, for example, the Champions Trophy coming in Pakistan or wherever it's going to happen, then you might see teams playing a bit more ODI cricket. Or again, when the 2027 ODI World Cup comes along, then 6 months before that, you see a lot more. Yeah, more friendlies or bilaterals. Bilaterals. I mean, yes, bilateral cricket. So you'll see
there'll
more.
Probably be more. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is what you'll have is it'll be more like in football where you'll just have a bunch coming into major events and everything like that. which makes sense. And look, I mean, we just don't have the room for everything in it at the moment. Of course, if that happens, Macca, some random billionaire might come along and start his own ODI league and try and make it work. But
well, that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? If all the other T20 leagues and T10 leagues around the world, some billionaire comes and goes, I really fancy 50 over cricket. Let's have a 50 over cricket version. I quite like that. That's so completely left field.
Yes, it is. But why would a billionaire come in and say, okay, let's start an ODI league? Why wouldn't he start another T20 league? I mean...
because you're not going to make any money from another T20 league at the moment. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there is a league that you could do unless you bought all of the cricketers. The point being is, honestly, the three things that if you were... Let's address Elon Musk directly, because that's who we're all talking about here, right? South African cricket fan Elon Musk. I don't know if you guys know, when he's not putting chips in people's brains, he also enjoys cricket. He's talked about it before. If you were looking at the marketplace, you'd be like, well, Test cricket, ODI cricket, and women's cricket are the three things I should invest in. No one's thinking at the moment, do you know what I should invest in? Another T20 league. How about Japan?
I love the idea.
You'll be surprised, Jarrod. You'll be surprised. I mean, look, I agree that, yes.
I won't be surprised. I count them all.
No, look, the thing is, I see where you're coming from, that there is no room or money to be made from another T20 league. But, I mean, as long as you can put it on the Indian, prime time, you will make money. Eventually.
Wow.
And you get the IPL franchises involved in some sort of manner, you will eventually get there.
Well, you say that, but A, it's very hard to get it in Indian prime time. It's almost impossible to get major Indian players in at the moment. So those things aren't going to be easier. So if you want my T20 league idea, it would be to buy the IPL. But I just don't have the money on me. I don't know if Elon does. Maybe he does.
Maybe he does.
He's a listener, isn't he, Macca? You said that.
I'm fairly sure I've seen him tweet in before questions.
X-in.
X-in.
Oh, my
sorry.
God. I don't even know the name of his company.
No, well, if he wants to ruin the platform, that's entirely up to him. Actually, I think what we'll end up doing is, in the film, there's something about Mary. There's the serial killer bloke who they pick up. No, don't worry, I'm not going there. But you remember the whole thing about 7-minute abs or whatever? I think it's got the video. It's like, we've got 8-minute abs, 8-minute abs. It goes, I've got a great idea, I'm going to make a fortune with a video. 7-minute abs. And it's like, well, that's so stupid. Why is anyone going to do a workout in 7 minutes? So I'm thinking maybe we've gone from T20 down to T20. I'm going to invent T9. I think that's the next evolution.
If we all do it between the three of us, we can keep taking an over off each and keep making money. And then we'll invest in each other's programs.
Yeah, I think we may just set fire to a bunch of £50 notes, as that might just be quicker and easier for all concerned. Right, let's get back underway, because the players are about to join the umpires, and the Indian fielders are on their way to be joined by Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. Chetan Narula has moved out of the summariser chair. Steve Harmison moves in, and Harmy will give you some thoughts on the potential for the next couple of hours or so. We've still got 36 overs left in the day, and Harsha Bhogle will be your first commentator after the tea interval.
England 241 runs behind, 6 wickets in hand. Stokes, aggressive. That last ball before the tea break, slog sweeping, cooled up Yadav for 4. But Harsha, you've just said something to me off air, which I think we can explore a little bit longer. The conversation while we're talking, while we get into this first session, and how lucky we've been to see Anderson in that first spell and Bumrah in that afternoon session, because 2 bowlers of high-end quality on a surface which is not supposed to be very good for seam bowlers.
And one of those, every time you think you're putting him out to pasture, he says, no, I'm active still. And I thought that spell this morning, only he could have bowled it. When he upped his pace, he upped it to 133, 134. When Bumrah upped his pace with the Yorker to Pope, it was 142. Younger bowler, different kind of bowler. But the questions that Anderson was asking, that scramble seam ball has just made him an even more potent bowler.
The funny one for me was the one to Jaiswal, which it looked as though it wasn't quite a half volley on sort of middle in leg, and it pitched, it nipped away, and it missed Jaiswal's off stump. And you're looking at the scoreboard and you're going, he's got 184. Even though it was a second new ball, it was just high quality, high skill from Anderson.
Now Bumrah comes back, just that one over. it's to Mukesh Kumar. Very interesting how Rohit Sharma is handling it. And I sense from a distance, and I hope I'm wrong, that the confidence in his second seamer has dropped a little bit. He threw it to Mukesh Kumar because Bumrah was off the field and said to him, when you picked it up from the stump, just bowl in that channel, just bowl where I'm asking you to bowl. But now he's gone back to Bumrah, and Bumrah's into Bairstow, who's got a start actually. Bairstow's looking pretty good, 24 of 28. And here's the first ball after tea then. England 155 for 4, trail by 241. What a contest. Here's Bumrah from right arm over, bowls to Bairstow, goes forward, pushes out to point, and he can't get a run. Akshar Patel is there.
We've seen in Hyderabad, Harsha, the difference in the quality and the class of the seamers. I thought Mohammad Siraj wasn't at the races. Mark Wood, I thought, bowled well for England and helped the other bowlers at the other end. But we've seen in this game, Jasprit Bumrah and Jimmy Anderson just gone to a whole new level. And somebody said, I think it was Maka said earlier, Jasprit Bumrah, 4th ranked bowler in the world. And that's where Statsam are leading, because if there's 3 better bowlers than him in world cricket, I haven't yet to see them.
Now and again to Bairstow. Can he conjure up some more magic? He bowls. Bairstow's off the back foot to ones that jagging back in, and he pushes it out on the offside. How many bowlers have you seen, Harmy, who don't release the ball right at the highest point, which is where most bowlers would release it from? Because of his hyperextension, he actually releases it about 6 inches further down. So however much, and I've heard batters who've played him for a while say, however much you know that his release point is further, your memory, your muscle memory, your instinct always tells you to react to the ball from its highest point. And it's released 6 inches later.
In that reaction tells you short ball, because obviously if a bowler's still got it when he's past the shoulder and then he's still got it 6 inches further forward, you expect that to be bowled into the surface. And from an area point of view, when the arm's a little bit lower, you'd expect a lot of swing bowlers, so genuine swing bowlers. I played with Matthew Hoggard and opened the bowling with Hoggy for many, many years, and Hoggy would bowl from a more slingy action, but it was they were away swing, natural swing bowlers, swinging from the arm, where Bumrah's not a massive swing bowler.
But I would imagine, if your arm is so much above the highest point, it must be difficult to swing it. Now up comes Bumrah again, bowls, little interruption, bowls to Bairstow. Bit of yes and no, the ball was just marginally in front of square leg. And luckily for them, Stokes is very quick to turn down the offer of a single. I'd imagine it'd be difficult to swing the ball from there.
It will be difficult to swing the ball, but it's not difficult. It's probably that you can see why he's so dangerous when the reverse swinging ball, because of the wrist position and because of where he gets to, the height he gets to, because he's right behind it, the seam's perfect, and the velocity he comes through, not massive run up, doesn't exert himself too much till he gets to about the umpire, and then everything's there on impact. That would suggest that he could be vulnerable to injury. But when it comes to the reverse swing, when he's in position, the ball's in a position to reverse swing, you can see why he's so deadly and dangerous, because you'll find it easier to reverse swing it than actually conventional swing it.
Still 2 slips in the gullies. Bowls to Bairstow. Targeting the stumps, whirls round in appeal. The ball thuds into the pad. Everyone's looking a little interested, but Bumrah seemed to suggest it might be going over and maybe even down leg.
It was interesting there. Barrett comes running in towards the stumps, gets past the stumps. You've only got sort of 15-20 seconds. You've got to get information to the captain very, very quickly. But the last 2 he's been confident of, Barrett. They wouldn't hit another set down leg side. So I think Rowett there has seen Barrett running towards him very, very quickly, and quickly tells him to go back to where he was positioned and go away, because I'm not sure Rowett, you said Rowett's not keen on Kumar at the minute. He's definitely not keen on the wicketkeeper when it comes to referrals.
Here comes Bumrah again with a peculiar action of his. Little inward slant on that ball, and Bairstow goes forward in defence. Still remember the first time I saw Jasprit Bumrah. It was the Mumbai Indians playing RCB. And here was this man who, like a lot of young Indian bowlers, went wide of the crease and slanted the ball back in. And you thought, yeah, there's many like him. He was a little bit like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz, just hands and legs, didn't bend very much. And he got Virat Kohli out. And you thought, yeah, there's a little novelty about him, but he's okay. And then slowly, every time you saw Bumrah, there was a different ball that he developed. in again, bowls to Bairstow, and bowls a maiden over as Bairstow just plays it quietly on the offside to one that is coming back at him. Bairstow 24, Stokes 5. It's 155 for 4. The first variation we saw was when the ball started to straighten, and then he spent a lot of time with Lasith Malinga. It's an aspect of the IPL that for a long time England didn't seem to want to know, that the world's great minds all come towards the IPL, and he spent a lot of time with Lasith Malinga and learned the Yorker. Then the outswinger arrived, the slow Yorker arrived, and in 3 or 4 years he was the complete bowler.
Yeah, he comes with experience, experience, changing, challenging, changing things, working on things, the experiences of different types of bowlers. I think during my time, my career, you had to take it away from the outside edge of a right-hander's bat. Now it's more going in. I think Jimmy Anderson proved and showed that to a left-hander, everybody questioned why Jimmy Anderson took the ball away all the time from a left-hander, where 15, 20 years earlier it was all about coming back and challenging that front pad.
Kuldeep Yadav starts a new over to Stokes, and he goes off the back foot to ball that's turning away from him out to mid-wicket.
You talk about the Wizard of Oz. I think a lot of us fast bowlers were more like the Scarecrow, because to take up fast bowling and what it does to your body, you mustn't have a brain. You really mustn't. The stress that fast bowling puts in your body, especially in this part of the world as well.
Kuldeep bowls, and once again it's tossed up, but Stokes got all the time. Plays it out to silly mid. I'm just looking at you, and I looked at you when you were bowling. I can't.
The 6 stone difference between then and Harsha.
It's not what I was alluding to. I didn't see you as someone who sort of trundled up 3 steps and tossed the ball up, bowling off breaks. Kuldeep bowls, and Stokes goes on the back foot, punches hard, doesn't get a hold of it, just bounces out back to Kuldeep on his follow through. But it's an idea that's worth a chuckle. Steve Harmison coming in of 2 steps and tossing the ball up in the air.
No. I always worked the theory that the minute I stopped frightening people, or the minute I could stop, me bouncer wasn't effective, was the minute I had time to go, time to retire. You're an old man, you're finished now.
Kuldeep bowls, and Ben Stokes right behind the line of the ball is constantly bowling the Chinaman at him, the wristy.
I think it's as well from Bumrah's point of view, learning how to bowl in this part of the world, you have to have variations. You have to change.
Stokes with a slog sweep, wide open spaces on the onside. It's a safe shot, even if he doesn't connect it too well. It'll pull up just inside the boundary, and they will run 3. All he had to do was clear the fielder, was about halfway to the boundary. And these days it doesn't matter. Batters don't mind if they don't time the ball well enough, as long as they've put it into the empty space. And he'll come back for 3 to take the score to 158 for 4. Stokes is 8. Bairstow now in strike on 24.
That'll encourage Kuldeep, I think. Encourage Rohit Sharma. He bowled 2 or 3 nice balls in and around the off stump. The go-to for Ben Stokes is a sweep, the slog sweep, but he hit it in the air. Didn't quite time it. Got the bat seemed to turn in his hand as he went for that big shot. Didn't nail it like he did the last ball of the over before lunch.
Here comes Kuldeep, last ball of the over, bowls to Bairstow, turns it in from outside off. He plays it just short of Ashwin at mid-off and sneaks a single. You don't really have to sneak one in when you played wide of Ashwin. 159 for 4. 4 came off that over. Bairstow 25 and Stokes 8. He's a studious young man. Well, he's young. He's 30 years old now. Is Bumrah. He's constantly analysing batters. He's a studious person. Mother was principal at a school, so maybe was forced to be studious about things. Grew up with the mother and sister in Ahmedabad. And often, everyone thinks he's an IPL bowler, graduated to Test cricket, and he's tried very hard to dispel that, saying he bowled long spells in the Ranji Trophy for Gujarat when nobody was watching.
Yeah, you can see that he's a thinker, a massive thinker about the game by the way he sets up. He sets batters up beautifully. He really does. He set Ollie Pope up beautifully by pushing him across and in that big booming Yorker.
Now starts a new over, bowls to Bairstow, who goes back and punches on the offside. But you can see his T20 lineage by the number of slow balls he bowled. And I think when he's retired, there'll be many balls that you'll remember. This one to Ollie Pope would be one of those. But he got one in the last over before lunch or tea to Sean Marsh in Australia with a lovely loopy Yorker. And Marsh had finished playing the shot, the ball just wasn't there and just slipped under his bat. And I just thought that was T20's contribution to Test match fast bowling. A slow, loopy Yorker. Is there one round the corner here? As he runs into ball to Bairstow, it's full. And Bairstow digs it out to mid-on. The slow ball, was it ever part of your armoury, or was it just not done? I mean, I can imagine throwing the ball to Mikey Holding and say, bowl a slow ball, and he'd say, I bowl fast.
Yeah, I bowl fast and throw it back at you. At once, that I had one of the worst slower balls in the history of the game. Marcus Trescothick was my first slip, and he always said, as my hand got to the top, when I got into the gather, if it was a slower ball, he could see it, and the first reaction was, oh no.
2 slips in a gully for Bumrah. 3 others on the onside. He bowls, and Bairstow is looking for the drive only as far as point, plays it square of the wicket. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, all of you listening in on talkSPORT 2, if you didn't watch Steve Harmison in his prime bowling, you'd have thought he played about 20 tests for 6 wickets at an average of 252 because he's always telling us what he couldn't do.
Yeah, but there was only one person that didn't pick it, and that was Michael Clarke right at the end of the day in 2005. That's probably the most famous slower ball I bowled. I bowled a couple here in India in a one-day game, and the first one went back 10 rows back. MS Dhoni hit it, and Andrew Flintoff asked me if I was going to bowl another one, and I said yes, and he picked this one a bit better, and he hit it 15 rows back.
Bumrah bowls. It's edged. The catch is taken. Once again, it's a very good catch by Shubman Gill, who's fast building a reputation of possessing wonderful hands. Just drew Bairstow into the drive. It left him. Another little magical piece of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. And England now in a spot of bother, more than a spot of bother, at 159 for 5. Lovely low catch by Shubman Gill. And Bairstow has gone for 25.
Exactly what we're talking about, Harsha, about Jasprit Bumrah and the way he bowls and the way he thinks. He's left the ball out there to Johnny Bairstow. He said to Johnny Bairstow, it's well outside off stump. You can play it away. You'll see he's playing away from his body. 2 or 3 times there. He's hit the ball down to backward point. He hit the ball to cover point. Jasprit Bumrah saying, I think I can get you there. I'm going to leave it out there. If you're not going to move your feet, just throw your hands at it. I'm going to get rewarded. And that's what he did. And fair play to Shubman Gill. That was a fantastic catch. Ball's on the way down. He took it two-handed right just before it hit the grass, ankle high. Good bit of bowling. Excellent catch. And Johnny Bairstow, when he gets back to the pavilion and has a look at that shot again, he'll be wondering about his feet movement and wondering, could he have left that delivery? England players don't leave too many deliveries, but he was wafting outside off stump, out of control. Fantastic bit of set-up play by Jasprit Bumrah.
And that brings Ben Foakes in. Foakes and Stokes, charged with reviving this England innings. Already 9 wickets have fallen today, the second day of the Test match. But so many of them have fallen to pace, not to spin. And yet the groundsman's adamant that by the end of the day the ball will have started turning. But why would you want it to turn when you can see bowling of the highest caliber from people who've got long run-ups?
Absolutely, and it just shows you the skill level of the setup. Anderson is the master of the setup, and Bumrah there. If you went back and watched the last 3 or 4 balls to Johnny Bairstow, he's hanging out off stump and said to Johnny, right, I'm just going to get fuller and fuller and fuller, and you're going to nick it. And he did.
Now to Foakes. And that's the ball that's coming back in. He gets behind the line, pushes it out to mid-on.
I'm sure we'll see a package, and we'll see it on our screens from a highlights point of view when you work on the TV. But you'll see the balls before, 3 balls before. He's probably gone from 6 metre mark to 5 metre mark to 4 metre mark, and all he's done is he's just gradually getting it closer and closer to Bairstow, and said to Bairstow, right, I'm happy you're playing out there, because as I get it a bit fuller, I'm then in the game. And he's also risking, if Johnny does get a good piece of it and it goes for 4, well then that's fair play. But he's working to a plan, and he executed the plan perfectly. But he got a good catch as well.
Yeah, a couple of thank yous to Shubman Gill from Jasprit Bumrah. He bowls again, and the Foakes is letting it go through outside the off stump. That ball's got a bit of tail back on it. A wicket and a maiden. for Jasprit Bumrah. It's 159 for 5. Folks hasn't scored. Stokes is 8. And the wicket in that over, Bairstow caught Gill ball Bumrah for 25 of 39 balls. If you're a fast bowler, first and second slip's got to be your best friend, right?
Yeah, absolutely. First slip, especially here, can you get it on these surfaces? Can you get it to carry to first slip? I think that's always a challenge, especially for bowlers who don't possess the ball 140 kilometers an hour. So your friend is more second slip, because second slip gets a little bit closer. He's probably in front of the wicketkeeper, and you hope that the ball between the two, the slip and the wicketkeeper, that can cover that low grab if it comes to it as the day goes on, as the ball gets a bit slower. But yes, you not get many catches at third and fourth slip, no matter how fast you are. So you've put that the thing from a catching point of view, Harsha, is the concentration level. It does in England. You could get the ball to go to slip many times during the day. It might only come once during the day, so you've got to catch it.
Kuldeep starts a new over. Stokes in front of him. He's struck on the pad as he goes forward to defend. Not out, says the umpire. And Kuldeep just turns around and goes back to the top of his mark. He wasn't very certain. They've now got a deep mid-wicket out on the boundary. Deep backward square. There's a long leg almost out on the boundary. And a wide-ish mid-on. 3 fielders on the onside. Ashwin's just signalling to Rohit Sharma, saying, get Bumrah in from long leg. Get him in a little bit. It's gone unnoticed. As here comes Kuldeep again. And off the back foot, it's punched away. Man at mid-wicket lost it completely. But it wouldn't have mattered even if he had seen it, because it was in that gap, shortening the length of the ball beautifully, was Ben Stokes. And he'll pick up a boundary that takes him up to 12. And England are 163 for 5. 396 looks a big score.
Yeah, we talked about it just before tea, Harsha, about Kuldeep, and when he bowls the one that he's trying to get it to go straight on, or he's trying to sort of just bowl it flatter, he's dragging it down, and when he drags it down, it just sits up to be hit.
And so the next one is Fuller again, which is the length he's happier bowling. Just keeping an eye on Kuldeep's speeds. He's dropped a little bit. He's bowling sort of 80, 81, 82 all his life. When he started off, he bowled about 78, 79, 78, 79. And then in the 2 years that he was away from international cricket, or rather just playing off and on, he got that speed up to 84, 85. Bowls again and flights that up, invokes a mishit, dare I say, from Stokes, looking to hit on the offside. The inside edge takes it away down behind square for a single. And he said he had to train his body to go up by 5 kilometers an hour. And that he was actually tired when he first tried to get the ball going at 85 kilometers an hour. Now he's a lot more comfortable. In this spell, it's dropped back to about 80, 81.
You could sense that in that middle session, that you could hear he was grunting. You could hear that there was an effort, you know, the body, and you could hear there was the odd sort of moan that he was trying to get it up there. He was trying to get it above the eye line, trying to keep pace on it, trying to get it to dip. That the revolutions on the ball.
Goes to Ben Foakes this time. It's on his pads. He drives it out on the onside. He'll get a single wide of the fielder at mid-on. Slip and a short leg for Foakes, the right-hander, but he does well. Gets off strike to Kuldeep Yadav. He's off the mark with 1. Brings Stokes back in strike. The good thing about this England lineup is, I mean, Foakes comes in at 7. For a long time, Foakes has been defined as the keeper who doesn't bat enough. I think he bats enough.
Yeah, I think you're right. He does bat enough. The problem with the Foakes situation, sorry to cut you off there, is it's trying to get your best players in the team.
Kuldeep bowled this time to Stokes, who goes back, waits for the ball to turn. He's got the time and then plays it behind square for a single. 7 came off that over. It's 166 for 5. You can go on.
So
the
Foakes one was, how do we get Harry Brook in the team? And the reason to get Harry Brook in the team, because he's so talented, and why they tried to get Harry Brook in the team, and the only way they could get Harry Brook in the team is if Johnny Bairstow kept wickets, and that was always the thing. I always felt awful, as Andrew McKenna Jones is. You always felt awful talking about Ben Foakes in a negative way, because you weren't, and I think a lot of pundits were of the same opinion. We're not saying Ben Foakes is not good enough. We're not saying Ben Foakes shouldn't be in the team. We just think Harry Brook should be in, and the only way we can get Harry Brook in, because we've seen how talented he is, is by Johnny Bairstow keeping wicket, because the dynamic doesn't work. We can't get sort of 8 into 7. So I think that was always the challenge for England, and that was always, as a pundit, felt awful about saying, well, just drop Folkes, because Ben Folkes has never done anything wrong for England. He's always been, that unassuming character, that quiet, go about his job in such a calm way. But to try and get Harry Brook in the team, I think, was a must.
Jasprit Bumrah to start a new over. It's outside of off stump. It's left by Ben Stokes, but England are going to pick up a single because K.S. Barrett has fumbled it behind the stumps, and they will take a bye. So 167 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. We're in the 38th over of the England reply. Jasprit Bumrah has 3 for 27. He's in his 11th over. He's on 149 Test match wickets. So the next one will be a milestone for him, and he's bowled absolutely beautifully.
He has bowled beautifully, and that is a surprise. 149 Test match wickets. You'd expect Jasprit Bumrah. He's now into he's in his 30s, and you'd expect him to have a lot more wickets than only 149. The bowler that he is. What is he? He's just turned 30-year-old. He's played 33 Test matches, but there's a couple of surprises from a numbers point of view. I couldn't believe Rohit Sharma's only got 3,800 Test match runs. He only played 56 Test matches. So I think when you look at this Indian team, you're thinking, because Rohit Sharma's in his, was he 37, 36, 37, that you'd have played a lot of cricket in the Test match arena, but they haven't.
Yeah, Rohit's 36. Right then, Bumrah over the wickets to Folkes. 2 slips and a gully behind him, and he's beaten on the outside. Now, did that one stay down a little bit? It certainly bounced a second time before it got through to Barrett. It wasn't an off-speed delivery.
It kept low at touch, but I think that was largely down. It looked worse than what it was before. Why that is because Harry Brook, I've got him on my mind. Wish he was out here batting for England now. And a message to Harry. I hope he's going well back in Yorkshire, but Folkes didn't move his feet there. He got caught in the crease. He's got to either get forward or he's got to get back.
Bumrah goes in once again, brings Folkes forward on an attempted push drive, doesn't time it, and the bowler feels in his follow-through no run.
That's better. That's better. Commit. Even if you commit and you get it wrong, you can readjust. You can't readjust if your feet are just standing still. And unfortunately for Johnny Bairstow, his feet were standing still, and the only way he could adjust was to push at the ball. Ben Folkes there, much better. Big stride in, got forward, can smother the bounce if it goes up or it goes down. He's got good hands as Ben Folkes, but the decision making in your foot movement, whether you go all the way forward or you come all up, you go all the way back, is so important.
Bumrah in once again. This one is too straight. It's turned very fine through fine leg by Folkes, and it's away for a boundary 4. Folkes goes to 5, 171 for 5, so England have reduced the deficit to 225 runs.
Oh, I want to see this again. This looks straight. This looks straight. He got an inside edge on it. Again, he wasn't all the way forward, committal to in the shot that he was trying to play. Hands got in front of him, got a thick inside edge. I think it was probably just going down leg side. It was a good boundary, welcome boundary for England.
Bumrah turns. A sort of stuttering run to start with, and then comes in, and there is a genuine edge from Folkes. It drops short of second slip, and they managed to stop it going for runs. Jaiswal it is who's in at second slip, but that was a genuine edge to a ball of 134 kilometres an hour, but Folkes played it soft enough that lands 2 metres in front of second slip.
Yeah, he's playing with his hands going down. It's not as though if he's pushing at this and his hands were going up, Shubman Gill style in the first innings, then that carry's not a problem. Johnny Bairstow the same, pushing at it big, but that was a defensive French cricket type prod, which his hands were going down. So because of that, he's managed to drop his hands and get the ball to bounce.
Bumrah to finish the over, goes for the Yorker. Folkes turns this to mid-on, where McKenna will field, and they will take the single. 172 for 5 after 38 overs here on talkSPORT 2. Sometimes you just have to accept that people can phrase it maybe better than you. And I saw the brilliant Michael Calvin, the journalist and author, on social media earlier when Bumrah was in the middle of that incredible spell. He just put on social media, Jasprit Bumrah runs up like My Little Pony, thinks like a chess grandmaster, executes like a sniper. I can't think of a better description.
No, there's a lot of people can put it better than what I can, but I can't beat that. I really can't. I could probably do the opposite to that, but granddaughter loves My Little Pony. But yeah, you're right. It was a work of art. It really was a work of art. It was a good setup. He's both, like Harsha said before, to watch Anderson and Bumrah go about their work over the course of these last 5 hours. Another moment of this tour so far. You're just pleased you're here. You know, Ollie Pope's 196. You know, them moments, that test match in Hyderabad, it's a pleased you're here, and all the people that have come over and watched it and experienced it.
Kuldeep to start a new over. Folks pushes quietly out on the offside as he's coming forward, and there's no run. Yeah, there's been 3 incredible moments in this tour so far. The Ollie Pope 196, the Jaiswal double 100, and then sadly for Ollie Pope, he's also in the other moment today as he found 2 of his stumps lying on the ground as he got well and truly Bumrah'd.
Yeah, I don't think it really mattered who was standing there, Ollie Pope, or it could have been Donald Bradman himself. He would have been out. That was getting anybody out.
The word unplayable gets used a lot. That basically was. Kuldeep goes in! That one's unplayable! And Folks has got the timbers rearranged. He's going to walk off with 6 to his name. England 172 for 6. They're 224 behind. And Folks is bowled by Kuldeep.
I think it's kept low. I'm not sure if it's kept low or if it's the way Ben Folks has played at it. He's pushed, prodded, got stuck, and it's kept a little bit low, and he's played round it really. It's pitched just outside off stump. It's come back, it's hit the corner of off stump, but as Ben Folks is pushing forward, his back comes from probably second slip, and as he's gone to access the ball, he's just flicked his wrists at the wrong time. So it's missed the outside edge, and the ball's gone scooting past the bat. It's hit off stump. I can't believe off stump came out the ground. So them whole stump bowls must be watered, because it didn't seem to have a great deal on it. 82 kilometres an hour. And England now are in real trouble. Rehan Ahmed walks to the crease. Ben Stokes 14 off 21 balls. England 172 for 6. And with Bumrah bowling the way he's bowling, Kuldeep Yadav turning the ball both ways and keeping it low, and the pressure cooker of Visakhapatnam on England is very, very hot at this moment in time.
England were 114 for 1 earlier. The second went down at 114, 123, 136, 159, 172. They're just a little bit too regular for England at the moment. So here we go then, with Rehan Ahmed, 13 in the first innings in Hyderabad, 28 in the second. Still only 19 years of age, with so much promise. You've heard probably numerous times about how highly people rate his batting. Well, at the moment, England could really use one of those knocks to stay with Ben Stokes and to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Kuldeep is about to come in and then realises that Rehan's not even close to ready, so he'll go back. He will come in and bowl left arm over the wicket. There's a slip in place, there's a silly point in place to Rehan Ahmed. In Kuldeep comes from the far end. Rehan is playing off of the back foot, just quietly out on the offside, and there's no run. Just seeing a replay of the Folks dismissal, he just played inside the ball, and as Harmy said, it grazed the outside of the off stump. Did keep a little bit low, but he did play inside it. Kuldeep at the far end. 1, 2, 3 steps in and bowls. Rehan Ahmed with a sort of exaggerated style, just plays defensively out in front of him. The front leg was really, I mean, it's basically playing French cricket there, or backyard cricket, in the fact that the front leg is almost pointed at square leg.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it out of the way. He doesn't want to get trapped in LBW.
Kuldeep is in. That's very full. Rayan almost turns it into a low full toss, drives it up to mid-off, and there is no single.
Rayan's he seems as though he's going to expose his stumps. He's going to get his front leg, his front pad out the way. His front foot going to give him some room, and that's because he wants to access the ball. He wants to be positive. He wants to try and hit the ball. So because of that, a little bit different to Ben Foakes, who wants to get on the front foot, planted his front foot and play around, out in front of himself. Rayan wants to let the ball come to him so he can hit the ball.
Kuldeep is in. It's short. Rayan is deep in his crease, whips it around to the leg side to deep square leg, and will take a single 173 for 6. That's 39 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2 on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England therefore trail by 223. Plenty of football coming up over the course of the weekend. We'll be coming your way on match day, on game day over on talkSPORT. And of course there'll be more commentary here on talkSPORT 2 as well. And then tomorrow morning we'll be back just before 4 o'clock to take you through more of the action. Goffey's moved in to the analysis chair. Goffey, it's going to be a big few moments for England this. Rayan needs to stay with Stokes, doesn't he?
He does indeed. I think they've gone into the shell. Obviously a great spell of bowling from Bumrah we've seen, but seamers can be effective on this pitch. Jimmy Anderson was excellent yesterday and this morning. Bumrah's followed suit.
Starts a new over, does Bumrah, and Rayan just pushes out on the offside, no run.
But what we need, I think we need against the spin, we need someone to attack. We need Stokes to change that momentum, take the shackles off, get Rayan. We know he likes to hit down the ground. Seen him a few times do it in county cricket, and we saw him in that first test play a couple of good shots, use his feet, hit over the top. We just need to change the momentum.
Absolutely. I mentioned the football coming up on talkSPORT later. Everton Spurs is the lunchtime game over on talkSPORT. Once you've got that one out of the way, Brighton against Palace. The grudge game between the two of them here on talkSPORT 2 at 3 o'clock. Jasprit Bumrah goes full and straight into Rayan Ahmed. You can just tell by the sound that the bat made there. It wasn't on the middle of the bat, that was right at the bottom as that Yorker was again homing in for the crease line and the stumps. Just seeing that again, yeah, absolutely. Goffey is a man who liked bowling Yorkers and was very good at bowling Yorkers. How hard is it to do?
Well, it's easier on, I know it sounds daft this, but when it's dry and you get the right conditions and the ball is moving, it's got to be an effort ball. And it's what I mean by an effort ball, it's got to be as much as you put into a bouncer as you would put into a Yorker. And that's what makes it effective, because it goes through the air quicker. And it should be one of your quickest, well, it should be your quickest delivery alongside the bouncer, a Yorker. And that's why it's so effective if you get it right, because it comes through about 2 or 3 miles per hour quicker to the batter.
Ben Stokes has just been readjusting one of his pads, which is why there's been a slight delay before Bumrah can come on his way. Once again, looking for his 150th Test match wicket. In he goes. Rayan Ahmed plays a drive. Oh, it's well fielded. At short extra cover, there's a bit of a mix-up. Throw comes in at the batter's end. Again, stumps come flying out of the ground. I'm pretty sure that Rayan's back, but Akshar doesn't look overly... It was Akshar Patel who got the throw in. He just got up holding the back of his thigh there. I'm just going to keep my eye on him. India have lost enough players due to injury, but I think he's okay. Anyway, they're not reviewing it. Rayan did slow down quite considerably for the last part. Grounded. Yeah, they have just decided to check it. Yeah, Paul Rifle will say that is all good. Goffey.
I'm going to say, I mean, you're worried another injury for India, but having a bit of a laugh and a joke and a bit of a relaxing moment out there in the middle.
So Rayan waits for Bumrah once again. In he is, past umpire Erasmus. Dead bat from Ryan Ahmed, just plays it down at his toes. Turns round, asks the fielders if it's OK if he picks it up and flicks it to Chaos Barrett, and there is no run. Goffey, did you get Sachin Tendulkar out with the Yorker? Because I have just noticed that you posted that on this day you did remove the great man.
Caught slip.
Caught slip.
Second slip, I think it was. I think it was in Mumbai, that. Not 100% sure, but caught second slip in a one-day game. Yeah, the great man was my teammate at Yorkshire. What a bloke he is. What a man. Great teammate. Pleasure to play with him and then to play against him. So lucky.
Bumrah in. Ryan Ahmed defends out on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, people that you grow up and you have huge respect for just by being around the dressing room with them. And I was lucky enough to play with some unbelievable overseas pros at Yorkshire. Sachin was the first one, obviously started the history. Yuvraj Singh came, we had Michael Bevan, Blewett, Lehman, possibly the best. Richie Richardson, a huge part of my career, give me a huge boost. But Tendulkar, oh my word, the king.
In goes Bumrah. It's almost a one-legged drive by Ryan Ahmed. Beats mid-off and it'll go away for 4. Again, he's getting one leg out the way of it to make sure he doesn't close himself off. It's a lovely, lovely straight drive. His first boundary of his innings at the end of the 40th over here on talkSPORT 2. England 177 for 6. Chetan Narula's alongside. That's a lovely shot, Chetan.
What Rehan is doing is he's making sure that he's covering his line, staying inside the line what Bumrah is bowling, so that if he tries that incoming Yorker, he's got it well covered. And we saw a couple of times Bumrah in that last over tried that fuller delivery, not precisely the Yorker, but on that last occasion, just get his foot out of the way and smashed it down the ground. More like just pushed it down the ground, and the pace of the ball just did the rest of the job.
Bumrah takes his place down at deep, well, long leg really. He's just moving his way a little bit from towards deep backward square, towards long leg down near us, which is why the cheers go up. Kuldeep to start a new over to Stokes, and Ben Stokes just pushes out on the offside quietly, and there is no run.
We haven't seen a lot of reverse sweeping today from England, and the reason for that, as we had discussed earlier, is the bounce that the Indian spinners have been able to generate. And also the fact that somebody like a Kuldeep, he's not going to bowl flat at all. He's going to try and loop it as much as possible. And when he's doing that, he's generating a lot more bounce, and B, the English batters have to come forward to counter that loop. So, and at the other end, Ashwin has also got a lot of bounce as well. Obviously, he's just bowled 8 overs. So we'll have to wait and watch what he does in the second spell.
Kuldeep in and bowls to Ben Stokes. Just gently turns it round the corner down to Bumrah, and they will take a single. Stokes goes to 15, 178 for 6.
The point I'm trying to make is in Hyderabad, we had Jadeja and Akshar Patel, the left-arm spinners, and they bowl much flatter in comparison to Kuldeep Yadav, which probably provided them, when I say them, I meant the English batters, the opportunity to reverse sweep.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, Akshar's just bowled the 4 overs today.
Yeah, 4 overs, 1 for 24. Mukesh, the other seamer's only bowled 4 overs, 0 for 33. Bumrah's bowled 12, 3 for 36 so far. Kuldeep is in. Rayan deep in his crease, punches to long on, and England will take a single that takes them to 179 for 6. They trail by 217 runs.
And ahead of the first test, Rohit Sharma came in the only press conference that he's done so far, and he said that it was such a big decision, such a big, tough decision to pick between Kuldeep and Akshar.
Well, they're both playing now. Ben Stokes comes down the pitch and doesn't get hold of it. He comes down the pitch to Kuldeep, gets the inside half of the bat onto his toe, and it just dribbles back down to the bowler. But that's a first sign of intent from Ben Stokes using his feet.
Bit of an inside edge there from Ben Stokes. Didn't really get to the pitch of the ball. Didn't get enough bat on that. But again, yes, the intent is there.
Interested to see whether that loops, because I wasn't far away from Crawley in the follow-through. Ben Stokes, oh, that one bounces. Stokes was going to play a forcing shot off the back foot, backed out of it, and Barrett almost got that one up straight on the hooter. I mean, that absolutely took off.
This is what Kuldeep does. I mean, every time he loops the ball, there's that opportunity of it to just bounce up. And that particular region, it's just come off a length. And we've seen variable bounce off Kuldeep's bowling today. A couple of them have kept low as well.
That one really went. Kuldeep in once again. Stokes stays at home this time, just pushes gently to long off and completes the over. 41 gone. 3 singles from it, 180 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England trail by 2-1-6 after bowling India out for 396 earlier in the day. Goffey, some thoughts from you as I get out the way for Neil Manthorp to come in.
Yeah, thoughts from me, I think, as I said from the start, I think it's a good total India got. They'll be disappointed they didn't get another 20 or 30, but England know the importance of this first innings. This is a pitch that showed a little bit of more bounce, a little bit more pace than in Hyderabad. There is a bit of a jigsaw puzzle going on out in the middle with the pitch. It will get a little bit more uneven as the game goes on, so they have to try and get somewhere near India. And at 180 for 6, it's not a good position. Scoring at, scored a few runs today at a good rate. But the spinners have taken control now for India. And Bumrah's out of the attack, and they brought in the legend himself, Ashwin. 8 overs, none for 40. You don't often see that.
You certainly don't. Here is Ashwin once again, then, or for the first time in this spell, to Ben Stokes. Punches it to cover, fielded by Shubman Gill, and there is no run. The one thing, Goffey, about this England team that we have learnt, finally, slowly in my case, is that nothing is impossible. Ashwin is in again, low full toss, chipped out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Aksar. In Hyderabad, I was going on and on about how England, if they were to concede a deficit of more than 100, it would be fatal, and they conceded a deficit of almost 200 and won the Test match. Driven by Stokes this time, firmly down to Jasprit Bumrah, who's fielding just directly beneath our commentary box in front of an adoring crowd. So 190 the deficit in Hyderabad, and they found a way with an innings for the ages from Ollie Pope. Who will be that person? Will it be Ben Stokes himself? It seems very likely that England, having still not saved the follow-on at 181 for 6, not that India would enforce it, they wouldn't want to bat last on this pitch, but they're a long way behind, 215. Forward comes Suryan Ahmed, nudges it defensively out to mid-wicket again, fielded by Shubman Gill, and we can look at the personnel involved, and we can prognosticate and speculate about who might be England's saviour. Obviously Ben Stokes is very much top of that list in this innings. Ashwin is in again. Down the wicket comes Rian Ahmed, walks into Ashwin, saw him coming, dragged it down, couldn't get to the pitch of it, Rian Ahmed, so drives it to mid-on, fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal, mid-off rather. Here's Ashwin again, bowls. Rian Ahmed stretches forward, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run, and Ashwin's over comes to an end. Goffey, Michael Atherton wrote in the Times a couple of days ago about England's young spin attack, and just made the point that to his eye at this moment in time, Rian Ahmed looks more of a batter than a bowler.
Well, he can play. There's no doubt about it. He's got all the shots. He's confident as well, a confident young man when he's at the crease. Good on the short ball, good through the covers, likes to use his feet. That's it. I saw him play on a few occasions last year, and he's impressive. He is one of them who's going to be a potential all-rounder for England. You've got to keep improving that bowling though as well. He doesn't get into the team just as a batter at this moment in time, but he's got to keep improving his bowling, and he's going to be a good one.
Kuldeep Yadav now continuing to Ben Stokes, and who's the unlucky man under the helmet at Silly Point.
Rajat Patidar, debutant.
Rajat Patidar.
Until last test match, it was Yashasvi Jaiswal doing the duty. Now there's somebody even more younger to him.
Yeah, and he's in there at Silly Point. That's short enough for Ben Stokes to pull. Didn't time it, but just an easy jogged single. What you say, younger?
Yeah, not age,
cap
the
terms.
caps. Yes, I mean, I think it's according to the caps itself, right? Isn't it? I mean, at least in India it is. Whoever is the debutant or played lesser matches has to be under the helmet.
Well, in English cricket, it tends to be the youngest by years, first of all, and so we've seen some very unlikely fielders who've gone in there at Silly Point or short leg, some very unlikely ones. Goffey did it once, as he tells us, went out for about 2 balls, then walked away. Short, pulled, caught! Oh, it's a long hop. Rian Ahmed's pulled a long hop to Shubman Gill at short mid-wicket. He knocked it up, he parried it, he caught the rebound. Rian Ahmed cannot believe it. The short ball from left-arm wrist spinner Kuldeep Yadav. It was a real drag down, closer to a long hop, and he's pulled it to short mid-wicket. Goodness gracious me.
Well, it's seemed like today that Shubman Gill has been everywhere. Great pair of hands. This one didn't come on to the bat really well. Almost from the lower half of the bat. Closer to the toe of the bat, in fact. And didn't get much power on it. Not much air either. And Shubman Gill, he's a tall guy. So just jumps up and catches it out thin air. Big wicket for India, because now the door to the tail has opened up. 182 for 7.
Yeah, disappointing execution of the shot from Rian Ahmed. It was there to be it. It was short, turning back into the right-hander from Kuldeep, but he got the bottom of the bat, didn't quite get hold of it, and it went straight to Shubman Gill, who took a comfortable catch. And it does put in England in a position of 182 for 7. And we all know what needs to happen now. I think Ben Stokes, he'll probably keep faith with Tom Hartley, who played well in the first the first test match in his first 2 innings. But he's going to look to up the ante, play a few shots here, Ben Stokes, and get him up somewhere near that 280 to 300 if they possibly can. I know it's a long, long way away, but with Ben Stokes at the crease, anything can happen.
Goffey, let's not forget that when England lost their 5th wicket in Hyderabad, they were 27, 27 away from making India bat again. So Rian Ahmed, well, first of all, Ben Foakes added 100 with Ollie Pope, and then Rian Ahmed made 28 and Tom Hartley 34. So they made partnerships of 50 and 60, 55 and 64. But now Tom Hartley's got to do the work with Ben Stokes, and I think England probably need 100 from these two. Punched off the back foot. That's a positive start from Tom Hartley. He was again just a little bit short from Kuldeep Yadav, and he backed away, gave himself some room, and punched it out towards long off, or mid-off, deepish mid-off, and straight to the field and no run. Hartley's first ball. Ben Stokes has 18 off 31, as you said, Darren Goff. England 182 for 7, and we're just in the 43rd over. So it's, as Test cricket always does with England, it's moving forward at great pace. Here is Kuldeep once again from the Dr. Vizzy end, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket here. I think that was the wrong one from Kuldeep Yadav, and rather than turning away from the left-handed Tom Hartley, it went straight on and hit him on the pad. A firm appeal, but there was an inside edge, wasn't there? I think there was an inside edge.
I thought there was a bit of glove there.
Well, that's the reason that the leg before wicket appeal was curtailed.
2 noises surely.
Yeah. Slip and a silly point, the dedicated close catchers, as Kuldeep is in again. Driven, not timed at all. Bounce there, maybe splice of the bat. Tom Hartley threw the drive a bit early, and it's just hit the splice of the bat and popped up out into the offside. And there's no run. Well, England trailing by 214 runs. So as you say, Goffey, Ben Stokes reads a game better than most, and I think that He changed a gear, but not into top gear just yet.
No, I think he's going to change a gear, but just the one. And I think while ever Tom Hartley's there, we know he can hold the bat. He played well in those first 2 innings he played in Test cricket in Hyderabad. So, up 1 gear, but I think if we lose another wicket and Stokes is still at the crease, he might have to go up into 5th gear.
And as we all know, he has a 6th. Formula 1 cars have 7, don't they? That's whipped away by Stokes, the mid-wicket.
And the cars he has have all got 6 gears. Some of them have got 7.
Here's Ashwin up to the crease again, bowls. Ben Stokes back onto his stumps and clips it off his pads behind square on the leg side. Now then, a moment ago, Goffey, I think a wicket interrupted your train of thought. You were talking about S.R. Tendulkar caught Foster, bowled Goff on this day 22 years ago.
Oh, it was Foster, was it? Oh dear, got the wrong one. I thought it was Slip.
No, James Foster. Yep. Chat now. Ben Stokes walking down the wickets to Tom Hartley after two deliveries of the 44th over, and he's walked down and had a quite a clear, concise chat, but it seems like quite a firm chat. Now then, Hartley has backed away and given himself some room and chopped it behind square on the offside. It seemed like a very clear, I don't know whether it was an instruction or a suggestion or a word of encouragement, or maybe just look out for this. You know it's Ashwin, you know what he does. That's punched again. Hartley's giving himself a lot of room, backing away outside the leg stump. Straight to the field and no run.
England were 150 odd for 7 in the last test, first innings, and they recovered to 246.
That's right, with Stokes making 70 of them. Now then, he's used his feet very nicely as Tom Hartley. He's turned it into a low full toss, whipped it out to the man fielding on the square leg boundary, and they've come back for 2. He's being very positive, Tom Hartley, really using his feet, backing away, giving himself room, exposing the stumps. He looks extremely positive. So maybe Ben Stokes has said something like, look, if you feel like it's your day, then roll the dice. Let's see whether it comes up. Here is Ashwin to Hartley once again. Leans defensively into this one and pushes it to Rajat Patidar at Silly Point. End of the over, 185 for 7, still trailing by 211 runs.
Well, he does strike a good ball, Tom Hartley. I say on a few occasions I've seen him. A white ball is his speciality, and he comes down in around that 7 mark, 8 mark, and he does hit a long ball. Got long levers, clean striker of the cricket ball, so he can bat. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Him and Rayan both bat pretty well for spinners who come into the side, so it's a huge positive for England.
And as Goffey mentioned earlier, I mean, as long as Hartley's there and he's intent on scoring some runs, Stokes doesn't have to go up the gears. He can just take his time and bat normally. Maybe push one up, as Goffey had mentioned earlier.
Kuldeep Yadav to continue now with Silly Point has moved to Silly mid-off for Ben Stokes. Short pulled by Stokes. The England captain has hit that one high and long out towards deep mid-wicket. Just a question of whether it carried the ropes. No, it didn't. Bounced short, but he hit that in the air deliberately and very cleverly placed between long on and deep mid-wicket. 4 runs to Ben Stokes.
I think that was Ravichandran Ashwin at long on. He was looking up in the air for quite a while and seeing if the ball was coming in his direction. It wasn't.
Kuldeep knows that he got the length wrong there. Oh, he's done it again, but kept low, and Stokes, rather than pulling it, tried to punch it through extra cover region, but has only succeeded in finding Rajat Patidar. As I said, he's moved from Silly Point to very short mid-off. Not quite a silly mid-off. He's not under the batsman's nose, but he's less than 10 yards away. Stokes forward, opens the face of the bat, and steers it to the cover sweeper for another single. And Stokes moves up to 24. Tom Hartley has 2. Englander 190 for 7. England trailing now by 206 runs. I only mentioned the follow-on target as a statistic. It's more likely to start snowing here in Visakhapatnam, as it was 2 days ago in Dharamshala, which will be the venue for the 5th Test match. Snowed 2 days ago. Here's Kuldeep again, bowls. Hartley goes for the slog sweep, hits it in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. Nicely fielded by Mukesh Kumar, who momentarily thought he was in the game for a catch and was circling, didn't know whether to run in and dive, and realised he wasn't going to get there. It bounced in front of him.
And just before that ball, Shrikar Bharat was, I heard him say that Hindi, but obviously he said that, Aayega Mukhi, and that means it's coming to your way, Mukesh.
Really? He's a good reader of the game. Stokes edges just wide of slip. Well, he was in two minds there. It was a quicker one from Kuldeep Yadav. It was short enough for him to cut, but then he just momentarily seemed to be caught in two minds about pulling. He's got a little bottom edge on it, and it was a very, very sharp chance indeed. Really sharp chance to Rohit, the captain, at slip. He's berating himself now. He's just got fingertips to it. It's gone very quickly, but if he's berating himself, then he knows that that was a chance. Just got the right index finger to it, didn't react in time, but it was a full-blooded cut shot from Stokes, and they do fly quickly. A chance nonetheless. Kuldeep in to Ben Stokes. Back he goes towards his stumps, and again steers it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. End of the over. England 196 for 7, and Ben Stokes on 29. You can hear that gearbox chunking as he changes, can't you, Coffee?
Absolutely. I think we saw that over, didn't we? We saw a bit of an intent. Two of the balls, Hartley hitting one up in the air, deep mid-wicket, and Stokesy as well. When Stokesy goes aerial, he doesn't do it to hit the gap. He does it to hit sixes, right? So I think with Ben Stokes there, he missed it, that one, got away with it a little bit, but we definitely stepped up a gear in the last 5 minutes. Talking about stepping up gears, in walks Steve Harmison.
Up gears.
There's a sense of anticipation and excitement now with Ben Stokes in this mood, as Ashwin is into him again, and this is where he's so brilliant. He's just pushed that one, but very deliberately placed it wide of the leg side sweeper into a place where he knows he can come back for two. I certainly am immensely excited by as however long Stokes stays there. Because we've seen him in this kind of mood before. Ashwin into him again, slog sweep out towards deep mid-wicket. Has it gone all? Of course it's gone all the way. 6 runs, slapped nonchalantly almost over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Great shot from Ben Stokes. He went early, give Ashwin the signal. He's got back in his crease, give himself some room outside leg stump, and he's made sure that he can get full use of the levers all the way around. One thing in Ben Stokes' mind there, and that was to hit the ball into the stand at Visakhapatnam.
And he did so. Here is Ashwin to Stokes again, and quicker one, straighter. Not slog sweep length, defended, pushed out on the offside. There's just a lovely buzz around the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Cricket Association Stadium as Ben Stokes winds up as Ashwin is in, tosses that one up, a little bit of an invite on it. Ben Stokes says not this time, and pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Shreyas Iyer. Ben Stokes now 37 off 42. Here is Ashwin again, bowls. Stokes again, just works it away. He's reading the game immaculately. It's the last ball of the over, well, penultimate ball of the over I should say, and he takes the single. Mind you, I think Ben Stokes is not just keeping the strike because he wants it. I think at the moment he wants to keep Tom Hartley away from it, because he's looking very aggressive and just nudged away past short leg. They think about the single. They probably could have taken one, actually, to be fair, but they decided against it because Ben Stokes will have the whole of the next over, and England are 205 for 7. Leading by, trailing by 191. Jarrod.
Manners, what percentage in Test cricket in the last 3 years do you think has been bowled as left arm wrist spin?
Gosh, what the percentage of the total number of overs bowled in Test cricket in the last 2-3 years?
In the last 3 years, yeah.
Last 3 years.
Before today. Obviously with Kuldeep's comeback.
How many tests have Afghanistan played? Not very many.
Yep, Zahir Khan does have, he has a few. Not, even then, it's not a lot, but yeah, he's bowled a few. And Kuldeep played a test as well. If you can think of any others, you're doing well.
Yeah, well, I'm going for 0 point something.
You're going to say less than 1%, is it?
Yeah, it's 0.3% in the last 3 years. It's Zahir Khan, as you said, the Afghanistan left arm wrist spinner. They've actually got two. They got is it Noor Ahmed? Is the other one that they have as well? And obviously Kuldeep's been sitting on the bench, despite the fact he's probably in better form now than when he used to play Test cricket. They're the only two that have bowled. They've bowled 638 balls, so it's 0.3%. But Ben Foakes, and this is a little bit more than 3 years, but Ben Foakes doesn't play that many Test matches. Somehow he's managed to face 2.9% of his Test deliveries from left arm wrist spin. So he's well above what anyone else. He went up against Sunderkhan and he's gone up against Kuldeep Yadav as well. So poor Ben Foakes has faced it. He's been dismissed by it twice now. It's very unlikely for any Test cricketer to be dismissed by left arm wrist spin more than once. So Ben Foakes in a short career has already done well to cash up on two there, Manners.
Well, one thing I will bet you is that Ben Foakes isn't really aware of that. I don't think he'll know, and I don't think he'll read
to tell him.
No, I won't be. Now it drinks here at Visakhapatnam. England are trailing by 191 runs. They're 205 for 7. Just a reminder for those who are joining us for very late for the first time, or maybe you've forgotten what happened in the morning session. England did take the last 4 wickets for the addition of 60 runs, and there were 3 wickets each for Shoaib Bashier and Rian Ahmed. 3 for 65 for Rian Ahmed, Shoaib Bashier 3 for 138, and a quite magnificent and truly memorable 209 from opener Yashasvi Jaiswal. Another word from Steve Harmison about what he might expect in the last... Will we get more than an hour? We've got officially an hour to go, and then it'll be Harsha Bhogle.
Yeah, officially an hour to go. 23 overs remain in the day. England 191 runs behind. So we get the majority of them. We'll get probably 20 overs in, just on 20 overs, depending on how England go from here and whether they do get bowled out. But one thing I can safely say is Ben Stokes is just starting to rev the engine, just starting to get into third and maybe his fourth gear. And if the opportunity presents itself for him to get into fifth and into sixth gear, especially if Shoaib Bashier and Jimmy Anderson come in, then I think you will see a full-blown assault from the England captain. But as it is at this moment in time, Harsha Bhogle, Ben is just being selective when he is being aggressive, but he is just starting to go through the gears.
What car do you drive, Harmy? I heard the 6th gear. I'm very keen to know which one has 6.
Well, it's a bit different to over here, because over here the Ubers have just got the Suzuki Swifts. So it's not fair, the other two in the back with me.
It's a while since I've driven in Mumbai now, but I remember going through a long period and not getting into 4th. So I'm very curious to know where on that gearbox number 6 sits.
I've got a van at the minute. I've got one of these deer vans at the minute. It's about 20 years old. It's got 160,000 miles on. It goes from the golf club. It goes from home to the golf club and home to the train station. That van does me. It's served me very, very well.
Kuldeep Yadav starts a new over into Stokes, and he goes back in defence. I would never imagine you driving a Mini.
No, I'll struggle to drive a Mini. Guess who did drive a Mini?
Go on.
Mr. the great late Bob Willis. I remember doing Sky overnight in the TV, and you come out of the studio and there's Big Bob getting into his Mini.
Sat in the back seat and drove?
Yeah, sat in the back seat and drove. Yes, definitely.
What a man. Here comes Kuldeep again, this time to bowling to Stokes. It goes off the back foot, it keeps a little low, and Stokes does well to get down from that height and jam his bat down in time. It's a good contest, this. May not quite be 6th gear, but he's on the search for runs. That one kept very low. And slowly we're starting to think maybe the groundsman was on to something when he said the track will start to turn by the end of the second day. Here's Kuldeep. Invokes the sweep shot. And there is a fielder in the deep. It's Jasprit Bumrah. The throw comes back quickly. And he'll keep it down to a single. Bring Hartley in strike. And so far, Hartley has only batted in one gear. And that's speed gear.
It is, yeah. He's been very, very aggressive. That was excellent bit of fielding from Jasprit Bumrah. Bowled a couple of long spells in this England first innings, 12 overs, and he's fielded very, very nicely there. Done his bowler, Kuldeep Yadav, a massive favour by getting and keeping Tom Hartley on strike.
Right, all eyes, Hartley. What's he going to do? Kuldeep bowls. He goes back, punches on the offside. There is support in the deep. He'll get just a single. And more important at the non-striker's end against Kuldeep, because I'm not sure he was reading him too well.
Yeah, welcome to the talkSPORT listeners. What's been a pulsating day. England are 207 for 7 after 46 overs, 189 runs behind. England captain Ben Stokes, 39 off 46. Tom Hartley's with them, 4 off 10 balls.
Kuldeep bowls and Stokes will play it for a single. You know Ben Stokes better than I do. He's probably just sitting there and saying, right, we're in a winning position at the moment because we won from 190 down. Now it's only 188.
Absolutely. And one thing that Ben always says is that while he's in the game and he's got skin in the game, he never feels he's beat. So while Ben Stokes is out there, he'll feel as though that 188 will go down to 180, 170, 160, slowly but surely knock them off to get as close as he possibly can to India's.
Will people stay with him though? Hartley times it well, connects beautifully. Was in his hitting arc, and that's good enough for the tall man. Will clear the boundary for 6. And England are not dying wondering here. Trailed by just 182. Another 9 came off Kuldeep's over. And England are 214 for 7. Hartley 10, Stokes is 40.
Yeah, big shot from Tom Hartley. Just thrown above the eye line from Kuldeep Yadav there. Tom Hartley has managed to access, got rid of his, moved his front foot out the way to access the ball and hit it down the ground. And this session, or this innings, in the middle part of this innings, was really blown open by Jasprit Bumrah. And what a spell of bowling to Joe Root, and then to get rid of Johnny Bairstow. And then Kuldeep Yadav has come in. Fortunate with the one of Riyam Ahmed. Short ball pulled straight to mid-wicket. A good ball, well deceived, to get rid of Ben Foakes for 6. And England are in a little bit of trouble here, but like you said, Harsha, 190 runs was a deficit in Hyderabad, and the comeback from that.
Ashwin still searching for his first wicket. Bowls to Stokes. Gets a ball that's full and plays it to cover. Now there's a slip and a short leg. Backward point cover. Long off and deep point for Ashwin bowling to Stokes. Bowls on leg in middle. Sculling for 2 as he plays that ball out on the onside. Bit of a chase for him, but they'll complete 2 eventually. He played the ball well wide of the fielder. Wide enough of Akshar Patel to be able to come back for 2 and keep strike. 2 on 6 now for 7.
Yeah, good running from Ben Stokes. The only thing he had on his mind there was to get back for 2. Timed the ball beautifully into the gap. Didn't hit too hard to get it to just past what the imaginary 30-yard circle would be, and got back on strike.
Down the wicket to the next one from Ashwin is flighted. Out to long on, will beat the fielder for 4. He's taking on the bowlers at the moment is Ben Stokes, and when he does that, you don't move anywhere. You just sit and listen to what he's going to do next. He goes up now to 46 of just 50 deliveries, and England have gone up to 220 for 7. It's an unusual day for Ashwin on Indian tracks. Rarely do you see 7 wickets down. He hasn't got a wicket. Needs 4 to get to 500. Goes wide of the stumps in again to Stokes, who's waiting for the ball to turn and taps it out to mid-on for a single. This is looking like another big over. But when Hartley plays the way he does, he's got you on the edge of your seat a little bit, because he's opening up an opportunity for the bowler too. The light's just starting to come on.
He's given the bowler a chance, but he's not giving Rohit Sharma a chance to put men round the bat.
Ashwin bowls him, is tossed up, gets a leading edge, and once again gets off strike with a single. Look to play on the onside. The turn of the ball off the edge took it to point. where Gill had to run across from backward point. A single takes Hartley to 11.
So there's a prime example. If Hartley hadn't come out aggressive, you know, the man just in front of him, that would have might have been a catch for
Stokes down the wicket, but the ball is turning into him, not away, with the arm, and he goes off his pad. So 8 came of that over. England with all the 2s on the board. 2-2-2 for 7. Hartley 11 and Stokes 47.
And it's good from Tom Hartley. He's come out and been very, very aggressive. So Rohit Sharma's got men in the trying to cover the the single or to try and cover the big shot. But what that means is Tom Hartley, if he does open the fierce and he gets a leading edge, there's not as many men round the bat that can get the catch, because normally when you'd see here number 9 comes into bat, especially with Ben Stokes in as well, you'd crowd I wouldn't call him a tail ender. I would say he's a lower middle order player. I think he's better than a genuine tail ender. But because he's aggressive and because he's trying to put the bowler on the back foot, he then moves, it minimises the people around the bat. So that's a good thing for Tom Hartley, and it's a one that Rohit Sharma's going to have to think and get his field in the right position, because he doesn't want to miss out. That last ball especially, Tom Hartley's looked to be aggressive, but he's got a leading edge. And the man at silly point would have been in the game. It probably would have hit him in the in the mid-drift area, but he would have been in the game to potentially catch the ball.
It's interesting here they're just making a bowling change as well, Harmy, with Mukesh Kumar coming on. But Tom Hartley, I just want to talk about him a little bit. He actually reminds me a lot of what Australia thought Ashton Agar was, which is, an incredible natural athlete who can bat, bowl and field, but he might be a little bit better at the main skills. But again, this is what Australia's plan always was for Ashton Agar, to be this sort of player, a secondary spinner who could come in and maybe bat at 7 and 8 at times. And Hartley already looks like that. He's such a good mover. I love the way he plays.
What about Mukesh Kumar? He's bowled 4 overs in 3 spells, but now a slightly different kind of field for him as he bowls to Hartley. I wonder what the instructions for him are, because he's got 2 slips, but also a fielder just in front of square, a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. Gill has moved out there. Shreyas Iyer comes into the slips.
It's got to be target the stumps. It's got to be bowled straight. Can you bowl the ball at the top of off stump, going on to off the top of stump, top of middle and off, make Tom Hartley play, make him use his bat. Any indifference in bounce, you're in the game. If he wants to play a big shot from there, you're in the game.
He's going round the wicket, Mukesh. And Hartley goes back, pushes out on the offside. It's a fair comparison, actually, that from Jarrod. For a long time, Ashton Agar's claim to fame was the 90 he made as a night watchman. But his primary skill, Jarrod, just deserted him. I mean, last time in India, it was tailor-made for Ashton Agar. Bowl and bat at 7 or 8. Australia would have loved having him around, but he just did not play. They said he wasn't ready, and then he went back.
Well, I think you'll find the last 2 times he's been sent to India, he's then come back to Australia without having played a game. So they're still trying him. And he is a very talented cricketer. It just hasn't really worked for him, especially in red ball cricket.
Mukesh Kumar bowls. It's short. He's looking to punch on the offside. Somehow the ball off the inside edge goes out to short mid-on. Bowling about mid-130s is Mukesh Kumar. Comes from the northern state of Bihar. Much like Mohammad Shami, went to Kolkata to find a career in cricket, and so started a little late, bowled overs and overs and overs and overs in Bengal. Was at a training camp, and Saurav Ganguly had invited Waqar Yunus there, and he said, "This is the man." Mukesh Kumar bowls, and just back of a length, it's punched on the offside by Hartley. He can't get a run.
He's got a lovely action. He's got a lovely smooth rhythm from a run-up point of view. Runs in, very, very rhythmical. Could probably use his left side a bit more if you want to be ultra critical. I don't think he uses his left side enough. He just sort of puts his front arm there. He doesn't grab the air and pull right through. And I think if he did that, he might get a little bit more pace. But I think from a height point of view, he's not the highest release point. He's not a tall man, but on a wicket which might go up and down, bowling stump to stump, he'd be a handful.
In again, bowls to Hartley, goes back and pushes on the offside. He can't get a run. He's not at a pace that might scare you. He won't come in and bowl magical deliveries like Jasprit Bumrah does, but he's a very steady bowler. He's earned a name for himself as a very steady bowler. If there's something in the wicket, because he's such a consistent bowler. There's a little something in the wicket for him. He'll get to nibble around.
Am I right to say Mohammad Shami was a bit like that when he first started, and then the more he played, the more skills he got? A little bit like Bumrah. The more you play, the more education you get, the more skills you have, the more you have to move the ball laterally through the air to get on unforgiving surfaces. So, you know, it might come to him as he does play international cricket.
Roll to Hartley, who drives on the offside, picks the gap to the right of the field at cover. Akshar Patel will run after it, and Hartley picks up 2 more. Looking all right in this over, looking pretty confident. He goes up to 13. England are 224 for 7, trail 172. India have got to be careful here. It's around here that the game started to go away from them. That time courtesy Pope. There's still a top order batter in Stokes in. It is Hartley in strike. I'm intrigued about Shoaib Bashier. Can he bat? The word is that he doesn't bat much. First class average is 14, which is not bad. As Mukesh Kumar bowls, it's into the pads. It's played fluently by Hartley out through mid-wicket for 4. Just a little too full. And he played it easily through the wide open space on the onside, and it's a no ball as well. So he'll have to come and bowl it again, and the extra run. When that alarm goes off, everyone in the crowd gets excited. There is no free hit though.
You know, no free hit, but just watching Rohit Sharma's body language and Mukesh Kumar, he's bowled, what does he bowl? He's bowled now 5 overs in 3 spells. I think when he takes his 6th over, he might be in his 4th spell, because Rohit he was giving him daggers there.
Once and again he bowls, and once again ball comes very well onto Hartley's bad drives, and after playing a little football with it, Mukesh Kumar will field on his follow through. 7 came off it, but an over that didn't threaten the batter at all. It's 229 for 7 after 49. You're listening to this enthralling test match once again on talkSPORT 2. Yeah, what does he do with Mukesh? Does he completely ignore him, or does he do what Stokes did early on with Hartley and say, right, you're in the team to bowl, I will give you a 4 or 5 over spell? Was he going to lose patience quickly, as he already has more than once with him?
My thought is he'll lose patience, but I would keep him going, especially now you're bringing Bumrah back, because you've got 2 seam bowlers bowling who are different. And if you can say to Mukesh Kumar, just challenge the off stump, run the ball back onto the off stump, and try and bowl 6 balls in the same area. And because of that, England wanting to be aggressive. England won't be aggressive against Jasprit Bumrah, I don't think, or as aggressive as what they would against Kumar. So I think that brings Kumar in the game. If you keep him on, if Rohit Sharma keeps him on, but he's got to be able to hold a length. The last 2 or 3 deliveries of that last over, he didn't hold a length. He was too full, too easy to clip through mid-wicket, too easy to hit for 4. He's got to hold his length if he wants to stay on, because he get rewarded because of Jasprit Bumrah's bowling at the other end, and England will be reluctant, I think, to take risks against Jasprit Bumrah. I think it's like when Anderson bowls, and maybe he's a Wood bowls, or a Robinson bowls, or an Atkinson bowls. I think the Indian batters would take less risks against Jimmy than they would against anybody else.
So Bumrah in his 13th over, now round the wicket to Ben Stokes. And Stokes goes forward, the ball just a little hint of away movement. He's able to reverse it both ways, is Jasprit Bumrah, not just away from the left-hander, but into the left-hander too. Unless he's just given Mukesh Kumar an over to check out if there's something on offer for him and push Ashwin back there. Ashwin only bowled a 4 over spell. So unless he wants Ashwin to bowl from that end, because this is probably Bumrah's preferred end.
Yeah, and as well as just have a look, see if it's reverse swinging, see if he can get it to move off the straight. And if Mukesh Kumar can get it off the straight, then all of a sudden he's got 2 bowlers who can bowl differently, but can challenge the ball moving through the air. But I think you might be right. I think Ashwin might come back on from the opposite end that Jasprit Bumrah's bowling from.
Oh, knocks him over, Bumrah once again. He's got the Midas touch. Give him the ball and something happens, and something very, very big has happened here, because it is the mighty Ben Stokes who's on his way back. Bumrah now has 4 for 36, and he's got this game, he's dragging this game India's way. Still 167 behind England, 229 for 8. And it's not as if the ball did something magical. I think he just missed the line.
It just kept low. I think it's kept low, Harsha. It's really, really kept low on Ben Stokes. He's going to be dragged off here. Yeah, it's kept low. I think he was late on the ball, Ben Stokes, but I think that's just kept low. Like he did in the first Test match. He came down the wicket to Bumrah, picked the wrong line, and it just nipped away then. I think this one, he's trying to give himself some room because he's still trying to be aggressive. He's still looking to access the boundary with England losing wicket after wicket. But unfortunately for Ben Stokes, I think that's just kept low on him, and he hasn't been able to adjust in time, and it's knocked his off stump over. I don't think you can blame too much from the England captain. I think he was in a decent position to hit that ball. I just think the ball went underneath the bat. Top quality from Jasprit Bumrah.
Not a bad way to get his 150th wicket, by the way, Jarrod. So, yeah, to get the opposition captain for that one's a pretty good one.
At 20.5, which must be near Joel Garner's mark, I think, is one of the best bowling averages of all time, especially over 150 wickets. But I was just going to say, Harmy, that you know when Stokes is done, whether it's by a good ball or something off the pitch, when he just drops his bat. I think we've seen that about 5 or 6 times now. I think, was it the World Cup against Australia where he kicked his bat?
It was World Cup. I was just about to say, the only thing he didn't do there, what he normally does, is boot the bat down the wicket.
Yeah.
I think he realised the change rooms were behind him, so he'd have to go and get the wicket and then go even further back. So, you know, the TV company's camera that's on wheels came out to follow him, and I think that had to drag him off the pitch because I think he knew he was done by not a good bit. Well, it was a good bit of bowling because he put the ball in the right area. But I think an element of luck from Jasprit Bumrah. But if anybody deserves any luck in today's performance, it is the opening bowler for India, because he has simply been magnificent. We've seen 2 high quality seam bowlers at the top of their game, different stages from an age point of view. Bumrah's 30, Jimmy's 41. But the skill level in Bumrah, the skill level in Anderson has been nothing short of remarkable in this second day. I'm just seeing it again. I was wondering if he got a little under edge on it, but he didn't. I think it's he did. He got a little under edge, Ben Stokes, and it's just helped it back towards and cannoned into off stump. Throws the bat on the ground, puts his arms in the air, and unfortunately for England, the England captain has to trudge himself back to the dressing room. Bumrah was delighted. So he should have been.
Anderson is the new man and is on strike. The delay to actually bowl to him is that we didn't realise we didn't have a ball. The ball ricocheted off the stumps and went down to the Indian dugout at the far end, and it was only eventually they realised that the ball was in front of them. So here we go then. Bumrah's got 4 for his name, and he goes in, and that one's round about the hip of James Anderson. He's just able to guide it through square leg and take the single easily enough. Brings Hartley back on strike. England 230 for 8, so trail by 166 at this stage. 166, I mean, that's nothing, is it? England overturned 190 down in Hyderabad. They've done it before. They may have to do it again, something similar. Well, we've seen Hartley play some big shots. 1-4 and 1-6. The 6 was very, very good over mid-wicket earlier. Doing it against Bumrah might be something a bit trickier. 2 slips in the gully waiting for him. Bumrah around the wickets. Goes in and bowls. Hartley, he can't do anything with that, just pushes to mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm just trying to put myself in the position of the England captain, working so hard to keep his team in the game, working so hard to make sure that India have to work even harder to get his wicket, eke out the deficit that India have got. When you get one where you feel as though I'm actually in a decent position here, and it just keeps low, rolls along the deck, and you hear the stumps go, it must be heartbreaking.
Bumrah around the wicket to Hartley. Almost stumbles in his follow through, does Bumrah. As it's pushed back down the pitch, he's able to get his hand down and take the pace off it. Yeah, when Ben Stokes is 47 not out from 53 balls, then you know he's in pretty decent touch. So it takes something special to get him out on that 54th ball, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, some one special. I think that was it. I think there was an element of luck involved, but I think it's some one special. Jasprit Bumrah has bowled beautifully today. He really has. He fought hard in Hyderabad for his team. His captain asked everything of him, and he's done exactly the same here. He's been brilliant.
Bumrah up to the stumps, around the stumps, and delivers. Hartley plays defensively forward to complete the over. 50 overs bowled by India in this England innings so far. 230 for 8 here on talkSPORT. So England trail by 166 runs. We've just got a shot on the monitor here in the commentary box of, well, I think the idea was to show Brendan McCullum in the foreground, but in the background, Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow were doing a crossword. Maybe what they should be doing is trying to work out how to stop Jasprit Bumrah taking any more wickets, Jarrod.
It was probably best that they weren't watching the under-19 game, Macca. Have you seen what happened over there?
Feel free to fill us in.
So I think it was the English batter, Sheikh. I'm just having a look at the clips. I can't see the full scorecard here at the moment, but he was given out, or handled the ball, although handled the ball doesn't exist anymore, but obstructing the field, where he knocked the ball down. It was on the crease line, but it was still, and the wicketkeeper was coming around to pick it up. And as he did that, Sheikh, it looks like he's picked it up and thrown it back to the wicketkeeper, who starts appealing before the ball's even been thrown to him, and he was given out obstructing the field.
Oh dear.
We have a wonderful way of. I've not seen it, but if it's like what it sounds like, we have a wonderful way of kicking ourselves in between the legs in this great game we love, isn't it?
It's a new over to be started by Mukesh, his 6th, and Anderson aims a big booming drive off of the back foot, doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to KS Barrett, and there's no run.
Yeah, obviously I haven't seen it, but you know, we do. Surely umpires have got to have more power and sway in the game. In the word common sense doesn't always come into officiating, because I don't know why, but same in football. There's a lot of rules in football which are the same. Common sense, and you think we'd get on so much better if we had some.
Mukesh, right arm around the wicket. Oh, Anderson's coming down the pitch, giving himself some room, and aiming through the offside. Can't get anything on it, and it goes through to the keeper, no run. And producer Scott's just shown it to you, Harmy. So your hot take, you've just seen that incident.
I think I might have hit him with my bat.
Really?
I think I might have belted him. If he's going to appeal for that, I'm sorry. It's like he saved the wicketkeeper from bending down. I'm sorry, that's a shocker. If you're getting given out for that, that's it. The game's gone. It really has. How can an umpire give that out?
Mukesh in from the far end. It's a shortish ball. Anderson just bends at the knees, allows it to go past him, and there is no run. It's not the most shocking thing I've seen today, though. I saw something earlier, just before tea, that just surprised the heck out of me as I was at the back of the box looking out of the window just to our right, to see a Domino's pizza man walking in the stand delivering a pizza.
Wish I'd known that. How long have we been in India?
Well, I got talking to Chetan about it, and he said, oh yeah, they've actually got a little stall in the back of one of the stands. You order it on your phone and they deliver it to your seat. In comes Mukesh. It's Anderson down the pitch once again, swinging through the line and missing, and there is no run. And yeah, so that may have just changed your lunch plans, Harmy.
Not really, because I had 5 bowls of soup, which was absolutely fantastic, and that fish curry that was on the side of your face for the majority of the afternoon, Macca. It was absolutely delicious. So I think it was better than Goffey's 4 poached eggs, but I enjoyed my lunch. It might be Domino's tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a belter today. Fish curry, along with vegetable curry as well. Lovely. In comes Mukesh once again, and he's going short ball theory to Anderson at the moment. Anderson, nothing to do with that one, and then just wanders off towards square leg. It's 2:30 for 8 with 1 ball left of the over to go.
He's done it well there, Jimmy. He really has. He's kept the ball. You know, he's not tried to chase it. I know he came down the wicket for that one big heave-ho, but he's played 4 his stumps. Got out we have a nice short ball there. As the field goes back, Rohit Sharma wants Jimmy Anderson on strike. Deep point, deep cover, mid-on and mid-off, go all the way back. Man goes down to third. Got Jasprit Bumrah at fine leg talking to a couple of the Indian backroom staff. Paditar is out at deep square leg for the one. If Jimmy Anderson decides to pull it, but you've got to attack the stumps. Attack the stumps.
Mukesh is in once again. He goes full. Anderson across the stumps, digs out the attempted Yorker to mid-on and completes the over. 51 overs bowled by India. England 230 for 8. Hartley 17. Anderson 1. England trailed by 166 here on talkSPORT 2. And Darren Goff is back with us this afternoon. Good afternoon, Goffy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, important part of the game. I'm going to say England trailed by 166, but you can never say they're out of any game after the last Test match. But Bumrah just showed his excellence for me today. Absolutely outstanding. We talk about when you go to India, most of the wickets will fall to spin. Each team playing 3 spinners. But you look at Bumrah and he just delivers all around the world. And 4 wickets knocked away England's middle order. Fantastic stuff. Really, really is.
Yep, 13 overs he's bowled, 4 for 37, and he's about to start the 14th. Still got 18 overs of the day's play to go, by the way, so we may not get them all in after we got bonus overs yesterday. Bumrah around the wicket, and Hartley has had a huge launch at this one. He's aiming at mid-wicket. He's found the boundary at third. Well, there's no pictures in the scorebook. It's 4 more to the total. 234 for 8, and Kevin Pietersen's moved in, taking Steve Harmison's place. And watches as Tom Hartley is clearly going to get on with things, Cath.
Yeah, I mean, Jasprit Bumrah, has he not just been outstanding? We saw a masterclass from Jimmy Anderson this morning. Look around the world, you've got the 2 best on show. It's quite phenomenal how Anderson got the ball to move and work this morning, and then this afternoon we're seeing Jasprit Bumrah with the old ball do things that no ordinary bowler can do. He is an ordinary. He's a magician. He's now just having a look at his field. 1 shot from Hartley. There's a 3rd man now in position. Very, very fine 3rd man. 2nd slip. You can see that India are worried about the runs. They don't want these runs to come too quick. They want as big a lead as they can.
Bumrah around the wicket. Hartley gets the edge straight to slip and is out. Bumrah has another. He has a 5-for. 5 for 41. England are 234 for 9. And Hartley goes for 21. And the magician just keeps pulling rabbits out of hats.
Isn't he amazing? He really, really is. He's the kind of bowler and player that when he's bowling, you just want to watch. You just want to take it all in because he is quite special. He has a short run-up. His run-up only starts about 4 or 5 meters away from the crease line, and he just gathers momentum, and then he's so quick and strong through the crease that he just has that sort of unnatural knack to speed up, and a wrist action that he's very lucky to be born with. It's just brilliant. Bumrah 5 for 41 from 13.2 overs, and young Bashier is out to bat. Going to see if he can bat.
Well, absolutely. Had a heck of a start, didn't he, Goffey?
Well, he did. You know, I got asked 12 months ago, it might have been longer, which bowler would you have out of all the world? And to say we've had Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, 2 absolute genius with ball in hand, I would have gone for Bumrah. All format cricketer, bowls in all formats. He's got unbelievable skills. The Yorker can get through at 90 miles an hour plus. He's got a good slow ball. His bouncer is very deceptive, and he just does people for pace, for skill. He's got everything you need as a fast bowler.
Well, he's got the number 11 on strike. 20-year-old Shoaib Bashier. He's right-handed, so in comes Bumrah. He's got 5 for his name, and that is a Yorker that's drifted down the leg side and has beaten everything and goes for 4. KS Barrett didn't actually move behind the stumps, the keeper. It's 4 more to the total, 238 for 9.
Yeah, it's just the line that did him. We're watching the replay of Hartley. Hartley was swinging. There was no way. That was the kitchen sink at Bumrah. They're wanting to score now. Anderson in the previous over ran at Mukesh and try to hoik him. Intentions are clear from England. They want to score as quick as they can. They want to get as many as they can, of course, but also the intentions are clear from India. They do not want these runs to get too close.
Bumrah goes in once again. Bashier is playing the line. Past the outside edge of the bat, through to the keeper. No run, Goffey.
Would you have thought when Zach Crawley hit him for 4 fours in an over, just a couple of hours later, Bumrah would have 5 wickets to his name? With the way he's come back, with the old ball, a little reverse movement, it's left England in shock. We really got a terrific start, and like I say, you had to get somewhere near England, but at 238, 9 wickets down, 158 behind. It's a big gap. It's a big gap, but never write this team off. We did it last game, didn't we?
Everybody did it. But they're going to bat 4th here, and we have started to see a couple of balls go up. The bounce is still there for the Indian spinners, and Bumrah,
as he comes in once again, Bashier is playing to the leg side, gets a leading edge which flies down to 3rd, so he's underway as a test match batter now. He's got a single, 239 for 9.
yeah, straight is what Bumrah is now thinking to Jimmy Anderson. The field again, there is protection. Rohit Sharma doesn't want England to get anywhere near them. That partnership between Stokes and Hartley was a good one, was a very, very good one. There were 7 for 182 and it got them up to 229. 157 now, and Goffey, you are right. If you look at this in days gone by, 157 on a wicket like this in Vizag, you'd be thinking that England are really, really pushing to try and to get back in this game, but can't call them off.
Bumrah around the wicket. Is that toe first from Anderson? It was very full. Murray Erasmus is unmoved at the moment. Bumrah is adamant they have to review that one.
That looked so close, unless he's hit it.
Bat and pad were really close together, but it sounded soft rather than woody. So it has been reviewed, so let's go through the process.
I've checked the feet, and it's a fair delivery, so we'll go to front on first, please.
Well, I don't see much bat in that.
To the bat. We'll go to ultra edge to confirm.
No bat in that. There's no, honestly, we're waiting for ultra edge, and there's no point. There's nothing in that.
Funny from Jimmy Anderson, he's looking at the inside of his bat. He
selling it hard, isn't he?
He missed it by a foot.
Bumrah just wants to see the replay on the screen at the moment. We're waiting for the technology. We're waiting on the Snicko, which we can tell you already is a waste of time. He's not got close to hitting it. It's all about the tracking on the ball. All right, now we've got it. Oh, but that's where the bat hitting the ground. So there is a...
Just bring it back.
So Paul Rifle is looking at a split screen, and there is a waveform.
And we also got the ball on the bat. I'll go back on field.
Paul Rifle is saying...
Happy, yeah. Murray, it's inconclusive where he's hit the ball or not. I'll stick with your original decision of not out.
So inconclusive, says Paul Rifle. Anderson hit the ground at the same time as the ball was going past the bat. So therefore, Paul Rifle, as third umpire, says, I cannot tell whether that is bat on ground or bat on ball, and therefore James Anderson is not out. Kevin Pietersen, your hot take.
Yeah, that's following the process, but I'm not so sure that he got anywhere near that. I saw a gap between bat and ball, but the ball was moving quite a lot, so might it have been umpire's call and he gave it not out? It would have stayed at not out. Game goes forward, the game goes on. It doesn't matter. We have had what a brilliant day of cricket.
Goffey, the bowler's version?
Well, yeah, he was out, wasn't it? Absolutely. I would have been... Well, he's got 5 for, so it's not going to bother Bumrah, right? He's got 5 for 42. Preferred 6, but he'll do with 5.
I tell you who needs to get a wicket is Mukesh, because he hasn't looked good at all today. He has been tonked around the park, and in an over to Jimmy Anderson the previous over, it was his first maiden.
In he comes. He's bowling to Bashier. Bashier turns to short mid-wicket, no run.
And the final delivery of that over was the only ball that was hitting the stumps. Anderson ran at him. Anderson played and missed. He's been poor, Mukesh. He hasn't been very good at all. We're seeing the replay again here now, and I'm convinced there was there was a gap between bat and ball.
As you say, I'd like them now to roll it on and just now give us the Hawkeye on the LBW, because I'd like to, just out of curiosity, I'd like to know. In comes Mukesh from the far end. Bashier is again just playing defensively out on the onside, no run. 2:39 for 9. England trail by 157.
From a bowler's point of view, you know, Macca, I think he's right, KP, with Mukesh bowling here. He just needs aliveness, doesn't he? He needs to get into the game. He needs a wicket. He's seen Bumrah making it go around in circles at the other end, and he's just been straight up and down. Look ordinary.
Yeah, it's a bit like Siraj in the first game, really.
You're being really nice by saying ordinary, Goffey.
In he comes, and again Shoaib Bashier is just playing from the crease, turns it on the onside, takes a couple of steps down the pitch just in case there's a single there. There isn't. He remains there. 2:39 for 9.
There's noise around this ground now. The Indians are in a commanding position, and you can tell that by the crowd. Spider cam is rolling around here just to our right, and you can I think hear the noise.
Actually, it's getting close to our window. We could wave at it if it comes any further. Mukesh on the way from the far end. Bashier hits it back to the bowler in his follow-through. He flings the right hand out, can't grab hold of it. That's one of those that sticks or doesn't, and with the way Mukesh's fortunes are going today, it doesn't stick. England remain 2:39 for 9.
Yeah, no, that was a hand that was just put out. Bash had a tonk at it, and you are right. Sometimes they caught, sometimes they aren't. It's a half chance. For Rohit Sharma, he'll be happy that it didn't go for runs, because you can see there's a third man back, there's a square leg back, there's a fine leg back. This is an Indian team that understands who's going to be batting last in this test match.
Mukesh comes in, and that's a lovely shot from Bashier. Beats the man at mid-wicket, and it will roll out all the way to the boundary, all along the carpet. And that's 4 runs, 2:43 for 9. That's a glorious shot.
And Rohit Sharma needs to take this guy off. He needs Akshar to bowl, he needs Kuldeep to bowl, or he needs Ashwin to bowl, if he wants to get off the park and get batting as soon as possible. 153 runs now, but yes, a very, very good shot from Bashier. It was a half volley on leg stump, and he's just clipped it away through square leg.
Tell you what's interesting. Yeah, you mentioned, sorry, Goffey, just to say that Kev mentioned there's a third man in place. It's Shubman Gill, the bloke who's taken 4 really good catches today. So it's almost like they're using that as an attacking fielding position. Sorry, carry on, Goffey.
No, you need mystery, don't you? You're bowling at the tail enders. You need a bit of mystery. So you need mystery with Bumrah. He brings you that mystery with the Yorker and the pace.
Mukesh is in, beats the outside edge of Bashir's bat. Finishes off the over. 53 gone here on talkSPORT 2. 2:43 for 9. Carry on, Goffey. I'm going to get out of the way because Manners is on the way in.
Yeah, you've got that mystery with Bumrah with his pace, his action, his slow ball, the Yorker, the bouncer, and then you've got the mystery of Kuldeep and Aksar's different angle and the spin, left arm spin away from the right-hander and into Jimmy Anderson. So you've got lots of options there, India, but they've gone for the seam at both ends. But one of the seamers is going at 5 and 6 and over. So you go for the mystery.
You're 100% right, Goffey. Absolutely. And I think that bowling change will come, and it should come. And if it doesn't come, we will wonder why. Bumrah is going to bowl. Rohit Sharma is talking to Jasprit Bumrah. He's walking all the way to mid-on. Shubman Gill has rolled away to third man again, so he's doing third man to third man. He must have done something wrong, Shubman Gill. I don't know what he's done wrong. I mean, brilliant in the field. He's taken 3 excellent catches in the slip.
It is interesting, isn't it? Shubman Gill's been at first slip for the majority of the time that there have been slips. Good delivery from Bumrah. And that one flies past the outside edge of Jimmy Anderson's bat into the gloves of Shrikar Bharat. So, just trying to work out who... Is that Rajat Paditha who's gone in at
no,
first slip?
it's not. It's Yashasvi Jaiswal. Jaiswal's gone first slip.
Shreyas Iyer second.
Shreyas says that second. It's almost as if he said, I'm going to go and have a bat. Let me just chill that slip.
You've taken 4 catches. Job
Yeah,
done.
done enough.
Here's Bumrah once again up to the crease now. Bowls. Jimmy Anderson pushes it out towards extra cover. And that's Paditha. That's Rajat Paditha, the debutant. And Jimmy Anderson plays defensively out on the offside. No run. Still a long way to go in the day's play. 15.4 overs remaining. We can't play beyond 5 o'clock local time. That's just over 40 minutes. So yesterday, extraordinary happening. We had extra overs, 3 over the quota. Today we will be a couple short of the 90 required in the day. Here is Bumrah once again. Bowls. Jimmy Anderson tucks it away out towards mid-wicket and straight to the fielder. There's no run.
When's the slog coming? I think he's going to wait for the other side, or is Jimmy going to try and have a swing here at Jasprit Bumrah?
Do you remember Jarrod Kimber told us a couple of days ago that Jimmy Anderson has the highest sweep percentage of any player currently playing?
Yeah.
I just hope he doesn't try it against Jasprit Bumrah.
No, I don't think he'll be sweeping here. He can't sweep from square leg, Jimmy.
Here's Bumrah. He's looking for a 6th wicket. 5 for 42 in the 15th over for him as he's in. Bowls. Good Yorker. Well dug out. Oh, Jimmy Anderson will be able to walk back to the change room and find Ollie Pope and say, did you see that Yorker? Bumrah bowled.
It was like that too, wasn't it? It was spearing in from outside off stump, in swinging Yorker. Ben Stokes, we're getting replays of him clapping.
Floodlights on here at the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Cricket Association Stadium, Visakhapatnam. Here's Bumrah once again. He is back and across, outside or onto off stump, tucks it off his pads down to long leg for a single. Fielded by Akshar Patel way down in the deep. It does get dark earlier and very quickly in the eastern states of India, as Harsha Bhogle was saying yesterday. Just one time zone for this enormous country, and it does explain why there are problems with light in certain parts of the country in the east rather than in the west, and that's why the floodlights are on, because they're switched on even when we can still see the sun, and there's no problem with natural daylight, but the sun disappears very quickly, and you've got to get them fired up, warmed up, and make sure the light stays good till the close of play. Bumrah in again, bowls. He looks for another Yorker. So happy was he with the one that he bowled Ollie Pope with. But this one is well dug out by Shoaib Bashier. Nobody quite knows how good he is with the bat. Average of 14 in first-class cricket and a very, very small sample size. He's only had 12 innings and scored 71 runs, an average of 14. I wonder whether Jimmy said, hey, no, it's your second test match. I'm going in before you. Jimmy actually hasn't taken his batting terribly seriously in the last couple of years because he hasn't had to. But he's, I mean,
it's not to do with that, Manners. He's 41. He probably can't see as well as he used to. I mean, when you get into your 40s, the eyesight slightly goes, mate. I mean, look at me now. I know I'm in my 50s, but the glasses
you're in your
are
60s.
On. Well, you're approaching the 50. Looking at the state of that hair,
my friend.
That's got a bit of a grey on it.
43. Nothing wrong with my eyes. Nothing.
Yeah, you've got 2 years to go. In 2 years, you'll start to think, gee, this writing's a bit
45.
small.
You reckon 45 is the number?
Yeah.
Oof, okay.
Yeah, and you'll wonder what all the fuss was about reading glasses. But you won't know. For the first couple of years, you'll just think that the print's got smaller. Kuldeep Yadav is in once again to Shoaib Bashier. He pushes that nicely off his back foot out towards cover point, fielded by Bumrah.
Let's have a look here now. Just a second ago we were talking about James Anderson and his sweep. He is a sweeper. Well, he's now got Kuldeep, and he has the opportunity to sweep. Is it going to be a slog sweep, or is it going to just be a conventional dab? Is it going to be a fine sweep?
Paddle.
Yeah, the paddle. He's got the full array, Jimmy. Can play any of them.
He'll sweep his second ball. I don't know whether he'll sweep the first.
I'm going the first one. He's sweeping the first.
Okay.
Come on, Jimmy.
Here's Kuldeep to Jimmy Anderson. Oh, he backs away and chops it, tries to cut it through the offside, hits straight back to the bowler.
What do you mean he's not thinking about his batting? That is thoughtful batting, Goffey. That's not just a hoik across the line. That's a 41-year-old thinking about runs.
Rohit's put a
41-year-old don't want to bowl.
Good point. Here's Kuldeep down to Jimmy Anderson. Does play the slog sweep, hits it really well through mid-wicket for 4. Our Ashwin is out there at sort of forward deep square leg, really, rather than deep mid-wicket. And Jimmy Anderson. So Rohit's invited. He cannot invite him more, obviously, to play those leg side shots with a man at deep mid-wicket and at deep backward square leg on the boundary. So and mid-on's halfway back. You've got acres of space to play with on the leg side. Kuldeep in. Reverse sweep! That has beaten the keeper. It's running down towards the boundary. And there'll be 4 somethings. No, they won't. It's going to be picked up by Yashasvi Jaiswal. I don't know whether they were buys, leg buys. Did it deflect off the keeper?
He's got such a nice swing of the golf stick, Jimmy Anderson, that he might just bring it out here. He's got absolute free rein to play a few shots. Slog sweep, reverse sweep.
I really like that umpiring from Chris Gaffney. He asked the batsman. He said, did you get anything on that? And Jimmy said no, so he signalled buys. Anderson digs this one out from Kuldeep.
He's not a batter.
No, that's exactly.
Did you hit it? I absolutely smashed it.
Didn't you hear it?
Exactly right. Oh my goodness, Jimmy!
I
what
like
are you
that.
doing?
The umpires actually waited for Jimmy to get down to his end and say, did you hit that? And he said no. You could have had 2 more test runs there,
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Not as well as I would have liked to, Chris, but yes, I did.
Oh, that's shot through all the way along the ground. Jimmy Anderson backs, tries to pull it, and it's hit him on the ankle. Outside leg stump, so there's no LBW appeal, but oh dear me. This test match is going to limp into a 5th day, if it does, if we get too many more of those. England, 252 for 9, trailing by 144.
I'll tell you what they have done today, India, with the ball against England's batters. Yet the sweep's not come out as much on this pitch because of the difference in bounce. There's a bit more bounce. But he's got his field settings right, and he's tried to restrict those shots and tried to get England to play the ball somewhere else. So he's captained slightly better, Rohit Sharma, on this occasion, on this day's play.
Proactive rather than reactive, Goffey. I think he's been reactive too much, hasn't he?
Well, they've definitely had that conversation, haven't they, after the last test match? I mean, they had to. There were so many things that they let pass them by.
Well, Jasprit Bumrah fancies a 6-fer, and so it's a very, very long spell, but he's going to have another one. Here he comes, bowling to Shoaib Bashier, and comes forward and nudges it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Patidar.
Shaped up pretty well as Bashier. He's tall at the crease. He stands tall. He doesn't crouch too much, and he's got a nice little straight bat. Played a clip for 4 a couple of overs ago. And 7 from 12, and Jimmy's got 6 from 18, and these are balls that are just eating into the lead now, and runs that are eating into the lead.
Oh, that's a hike from Shoaib Bashier. A good old-fashioned number 11 Mo at that. He's missed it, but it's fun to watch.
That is fun to watch. He ran at Bumrah and tried to hit him over the stand. I'd like to see the replay and see how far he missed it by.
It was a good old-fashioned shot, good enough to make Bumrah laugh, Goffey.
Yeah, well, on that, Archer used to try that, and Steve Waugh said to me, but I was a champagne cricketer on a beer budget, and I think
he was on the money.
That one. Yeah.
like it. 2 slips waiting, but I don't know whether they're going to be in business of show. He plays shots like that. Now blocks it and pushes it back to the bowler.
Should not be allowed to play that shot. He stood there in full defence, full face of the bat. Bashier, I'm afraid to say, that's something that should not be allowed. A number 11 has to come out and just swing. We don't want to watch him blocking.
No, we're almost going back to the 50s and 60s, aren't we, Manners? Tail enders now playing a few shots. We don't often see him blocking many.
Here is Bumrah, and it's a nice little wristy flick from Shoaib Bashier. Taking that from off stump and flicked it out towards square leg, and they scuttle through for a single. I mean, those days you refer to, Goffey, I mean, 50 years ago, 9 could be forgiven for having some ability with the bat, but 10 and 11, I mean, it was almost disrespectful if you could bat.
Give over, the tail end started at 7. I always got told the top 6 used to play properly, and then anybody block it from 7 down, they weren't happening. 3-day games, finish.
Oh yeah, well of course, yes, 3-day county games. Definitely, that was definitely the case, wasn't it? You were wasting time. You seemed to be wasting valuable time if you were hanging around 9, 10, 11. You just get on with it, get some quick runs, and get out, and let's get on with the next innings. Here's Bumrah again, bowls to Jimmy Anderson, and he's out! That was a half appeal from Jasprit Bumrah. How extraordinary! He's not even sure whether he's edged it. Has he edged it behind? LBW. It's just, well, that's what I was so surprised about, because keeper Shikhar Barrett hardly went up. Bumrah turned round, swiveled towards the umpire, and was appealing for the LBW without much support. And umpire Chris Gaffney raised a finger, Marais Erasmus raised a finger very quickly. And that's that, and Jasprit Bumrah has 6. Jimmy Anderson disappeared off very, very quickly. I must say that it was probably crashing into leg stump, Goffey, but it's all ended rather tamely.
Absolutely. But what delivery. Jasprit Bumrah has just showed his brilliance. We saw an masterclass from Jimmy Anderson this morning. But Bumrah's coming for India, having to deliver. And hasn't he delivered? 6 wicket all on a pitch that, again, favoured the spinners. There's a bit there for the seamer, but again favoured the spinner with a bounce and turn. But it's the seamer, it's the fast bowler, it's the brilliant Jasprit Bumrah. 6 wicket all, absolutely masterclass, and it's put India in command in this game. Batting first, huge total. Some say not enough, but they've come out and the boys are bowling as a unit. Their plans were better, and they've delivered, and they've dismissed England, and they are in the box seat, Manners.
Jasprit Bumrah has been absolutely outstanding, finishing with figures of 6 for 45 on 15.5 overs. Goffey, I don't know whether you saw there at the end of the innings, the Rohit Sharma and several of the other senior Indian players got together with the umpires, and they were asking about whether they would be required to bat in the light. It's artificial light, the floodlights are on, and there was a really big conference with the umpires, and they were, I mean, look, it would be no surprise if India didn't necessarily fancy having a potentially very awkward 20 minutes at the close of the day's play. So if they were asking the umpires whether they had their light meters, whether they had batteries in, whether they were working, and whether they were sure that they'd checked that the light was sufficient for them to bat again a second time, because it could be very awkward. Imagine if they finished the day 12 for 2.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no harm in asking the question. You're on top of the game. India are in a great position. They're a good lead. And they're thinking the last thing we need is tonight to go out there, lose a couple of wickets, and it puts England back on the front foot. So, yeah, I mean, in an ideal world for India, the day finishes, they come back on day 3, and they're on top with a nice, healthy lead and a full day to bat.
And in retrospect, no real surprise that Jimmy Anderson was quite happy to scurry off and get his bowling boots on, because as much as India's openers might not fancy the idea of facing probably 4 overs this evening. I think in direct contrast, Jimmy was probably quite excited about the idea of bowl. No, he didn't want to have a bowl today, did he? After that long spell this morning, and he finished with brilliant figures of 3 for 46. But you know, given the situation, I think he would fancy in this fading light a couple of overs, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you would say so. But I think the difference is, but if you look at the seamers when they've been at their best, is when the ball's been about 15 to 20 overs old, and that's when they've come into the game. Jimmy Anderson was hard to get away when he came back with the older ball, and you've seen from Bumrah, didn't get it 100% right with the new ball, but when he came back, that spell in the middle was unbelievable, and then he's finished it off there at the end. 2 unbelievable spells to finish. So yeah, the new ball's there, anything can happen, you can make the ball move around in this light as well. A lead of 143 India. They'll want to get through the rest of today's play without losing any wickets and cash in tomorrow and take the game away from England. England will always believe, they'll come out believing they can still win this game, and no one's going to write them off ever again after that first test match in Hyderabad to come back from 190 behind on first innings. But I'll tell you what, they've got to bat last on this pitch. We've seen a little bit of uneven bounce. We've seen the jigsaw puzzle of the pitch, which it's got to go up and down as the game goes on. India bat all day tomorrow, and they would be in an unbelievable position where they almost can't lose the game. Well, can I say it? Can't lose the game. But, as I say, this is England.
So, in the next few minutes, Jaiswal and Rohit will come out to bat. Of course, when the game resumed this morning at 4 o'clock UK time, Jaiswal was batting then as well. He will be hoping to bat at the end of the day. He batted all the way through day 1. He could start day 2 batting and finish day 2 batting. If you weren't with us earlier on today, he ended up with a double 100, 209 from 290 balls. He was the 8th man out, 383 for 8 at the time. India bowled out for 396 in 112 overs, 3 apiece for Anderson, Bashier and Rayan Ahmed. The other wicket going to Hartley. England bowled out for 253 in just under 56 overs. Top scorer, Zach Crawley, 76 from 78, and then attempted a big one off of Akshar Patel. Up in the air, Shreyas Iyer taking a fabulous catch, running backwards. He was the 2nd man out. Ducket 21, Pope 23, Root 5, Bairstow 25, Stokes 47, Folkes 6, Rayan 6, Hartley 21, Anderson 6, Bashier 8 not out. 6 wickets for Bumrah, 6 for 45, his 10th 5 for 3 for 71 for Kuldeep. Mukesh went wicketless from 7 overs, 0 for 44. Ashwin 0 for 61 from 12. Akshar only bowled 4 overs, took 1 for 24. And worth mentioning that Shubman Gill took 4 catches as he took some absolute beauties. There were, speaking of beauties, some unplayable deliveries. You're going to be seeing it all over social media. I know that the snapper's got a photo of it, but Ollie Pope's dismissal by Bumrah earlier today, he had both middle and leg stumps uprooted by Jasprit Bumrah's Yorker as he was dismissed for 23. And then Ben Stokes got one that kept so low on him. He was 47 not out from 54 balls, playing really well with no real problem. And then it keeps low and goes off the toe end of the bat onto his stumps. He dropped the bat down at his toes as if to say, what on earth has just happened there? So as Goffey mentioned, it is now starting to go up and down a bit. Well, I can see the England players at the far end. They've just come out of the dressing room area. Paul Collingwood, fielding coach, is out there with the bat, just hitting some catches. There's about a dozen ground staff are working on the wicket, getting it ready, sweeping all the dust off. And there's what looks a very light roller. There's 2 people pushing it up and down the pitch, but it's about the size of a baked bean tin. It's not really going to do a huge amount. And we will have, well, just under 25 minutes worth of play. We've got 11 overs in the day. We will not get through those because we are 25 minutes away from the cut-off. The lights are fully on here in Visakhapatnam. I don't think we can say that it's taken over yet. You can only just about make out a shadow from the ground staff that are out on the field. Normally it's when you can see that four-way shadow, a shadow from each of the lights, but I don't think we're going to get that here. I hope we're not going to get that here. Chetan, what do you reckon?
Well, the sun is behind us, those hills behind the ground. So the sun is behind us towards the western side. And while you can't see shadows from the towers, because the twilight is mixing up with the lights from the towers. So, and all of them are generator powered.
Righty-ho.
They have those big generators at the main gate, close to the main gate. So these towers are powered by those generators. Yashasvi Jaiswal will be batting in the 5th session out of 6 in this test match. The only session he's not batted today is the middle one.
Well, I mentioned earlier that Ollie Pope went up 20 places in the ICC batters rankings. Thanks to that 196 last week. Wonder how many places Jaiswal will go up after making 209 out of 396, when, for context, the next highest scorer was Shubman Gill's 34. I mean, it was a massive innings in every sense. The young man, a real coming-of-age moment, and he's just standing down at the far ends, waiting for Rohit. England are out in the middle with the umpires.
He's very eager to bat.
I can't blame him. He's seeing it like an absolute watermelon at the moment. So he's waiting for Rohit to come and join him. The roller is being taken off. England are in position already, by the way. They're absolutely ready to go. James Anderson has the ball at the far end, ready to bowl from the Dr. Vizzy end. But we are awaiting the batters, and here they come. As you can probably tell by the noise, going up about 20 or 30 decibels.
And Rohit is not happy about the light. His hand gesture is telling him he's not happy about the light.
Which is interesting, Goffey, because if you're the fielders, you're taking notice of that. If he's got it in his head already, before he's even got to the middle, the light's a problem, you play on that.
Well, he's had it in his head ever since they got the last wicket. Bumrah got Jimmy Anderson. Yeah. So, stop moaning, get on with it. The umpires are there for a reason. They'll make the decision. England are out there. Keen as anything. They can't wait. They're the ones who are 143 behind England, but the body language tells you a lot. Get on with it.
Really does tell you a lot. So, well, the batters have finally made it to the wickets. It will be Jaiswal to take the first ball. Rohit has stayed at the non-striker's end. Now he wanders down to have a chat with his mate. They really are wringing every last moment out of this one. And the umpires change ends for the 3rd innings. So it's Marais Erasmus down at the far end. And I think he's actually just had a quiet word with Rohit saying, is there any danger of you getting back up here so that we can actually get this innings underway? So Anderson has ball in hand.
I wonder if Angelo Matthews has a timer on Macca at the moment just to see how long it's taken them. I wouldn't mind a time, 10 minutes from the last wicket.
Here we go then. Anderson to bowl to Jaiswal. 3 slips in place. Comes in from the far end, and Jaiswal makes very solid contact with the middle of the bat and pushes out on the offside. So England have gone, as I say, 3 slips, Root, Crawley, Bairstow. There is a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then deep square leg and long leg. Again, Anderson has had those 2 fielders out all day, just in case he drops the short one in and they take it on. We have not seen many short balls, though, from James Anderson. In he comes once again. Jaiswal faces up, plays from the crease. Anderson fields in his own follow-through. No run. India yet to get off the mark, leading by 143. And it's almost the score that we kind of need to give you, because the lead is the significant number.
Shoaib Bashier, who's warming up, opening up, stretching at square leg fence.
That'll be interesting because it was Joe Root who took the new ball in the first innings. Anderson in, and it's turned around the corner by Jaiswal to the aforementioned Shoaib Bashier. Loses his sunglasses as he bends down to pick up the ball, returns it in. It is a long way down. He is a very tall and wiry frame, but India are underway with the single. Jaiswal is up and going, and Rohit now comes on strike.
Well, Jaiswal is the first left-hander to score a Test double 100 in India since 2009.
Who would that have been then?
I have to check. I think Jarrod will have to check it for us. My money is on Gautam Gambhir.
That would be the most logical one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, 2 slips and a gully for Rohit. Bairstow moves from 3rd slip to gully.
Saurav Ganguly perhaps as well. He was close to retirement around that time.
Those are probably your 2 strongest contenders, aren't they? Here we go, then Anderson to Rohit. Rohit he's absolutely playing pantomime here, Rohit, at the moment. That one hits the stickers on the back, goes out on the onside. He's now waving his hands around. I mean, if you want, why not send out the 12th man with a white stick? I mean, he really is playing to the crowd here about the light not being good enough. He's now leaning on the bat, on the crease line. He's walked away from the stumps. He's where a short leg fielder would be. Anderson's now in conversation with Murray Erasmus, saying, can you please sort of encourage him to get back on with this?
So it was Gautam Gambhir, 206 versus Australia in Delhi, 2008. And Saurav Ganguly in 2007.
Oh, wow. There you go. Anderson into Rohit once more. Off the back foot. Punches it through 3rd for 4. Well, you seem to see that one all right, Rohit. First boundary of the innings. 5 without loss. Outside half of the bat, but he made perfectly good contact. India take that lead to 148.
Yeah, I mean, just some width. And even if the light is bad, he's going to spot that one and go for it. His eyes just light up at the width offered on that one. And easy picking there from Rohit Sharma.
Anderson comes in once again. Around about waist high as Rohit plays from the crease. Bashier will do the fielding. End of the first over of the reply then. 148 is the lead here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 5 without loss in their 2nd innings.
James Anderson hasn't bowled in excess of 134 today. The only time I saw him bowl in excess of that pace was when he was bowling to the tail, Kuldeep Yadav to be more precise. Otherwise, he's been ranging that 128, 132 mark.
And it will be Bashier from our end. So he, in the first innings, 38 overs, 3 for 138. Got that first wicket when he got Rohit caught at leg slip by Ollie Pope, and there is a leg slip in place for Jaiswal as Bashier is going to go in. Big stride forward from Jaiswal, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Barmy Army trying to get behind England, get them just that little bit more energy into their legs. Bashier is around the wicket. Jaiswal plays down to short 3rd, no run. Always like listening through the stump mic to the wicket-keeper just to hear what they're saying. Bashier in, bowls around the wicket, that's slightly short. Off the back foot is Jaiswal, hits straight to Ben Ducket at short extra cover, no run. You actually were listening to Cath Barrett earlier, Chetan, and
yeah, I was.
He actually called to the fielder out on the boundary. The next one's coming to you, and it went exactly there. Bashier in, around the wicket. Jaiswal is driving on the offside, but with no timing to duck it, no run.
So he actually said, Aiga, Mukhi, Aiga. Aiga is, it'll come to you. It's coming to you. And Mukhi is short for Mukesh. And the very next ball, Tom Hartley was smacking it towards deep square leg where Mukesh was actually stationed. So that was good reading from KS Bharat.
Ollie Pope has reinforced the offside as Bashier goes in around the wicket. It's a nice looking drive by Jaiswal to Ben Stokes, who is deep at mid-off. It's just a single, brings Rohit back on strike. 6 without loss, India, the lead up to 149.
It's important for the wicket keepers to read the game like that, isn't it? I mean, yes, it's the captain and the bowlers who set the field, but it's also the wicket keepers who bring in that just the final touch, if I can say so, just to get the angles right.
Well, they've got the best view in the house. So
absolutely.
So they're a key part in the DRS system. They're a key part in setting the fields. Absolutely. Got a huge part to play. Rohit again is taking an inordinate amount of time to get himself settled for Bashier. He's in over the wicket and Rohit plays a lovely looking off drive. Well, if you're trying to go it off the pitch early, don't play a cover drive like that. It goes away for 4. It's the second boundary that Rohit has played. He's got 8 with 2 boundaries as India are 10 without loss and take their lead to 153. And it means that 2 overs have been sent down. Some more thoughts from Chetan, and Neil Manthorp will bring you home till close of play.
Oh, he's just sighting the ball fine. Absolutely fine. You can see it under this current light. Almost a half tracker there from Shoaib Bashier, and he just drives it nicely. Almost like when his eyes lit up with that width that James Anderson offered. So all that play acting with the umpire Murray Erasmus about the light, Rohit can just see fine. 2 boundaries, 2 very, very good boundaries for him.
India's lead extended to 153. 10 to the good from their first innings lead of 143. Here is Jimmy Anderson, bowls to Jaiswal. Tucks it away off his thigh pad down towards fine leg. It's fielded by Shoaib Bashier, and they go through for a single. I wonder how many times in 22-year-old Yashasvi Jaiswal's career he has begun and finished a first-class match batting. Might have happened a few times. I suppose he hasn't played that many games. But this will be the first time it's happened in a test match, I suspect. Chetan Narula? Yeah. That's his job. That's what he loves doing. That's what he's dedicated his life to. He was a pre-teen, left home at the age of 10 to pursue his dream. Jaiswal on 3, Rohit has 8 with a couple of boundaries. India 11 without loss. England bowled out today for 253. Here is Jimmy Anderson looking for a consolation wicket at the end of the day. Rohit Sharma comes forward and pushes it out to Rian Ahmed at cover, and there's no run. Gosh, we've had a busy day. India lost their last 4 wickets for the addition of 60 runs in the first session, to be dismissed for 396. Jaiswal with a brilliant 209. 3 wickets apiece for Shoaib Bashier and Rian Ahmed. And then England bowled out in 55.5 overs with a top score of 76 from Zach Crawley from 78 balls on his 26th birthday. 47 from Ben Stokes. Here's Jimmy Anderson again. Rohit Sharma pushes that one up to mid-on. And once again, there is no run, straight to the fielder. So 2.5 overs gone in India's second innings. It's been a 14-wicket day so far. And if England could make it a 15-over day, then they'll... Actually, I was about to make a nonsense statement. I was about to say then they'll believe they're back in the game, but they'd never believe they're out of the game. I mean, they've just come back from a deficit of 190 to win the first test match. This is a deficit of 143 on first innings. Can they do it again? They'll believe they can. Anderson in again. Rohit Sharma forward and pushes it straight back to him. England are rolling the dice a little bit with their slip cordon. They've got Joe Root at a wide slip. Zach Crawley is covering anywhere between 2nd and 4th slip, and they've got Johnny Bairstow in a kind of 5th slip gully. So they know they can't cover everything, but they're doing their best. There is a big gap. Joe Root's at 1.5 slips. Zach Crawley maybe at 3rd slip. So there's, if the ball does fly between them, there's no way that either of them will be able to get there. Anderson in again, and Rohit Sharma allows that to come in towards his pads, and again pushes it up to Shoaib Bashier at mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, Besto was really excited when Rohit Sharma actually middled the ball, and he was like, oh, maybe there was a bit of movement that Rohit Sharma could have edged it. And Rohit Sharma was actually looking in his direction, smiling. What are you so excited about? I actually middled the ball. I can see perfectly fine in this light.
Apart from the three men spread out in the slip cordon, there's a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Beginnings of an appeal for LBW. Jimmy Anderson knew it was too high as Rohit Sharma was probably going down the leg side as well, and Jimmy didn't bother wasting any effort on that. There's some excitement from Ben Folkes and Joe Root behind the stumps, but Jimmy knew his energy is best conserved at this stage of day two, with just a couple of minutes to go. Probably time for 3 overs, maybe, I would say. India 11 without loss. You're going 2 overs, are you? Oh,
yeah.
Look at that setting sun. That's absolutely glorious.
Yeah, I think two overs maybe, if especially if Anderson continues to bowl.
Here's Shoaib Bashier once again into Jaiswal. He tries to drive through the covers and doesn't time it at all. Maybe he didn't spin, and hits the inside half of the bat, trickles back to the bowler.
And talking of Jaiswal, I mean, it's staggering that a 10-year-old knew what he wanted to do in life. You know, he was inspired. And then you just calculate, he's 22 now. You're looking at 2012, 11, 12, 13, around that time when he was inspired to take up cricket. As a 10-year-old, 11-year-old.
Now the third youngest man to score a double hundred in Test cricket. Here's Bashier. Forward comes Jaiswal. Pushes it out to Ollie Pope in a catching position at cover. Vinod Kambli twice scored double hundreds in back-to-back Test matches when he was younger than Jaiswal. Not by much, and Sunil Gavaskar, the great Sunny Bai, was also younger than Jaiswal when he scored his first double hundred. This one punched off the back foot out towards cover. Ducket fields no run.
So he's on that list now with Vinod Kambli, isn't it? Vinod Kambli with 2 double hundreds in the 90s for left-handed Indian batters.
Yes, did I not? Yes, that's right.
And then Saurav Ganguly, Gautam Gambhir, and now Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Driven straight down the ground. What a cracking shot from Jaiswal. When you're in the form of your life, milk it. And that was just slightly over pitch from Shoaib Bashier. And he's he can be so silky smooth, Jaiswal. Easy on the eye. I mean, didn't turn at all, but it was too full. It was a half volley, but just gloriously dispatched past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, he's been timing it really well, of course, when you have a double hundred under your belt in the same game. But he wasn't really finding that opportunity to score a boundary this time. He got it.
Bashier to cut shot, and it beats the man at backward point. And it disappears off to the boundary. Zach Crawley is now dispensed with his sun hat, and he's got his cap on for the setting sun and the floodlights. And he dived to his right, couldn't get a hand to it. Just a little bit of width there from Shoaib Bashier. So back-to-back boundaries for Yashasvi Jaiswal, who moves on to 11 from 14 balls. Rohit Sharma has 8. India are 19 without loss. Actually, there's a ball left in this over. But Johnny Bairstow's having a chat now to Shoaib Bashier. There's no discernible change in the field. It's still a slip, a catching cover, back point cover, extra cover, mid-off. Man on the sweep at 45 on the leg side. Johnny Bairstow himself is at mid-on. Probably just time for 1 over after this. Bashier in. Jaiswal drives once again. Beats Bairstow at mid-on. 4 more, 3 boundaries in the over. Yashasvi Jaiswal is just carrying on from where he left off this morning, having made 209. He's at a runnable 15. India are 23 without loss after just 4 overs, and their lead has been extended to 166.
It's interesting, man, is you've got Jaiswal, who is obviously a left-hander, and most left-handers in the world struggle against off-spin, and that's a fairly consistent thing right across, far more so than right-handers even struggle against left-arm finger spinners. And yet he seems to enjoy it, because the minute the ball gets outside of the off stump, it frees him up to play the shot, and he'll play any attacking shot when he sees the ball in that area. And then and then if they try and get any straighter, he plays it on length. It's a really interesting way of playing that he has. And I think in first-class cricket, I think we talked about it the other day, he might average 93 or something around that mark against off-spin in first-class cricket so far. So he really has a very good method of, he looks for the width first, and if you're not giving him width, then he tries to pick you up on your length.
It is not immediately obvious to my eye why it is that he should be so successful against off-spin. As you say, it's unusual for a left-hander, but evidently, as you say, that you've picked up on a couple of points of technique that is obviously working exceptionally well for him. Rian Ahmed in to bowl his first over outside the off-stump, left alone. Jimmy Anderson has been relieved after 2 overs from the Dr. Vizzy end. 2 overs at a cost of 6. Shoaib Bashir's 2 overs at a cost of 17. 16 came in the last over, or 12, I beg your pardon. Rian Ahmed in again. Forward comes Rohit Sharma. There's 2 slips in place for England. That one hits the middle of the bat defensively, and there is no run. So, first-class conversion record for Jaiswal is unbelievable, almost. Short cut by Rohit Sharma off the back foot. More of a force than a cut. The bat may be angled at about 45 degrees, so it wasn't a full-on cut shot, but it's 4 runs behind square on the offside. Jarrod, Yashasvi Jaiswal's got, if my records are correct, it's got 450s and 1100s.
Yeah, the best conversion rate in the history of first-class cricket. For players who've scored more than 15 scores over 50. He's just above Bradman. I don't know if you've heard of him. Donald, his name is. Donald.
Rian Ahmed in again to Rohit Sharma, pushed up towards mid-on, and they again scurry through for a very easy single. I wonder if it'll stay that high.
Sarfaraz, yeah, well, I mean, fully no, but I think Sarfaraz is 6th on the list as well. So they've got a couple of guys right up there on the list at the moment. But they've also got some of the highest first-class batting averages of all time. So these two things are usually linked, Manners, is the best way of putting it.
Sarfaraz's batting average is over 70, isn't it? Moment.
Yeah, I think it's the 2nd highest in first-class history behind Bradman. I think I'm right in saying that. But there's a few of them up there. There's a few modern Indian players who are right up at the top of that list at the moment. And then obviously you've got people like Graham Pollock and George Headley very high as well.
Not so young. Rian Ahmed in again and pushed defensively by Jaiswal out on the offside, and there's no run. India lead by 171. They're 28 without loss. England bowled out for 253. 76 from Zach Crawley, a couple of 20s from Ben Ducket and Ollie Pope, also from Johnny Bairstow, 25. 47 from Ben Stokes and 21 from Tom Hartley. Here's Rian Ahmed again, pushes that one through. A leg break, I think, or maybe just a top spinner, but it's defended by Jaiswal, and there's no run. England are scurrying between deliveries now. That was the end of the over. They want to get another one in. They're pushing for an extra over here, just trying to hurry the umpires along.
And Rohit Sharma can't believe they're just going to keep on bowling.
Well, I think the umpires might be saying you came out here a couple of minutes late.
Now he's got what he wanted. Murray Rasmus.
Just got away with it.
He's taken off the bails. Rohit Sharma couldn't believe it.
The break between innings was about between 12 and 13
12
minutes.
and a half minutes. 12 and a half minutes.
So, there was a chance. I reckon if I was Stokes, that's what I would have been pushing anyway. Isn't that how it works, Hump?
So, Jarrod, do you think England were pushing for the extra over to try and take a wicket, or to save themselves some cash?
No, I think to try and take a wicket. I think that's the way they play, isn't it, to be fair? Any other cricket team in the history of mankind, Manners, would be to try and save your cash. But on this particular team, I would think it's probably more, it's getting dark, we've got a chance. He doesn't want to be out here.
Well, they took a wicket in the 91st over of play yesterday, which I still find very interesting. England were pushing the over rate, pushing it. India were trying to slow it down. They were batting and they were trying to slow play down. It was a very interesting U-turn on the way things normally go in the field. So that's it. End of day 2. Yashasvi Jaiswal has had a day he will never forget. Not only did he score 209, that was enough. He'll take that memory to the days when he can still remember things forever. And now he's finished 15 not out on the same day. Rohit Sharma, the captain, has 13. India are 28 without loss after 5 overs, having earned themselves a first innings lead of 143. He's a very, very hard man to please. Chetan Narula alongside me. He's been highly critical of India. He thought their lead of 190 in Hyderabad was highly insufficient, and he proved to be right, much to the surprise of most of us. Just a quick word from you, Chetan. We will have more from you on the following on podcast, but are you satisfied today?
Well, you watch Jasprit Bumrah bowl like that, you have to be satisfied. You have to be grateful that you got the chance to talk about it while he was bowling like that. So, look, if yesterday was England's day with India 6 down, I think India have made amends for it. They've come back today, thanks mostly to Yashasvi Jaiswal, and then, of course, to Jasprit Bumrah picking up those 6 wickets. They'll be very, very happy and content at stumps today, and they are right back in this game, if not this series. But as we have seen before, a 190-run odd lead, that doesn't scare England. So I think we are in for a great day 3 once again.
Right, we shall be back with you in a moment. We'll hear from the England camp exclusively, as we always do. And we'll be bringing you, myself, Steve Harmison and Darren Gough, will be bringing you the following on podcast in just a moment or two.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the second test match live from Visakhapatnam. Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the following on daily podcast out here in India. I'm Neil Manthorp, and I'll be joined by double Ashes winner Steve Harmison and former England fast bowler Darren Gough to look back at another eventful day. The second day of the second test between India and England, with 14 wickets falling in Visakhapatnam. India closed on 28 without loss for an overall lead of 171 after England were dismissed for 253 in the first 2 sessions. Despite a half century from birthday boy Zach Crawley, Jasprit Bumrah was outstanding with a 6-wicket haul, his second best test return. We'll get exclusive reaction from the England camp, as always, and Chetan Narula will discuss the big talking points concerning India. Have they put the rights from Hyderabad in the first test, or put the wrongs right in the second test here in Vizag? So plenty to come over the next 25 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On. Let's start with you, Darren Gough, and let's go chronologically initially through the day's play. 14 wickets fell. It began very well for India. Jimmy Anderson took the second new ball almost immediately. When India resumed on 336 for 6, he finished with 3 for 47, as those last 4 wickets were claimed for the addition of just 60 runs. Had it not been for Yashasvi Jaiswal and his magnificent 209, it was actually a brilliant innings for Jimmy and for Shoaib Bashier and Rian Ahmed, because the next highest score was just 34 as India made 396.
It's kind of been the story for India, hasn't it, Manners, where Jaiswal went on and did what batters, when they get in, are supposed to do. There's nothing worse than someone getting in and getting out in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. They're greedy players, the best players, go on and get big hundreds, don't they, and get doubles. And Jaiswal, for someone so young to come in and finish on 209 was a fantastic innings. But you've got to go, and this morning, and India will go off and say, yeah, we're happy with 396, but we left 30 out there, realistically. I thought 420 from the position they were in would have been reachable. Jimmy Anderson, though, this morning was absolutely superb. He put the ball on a sixpence, he moved it just enough, he created opportunities and finished with 3 for 47. And it just goes to show, and we said this the last test match, if you're a quality fast bowler, you're a quality fast bowler in all conditions. All conditions. And it's been proven as the day's gone on, right? We could go into Bumrah, but for Jimmy Anderson, this morning, outstanding. Absolutely outstanding.
Now, Steve Harmison, India's top order have been profligate and some would say slightly irresponsible, and they've provided a masterclass in not cashing in for the most part. Certainly in Hyderabad, 3 players in the top 6 not getting out in the 80s. That was the first time that happened, and then first time in a Test cricket in a Test innings that 3, 4, 5, and 6 have all got out between 25 and 35. And in Hyderabad, 5 Indian top order batsmen caught on the boundary. Jaiswal Bumrah, however, deserves all the credit, I think, for England being dismissed for 253. And you look at those dismissals of the England players, I think summed up best by Ollie Pope's dismissal when he received an unplayable in-swinging, reverse late in-swinging Yorker from Jaiswal Bumrah, which removed 2 of his stumps from the ground. Bumrah has finished with 6 for 45, and I'm framing it as a question. Is it right to say that Bumrah bowled England out and England didn't contribute so much to their own demise?
I think a little bit of both. I think you can always look at yourself. You look at the way Bumrah bowled, he bowled beautifully. Like Darren said, he took the pitch out of the equation when it was right to take the pitch out of the equation. He hit the deck on a good area against Joe Root, and questioned Joe Root in the infancy of his innings. A lot of the times he's vulnerable in and around that off stump, just sort of angling the bat. He executed that plan perfectly. I thought he set up to Bairstow was excellent. It didn't look much, but he bowled 3 balls of sort of between 5 and 6 metre length just outside off stump, and seen Bairstow push at the ball each time going to backward point. And Bumrah in his mind knowing that, I'll just get this little bit fuller. I don't think your feet are going to come at the ball, and if your hands go out, there's a good chance you're nicking this. And he did. So that is getting England out. That is bowling to a plan and working out how I'm going to get England out. You know, then you look at the one that Stokes got, just roll along the deck, under edge. But when you ask, could England have done more? I'd say yes. And we're going to hear from Zach Crawley. When you get in this country, when you get in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, you get over 50. You have to take responsibility. You have to score big runs. And unfortunately for Zach, he played a nice shot through mid-wicket coming down the ground. And the ball he got out with was the one that started the floodgates to go, because he's come down the wicket, and instead of trying to be in control of what he was doing, he's tried to smash it, lost his shape and hit it up in the air. And it was a good catch. Don't get me wrong, it was a fantastic catch by Suresh Iyer. But that there, 113 for 1, quickly turned into what, England looking down staring down the barrel of 170 for 6. And that's what happens in this country. If you get in, you've got to cash in. So yes, I agree, Bumrah bowled England out. But without that door open, it wouldn't have been as easy for Jaiswal Bumrah.
But Coffey, do we carry on having the conversation again? Harmy makes an absolutely legitimate point, which has been made for many, many decades. But Zach Crawley. He scored 76 off 78 balls. He scored them in glorious and entertaining fashion. He scored his hundreds in the same fashion. So to ask him to responsibility and consistency aren't words that we associate with Zach Crawley, and Brendan McCullum says that's okay.
Well, so let's look at the series so far. They got off to 2 absolute flyers in the first Test match, and it put us back on the front foot in that second innings especially. And in this Test match, they've come out there in that first innings and tried to attack the bowling. They took Bumrah for 16 in and over. But there is a certain part of it where you might have to just assess the game and think, right, this is a big, big half hour for us now, and we can keep building on this partnership. We are back in it. They know this pitch is going to deteriorate. They know they've got to bat last on it. So the importance of the first innings was there for everyone to see. Anybody who knows anything about cricket, the importance of that first innings is vital. So they had to get at least up somewhere near India to give themselves a chance, and then it becomes a 1 innings game. Unfortunately, Zach were playing beautifully, got out at that 76 mark, and then, like I said, Bumrah he ran through England. Some terrific bowling, some terrific skill. We had all sorts of deliveries, whether it be Yorker, whether it be round the wicket. moving away from the left-hander, whether it one that kept a little low to Ben Stokes, but one wasn't ideal, but it had everything. And the deliveries to Pope and Root. Bairstow's was a poor shot, but to Root and Pope, it was just quality bowling.
Yeah, it sounds as though I'm blaming Zach. I'm not blaming Zach. I thought his innings was fantastic. I thought going into that just after the break, that's as good a balance as I've seen Zach Crawley have at the crease. He was standing tall. He was hitting the ball on the top of the bounce. He was timing the ball perfectly. He really was in good touch. But it comes back to the fact when you're out here, you just take one slip, one slight mistake, one where you just take your sort of eye off the ball, and it just shows that's the concentration levels of playing out in this fine country, that if you do make that little mistake, it can open a door and it can put your team under a little bit of pressure, because at the time, 114 for 2, Crawley goes, you're thinking route to come, Pope's just got 196, Bairstow, Stokes, folks after that. We've got a stellar batting unit. But when you've got something like Jaiswal Bumrah and he has a day like he has, then unfortunately you've given them the chance to do that. And I keep saying that about all sports. You look at officials. If you give the officials a decision to make, then there's a chance that it goes against you. You're talking about football. You give a referee a decision to make by a tackle, it goes against you. If you give a chance for a top quality bowling attack, especially when that possesses something like Jaiswal Bumrah, you give him a chance to go through you, and that's what he did today.
No, I'm just going to say, man, on that, I think Bumrah was excellent and deserves all the plaudits. And I think Seams come into this game, we've already seen some quality bowling from two high-quality fast bowlers in Jimmy Anderson and Bumrah. Slightly different in the way they go about things, but both high quality. But I think Kuldeep deserves a bit of praise as well, because when you look at the spinners, we know Ashwin, his record is outstanding and he's quality. And once you get a pitch where there's a little bit of bounce, I think he comes into his own. But Ashwin's still got a little bit of thinking to do here on how he's going to get into the heads of these English batters, because they're actually playing him quite well. Now, Kuldeep come in and got a bit more bounce. He had that mystery about him. We know he's got the googly and everything else. He's left-handed as well. And Axar Patel became like almost bowled 4 overs. And I think that's one of the surprising thing in this game so far for me. I think Ben Stokes, again, is trying to do what he did with Hartley in the first test. I think he's over-bowled the off-spinner for the young lad. I know he's trying to get overs under his belt, but I don't think we've seen enough of Hartley in this game. And I just don't want to see him over-bowled, especially if the lead just keeps rising and rising and rising, because at the end of it, he could walk away this game with 350 runs, the way it's going. You know what I mean? It could easily happen.
Sure, Bashier bowled 38 overs in the first innings, his first innings in Test cricket, for a return of 3 for 138, which is a heavy workload. And then he was given the new ball again when India started their second innings at the start of the close of play. My eye has been taken by the fact that Ben Stokes, as we record this podcast, is running around the boundary with the non-players, the substitute players, and some of the administrative management staff. He's doing laps of the ground as we record this.
And that's probably part of his knee rehab program. He bowled 6 balls before the test match started. I would imagine there'll be another 6 balls to be bowled over the course of either tomorrow or the next day, and I would imagine the volume of impact running that he has to do in a week's program will mean that he needs to get it out of the way. So he might be just getting rid of some frustration as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have a little bit more for you in a moment, but for now, let's hear from Zach Crawley on his 26th birthday. He scored 76 today.
Zach Crawley, close of day 2. Let's get the important stuff out of the way. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate that.
It's a heck of a day to have a birthday on. It was a great day's cricket.
Really good day's cricket. They played really well. We tried to fight back at certain points. We played well in parts, but to be fair to them, they played well all day. So credit's due. Jaiswal played an unbelievable knock. Bumrah bowled well, but we're still in the game.
You are still in the game. I don't know whether you like coincidences or quirks. After day 2 in Hyderabad, you're 175 runs behind. After day 2 here, you're 171 runs behind. So as we proved in Hyderabad, that's easy enough to overcome, right?
Well, one thing for sure is we won't get carried away. We won't get phased by the deficit. We're just going to continue playing the same way, and we've proved that well last week. So, you know, we're always in the game. So the way we play our game. So yeah, we're always in it.
Take me through your innings. Really good knock.
Thanks. Yeah, I thought I played some nice shots. It was a very different pitch to Hyderabad, a bit slower, not as much turn, but still a little bit there, and a bit more seam movement. So I was pleased with how I played. Disappointed to get out when I did, when it was just starting reversing, but I was pleased with how I played.
What happened with the one you got out on?
It just turned a bit more than I thought. The first 2 he bowled didn't really turn, so I thought I was going to put him under a bit of pressure and get him, you know, not let him settle in, and unfortunately it just turned on me, and you know, it was the way it goes. But I'd have played the same shot again. It's just the way it goes. Sometimes the execution's not there.
A word about Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, it's his 10th 5-foot, but he sent down some almost unplayable deliveries. I mean, the one that got Ollie Pope. I've seen the replay. I don't know how many, and I've got no idea what you're supposed to do with that.
No, it's an unbelievable ball. He bowled well all day. He's very, very good in these conditions when it's reversing like that. Even with the new ball, he was tricky, but when the ball starts reversing, he's very good. So we'll have to counteract that. But like I say, we played him well in the last game at times as well, and today at times we played him well. So we just got to find ways of doing it for a bit longer.
Generally speaking, the wickets played okay. Obviously, Ben got one that very obviously kept down. There was a couple that went low, and a couple have got up. But generally speaking, it's played okay, hasn't it?
It's played all right, yeah. I mean, both sides like to play their shots, so I think that's where a lot of the dismissals have come from. But yeah, it's a much better wicket than Hyderabad for sure. So we don't mind, you know, as long as it doesn't break up too much, then we feel like we can chase a decent score, which is why we still think we're in the game.
Rohit Sharma didn't seem overly enthused about going out there to bat in this light. I mean, in England, if you didn't play in this light, you'd probably never get on the pitch. But he seemed to be a little bit frustrated about that.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I was like square of the wicket, and I was just trying to catch the ball if it came my way. But yeah, I suppose it is a little bit dark, but you know, nowhere near dark enough to come off. So I didn't see him react.
So tomorrow, then, look, obviously, you know, a good first hour really gets you back into this, and day 3, as they always say, is moving day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one session at a time. That's what we do well. We're where our feet are, and we'll just try and take as many wickets as possible. Be nice and aggressive with the ball, and see where that leaves us at the end of tomorrow. And hopefully, we're batting and going well.
Is it birthday cake tonight, or is that safe for the end of the match?
End of the match, or not at all, really. I'm not a big birthday man, so I don't mind if there's none.
Well done. Well played.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Zach Crawley having a chat to Andrew McKenna at the end of the day's play. You can just hear the belief, can't you? I mean, and we, just as the players talk about, Zach Crawley's just a throwaway line there. I mean, you almost didn't hear it in the middle of it. So we can believe we can win this game. And that would have been scoffable. You'd have chuckled at that a few years ago. But, you know, he obviously just so believes it. He doesn't have to make a big thing of it. So, of course, we can win this game. And we can say things, Goffey, as well, that we didn't used to be able to say, because England have done things that have never been done before in Test cricket. And if we say, well, they just bowl them out for 200 and chase 340 in the 4th innings, we can say that without feeling silly now.
Well, we've changed our thought process, haven't we, and how we go about it, because we are now saying this is England. So you never say never, and it is a strange position they're in. I think this is going to be slightly different, purely because they've got to bat last on it. And he did mention there in that interview, Zach, but hopefully they're batting tomorrow night, and I think that's vital in that interview, what he said. There will always be no negative chat in public or in that dressing room, but every player in his head at some point will have a negative thought. Now, going into it tomorrow, they've got to come out, they've got to bowl well, they've got to keep it tight. Jimmy Anderson will have a big, big day to play. And the spinners have got to cash in. So whether it's Bashier, whether it's Hartley, whether it's Rayan, they've got to take some wickets and support Jimmy Anderson tomorrow.
Chetan, Narula, the Indian viewpoint from you. Now, you've said that India didn't know what to expect from Bazball in Hyderabad, and they got Bazballed, and they got poped, and they got pipped at the post. They couldn't make the best of a 190-run lead. Can England do it again, or have India learnt their lessons?
Well, I think India have surely learned their lessons. I mean, obviously, in this test match so far, I think 2 individual performances have carried them. First of all, from Jaiswal, and then obviously from Bumrah. They needed a big bowling performance today. Like Darren Gough agrees with me, India didn't have enough on the board in the first innings, but it doesn't look like that now. Having said that, of course, I think we saw a little more proactive captaincy from Rohit Sharma today. Yes, there was a lot more bounce on offer on this pitch, so reverse sweep didn't really come out. But again, he was a lot more proactive, and a couple of times, I'm not going to say what he said to his fielders, but I can't really say that. But he was coaxing them on and telling them not to slack off in the field. Probably Ashwin did listen to him, but I think the rest of them were fielding nicely today, and they were on the money. They were supporting the bowlers, and I think the bowlers were also bowling much better lines. And I think Darren Gough is absolutely right. Kuldeep Yadav was so important, and I think if you remember our pre-series podcast, I was really rooting for Kuldeep Yadav to play this test series, especially from the first test, and that was because of the kind of variations that a left-arm unorthodox spinner can bring, and because of the bounce that he was getting, the sweep didn't really come out for the English batters today.
Steve Harmison, your final thoughts. Been another day of helter-skelter, non-stop, entertaining, compelling, compulsive cricket. You don't know what to expect tomorrow, but go on, have a guess.
England will still believe. England will still believe. We bowled them out for 200 from now. We chase 270. We feel 370. We still believe we can get it. That will be the message Ben has given. Zach's more or less just said that in there. I think I think the difference between Hyderabad and this game is England got it in the third innings, not the fourth innings. From a pitch point of view, I think this pitch will be better to bat on than what Hyderabad was in the third innings. But I think the fourth innings, the pressure of the game, that might be a bit more of a challenge. But while you've got Jimmy Anderson to take the new ball first thing tomorrow morning, I still think England stand a chance of staying in the game. I think if India go the first hour without taking a wicket, Jaiswal gets in and gets going. I think slowly but surely the victory will probably be the Indians, and we'll have to wait in Rajkot for what would be 1-1 in the series.
I think that's right. I think to have any chance whatsoever, and I'm only saying this because it's England and the way they've played over the last 18 months is they've got to dismiss them for under 200, and it gives some hope to us. And that same thing, England will believe they can win if they're chasing 420, but realistically, batting last, I think to have any chance, surely whatsoever, they have to dismiss India for under 200.
Thank you very much indeed, Darren Gough. Steve Harmison, as I said, absolutely compelling day, and we expect nothing less on the third day and the fourth, and however long this test match goes. So that's the way it finished, with India closing on 28 without loss in their second innings, leading by 171 runs overall. England were bowled out for 253 in reply to India's 396, with Zach Crawley making 76. Early wickets required by England on the third morning, and a good solid start for India to lay the base for what they hope will be an impregnable target for England in the fourth innings. Thank you very much indeed for your company on the Following On podcast. Thanks for joining us, if you did, during the Ball by Ball live and exclusive throughout the 5 Test match series here on talkSPORT 2. And we look forward to more of the same. Sleep well, talk tomorrow.
Cheers, Matt. Speak to you tomorrow.
He's going in and bowling. Jaiswal comes down to meet him and launches him back over his head.